My name is Bailey Atwood. I'm 32 years old. I drove 7 hours from Fort Liberty to attend my sister's wedding. My father met me at the door of the venue and said something that undid 14 years of being taken for granted. Family members only. I said, got it, turned around, and drove 7 hours back. 3 days later, my mother called me crying about a $23,000 bill with my name on it. A bill I never agreed to. A contract I never signed. What none of them knew, what none of them even considered, was that the daughter they'd just shut out had been the only reason they could afford the door she was standing behind. Welcome back to Hidden Family Revenge. This is the channel where family drama meets quiet justice. No screaming matches, no tabloid twists, just real consequences for real betrayal. If you've ever been the one holding the family together while being told you don't belong, this story is for you. Drop a comment and be sure to subscribe. I should probably start with what my life actually looks like. I'm a sergeant first class in the United States Army, stationed at Fort Liberty, North Carolina. Logistics and supply chain. I manage inventory for a battalion. Everything from ammunition to medical kits to the batteries that go into night vision goggles. It's not glamorous. It's spreadsheets and shipping containers and phone calls to vendors at 3 in the morning because somebody miscounted a pallet of MREs. But I'm good at it. My platoon sergeant told me once that I could organize a hurricane. I took that as a compliment. The thing about the Army is that it runs on fairness. Not perfect fairness, I'm not naive, but on systems. You do your job, you get your rank, you fill out the paperwork, you get your result. Nobody debates whether you deserve to be in the room. The room is assigned, you show up, you deliver. That's it. I like that about the military from day one. Rules I could follow, expectations I could meet, a chain of command that didn't shift depending on who was having a bad day. The problem was that I carried the same mindset home. Not just the discipline, the duty. If someone in my unit needed help with their paperwork, I helped. If someone needed a ride to the airport at 0:30, I drove. If someone needed $300 until payday, I had it. And I did the same thing for my family. Except in the Army, when someone borrows $300, they pay it back. And when you help someone move, they say thank you. And when you show up at 0500 for a mission nobody else wants, at least they put it in your file. At home, nobody kept a file. Except me. When Noelle sent me the save the date, I stuck it on the mini fridge in my barracks room with a magnet from the Fort Liberty PX. She called me that night. I'd love you to be there, Bae. Her voice was soft, excited. She was 26 and getting married to a guy named Drew who worked in IT and had a golden retriever. They'd been together 3 years. I was happy for her. I noticed she didn't ask me to be a bridesmaid. I told myself she probably had her college friends, that it wasn't personal, that she didn't see me enough to put me in a lineup of women she brunched with on Saturdays. That was fine. I didn't need a role. I just wanted a chair. The next weekend, I drove to the PX and bought a dress. Navy blue, sleeveless, knee-length. Nothing flashy. I tried it on in the communal bathroom at the barracks, standing in front of the full-length mirror that still had a crack from when Sergeant Torres accidentally swung a rucksack into it. I looked at myself. I hadn't worn a civilian dress in 3 months. I looked like someone who belonged at a wedding. 2 weeks later, I wired $5,000 to Dawson Ridge Event Barn, the venue Noelle had picked outside Roanoke. I did it through my USAA account, direct transfer. No middleman. My gift to my sister. I kept the receipt. Then my father called. He wanted my card information, said he needed to confirm the deposit. I told him I'd already sent the money directly. There was a pause, a long one. Then he said fine, and hung up. I should have asked why he needed my card when the money was already there. But I had 400 pallets of winter gear to inventory, and I trusted him. Let me give you the history. My father, Gerald, was a carpenter, a good one. He built 3 houses in our county outside Roanoke, framed them, roofed them, finished the trim himself. He was the kind of man who measured twice and cut once and expected the world to work the same way. Then 8 years ago, he fell from scaffolding. 12 feet. 2 herniated discs, L4 and L5. 2 surgeries. Chronic pain that never fully went away. His disability covered about 60% of what he used to earn. The rest disappeared. I was 24 and an E5 when it happened. I flew home, sat in the hospital waiting room for 9 hours, and then paid $14,000 in medical bills that insurance didn't cover. My father didn't say thank you. He said, "That's what family does." 2 years later, my mother needed a car. I sent $8,500 for the down payment. She texted me a photo of the new sedan in the driveway with the caption, "Gerald picked it out." My name wasn't mentioned. Then came Noelle's tuition. She got into a state university, but the financial aid left a gap, $6,200 a semester. I covered it. 3 semesters. Noelle sent me a thank you card once. Just once. Here's the pattern. I sent money. They received it. And my father told the relatives a different story. Aunt Margine told me years later that Gerald had said at Thanksgiving, "We're managing just fine. God provides." God didn't provide. I provided. And Gerald signed the checks. I knew he was doing it. I knew my contributions were being erased from the family record. But I didn't correct anyone. That was my weakness. Not trusting people. Not being naive. Over-responsibility. The same instinct that made me a good NCO made me a bad daughter. I kept showing up for people who kept pretending I wasn't there. I have a ledger. Not a real one. It's an app on my phone. Notes. Plain text. Every dollar I've ever sent home, going back to 2012. Date. Amount. Purpose. I started keeping it the year I made E5. Not because I wanted to track what they owed me. I didn't think of it that way. I kept it because I wanted proof that I showed up, in case anyone ever asked. Nobody ever asked. I scrolled through it one night after the save the date arrived. 14 years. $127,400. That includes the $5,000 for the venue. I looked at the number for a long time. Then I closed the app and went to sleep. 2 weeks before the wedding, Noelle texted me. "Can't wait to see you. P.S. Dad wants it to be a small ceremony, just close family, but you're invited to the reception after." I stared at that text for 5 minutes. Close family. Reception after. I called my mother. "Mom, what does Noelle mean by close family for the ceremony?" She had her soothing voice on, the one she used when she was smoothing over something Gerald had decided. "Oh, honey, your dad just means the ceremony is tiny. Nothing to worry about. You're fine. You're always fine." She paused. "You're strong." That word. Strong. She'd been using it my entire life. Not as a compliment, as a justification. She's strong, so she can handle being left out. She's strong, so she doesn't need an explanation. She's strong, so we don't have to feel guilty. Close family. If 14 years and $127,000 didn't make me close, what would? I want to be fair about my father. He wasn't always this way. Before the accident, Gerald Atwood was the man who taught me to build a bookshelf when I was 10. We stood in the garage on a Saturday, sawdust in our hair, and he showed me how to sand with the grain. He was patient. He was careful. He was good with his hands. Better with his hands than his words, but that was fine. In our part of Virginia, men built things instead of saying things, and everybody understood. After the fall, the hands stopped working the way they needed to. The back never healed right. The contractor jobs dried up. And Gerald went from being the man who built houses to the man who sat in the recliner and decided who was allowed at the dinner table. It was the only authority he had left. Who sits where at Thanksgiving? Who gets invited to what? Whose family and who's not? He started controlling the guest list the way he used to control a job site, with absolute certainty that he knew best. My mother made it easier for him. When I left for basic training at 18, she told the relatives at church, "She's strong. She can handle it." Gerald stood next to her, nodding. That was the first time I got re-narrated. The strong one. The one who didn't need us. The one who left. Never mind that I called every Sunday. Never mind that I sent money every month. Never mind that I drove 7 hours for every funeral, every surgery, every crisis. In Gerald's version, I left. And people who leave aren't family. But here's the thing, Gerald understood that nobody else did. He knew I'd keep sending money regardless. Because I always had. He'd skipped inviting me to Thanksgiving 3 years running, and the auto transfer never stopped. He'd told relatives I was deployed when I wasn't, and the checks still cleared. Gerald had 14 years of evidence that you could shut the door on Bailey Atwood, and she'd still slide the envelope underneath it. So blocking me at the wedding wasn't him risking his income. It was him betting on a pattern that had never once broken. I found out later that he didn't invite me to Thanksgiving for the last 3 years. He told the relatives I was deployed. I wasn't deployed. I just wasn't invited. Noelle grew up in a different house than I did. Same address, different experience. By the time she was old enough to remember anything, Gerald was already home full-time, recovering, then permanent disability. He was there for her school plays. He drove her to soccer practice. He sat in the front row at her high school graduation. None of that was funded by disability checks. It was funded by transfers from a USAA account in North Carolina. But Noelle didn't know that. Gerald never told her. And I never corrected the record because I didn't want my sister to feel like she owed me for her own childhood. My mother, Donna, was different. She knew everything. She used to be an LPN, licensed practical nurse, 20 years at the county hospital. Good at her job. Steady hands, calm under pressure. Then Gerald's accident happened and she quit to take care of him. Lost her income. Lost her professional identity. Lost the one thing that was entirely hers. After that, Gerald became her center. If Gerald said the sky was green, Donna would close the blinds. She loved both her daughters. I believe that. But she loved peace more, and peace in our house meant agreeing with Gerald. When I wasn't invited to Noelle's bridesmaid fitting, I saw the photos on Instagram, 3 college friends holding champagne flutes, no tag for me. I told myself it was Noelle's day, that I didn't need to be in the pictures, that 7 hours was too far for a dress fitting anyway. Looking back, I should have seen the pattern. A person who isn't invited to the fitting isn't invited to the ceremony, but I had a dress. I had a receipt for $5,000, and I had 7 hours of highway ahead of me to think about why none of that seemed to matter. I signed out for a weekend pass on a Friday at 1600, loaded my duffel and the dress bag into my Tacoma and headed north. Interstate 81 through North Carolina is pine trees and truck stops. Through Virginia, the mountains open up and the sky gets wider. By hour 5, I could smell home. That mix of cut grass and wood smoke that belongs to one specific valley and nowhere else. I was nervous, not about the wedding, about the family. Every time I went back, it felt like walking into a formation where nobody had told me the plan. Gerald made the plans, Donna confirmed them, Noelle followed them. I showed up and figured out where I fit, which was usually wherever nobody else wanted to stand. I'd stopped staying at the house 3 years ago. Gerald said there wasn't room. There are 4 bedrooms. So I booked a motel off the highway. The Mountain View Lodge, $49 a night. Free coffee that tasted like it had been sitting since 2019. I checked in around 11, hung the dress bag on the bathroom door, and sat on the bed. I called Noelle. Voicemail. I texted, "Hey, just got in. Can't wait for tomorrow." She hearted the message. That was it. Saturday morning, I put on the navy dress, checked my reflection in the motel mirror, the one that had a water stain in the corner that made it look like I had a halo. Drove 15 minutes to Dawson Ridge Event Barn. The parking lot was already full. White chairs lined up in rows under string lights, an arbor wrapped in greenery, 80-some guests milling around with programs in their hands. It looked beautiful. It looked like something I'd helped pay for. My father was standing at the entrance in a rented gray suit. I hadn't seen him in 4 months, and the first thing I noticed was that he'd lost weight. The suit hung loose at the shoulders. He saw me coming up the gravel path and stepped into the center of it. not to the side, into the center. His hands were in his pockets. He didn't smile. Bailey. Dad. We stood there for a moment. Behind him, I could see cousins settling into the white chairs, Aunt Denise adjusting her hat, Uncle Carl shaking hands with someone I didn't recognize. The string lights were on even though it was still daylight. Somebody had turned them on early, and they looked pale and pointless against the afternoon sun. Gerald looked me up and down. The navy dress, the flats I'd bought at the PX, the small clutch I was carrying because I didn't own a real purse. He looked at all of it the way you'd look at a delivery that showed up at the wrong address. Family members only, he said. You can watch it on the live stream. I processed those words the way I process a supply request that doesn't match the requisition form. Calmly, sequentially, checking each part against what I knew to be true. Family members only. I was his daughter. Watch it on the live stream. He was offering me a screen instead of a chair. My hands wanted to shake. They didn't. 14 years of standing at attention teaches you how to hold still when everything inside you is moving. I looked past him at the 80 chairs, at the string lights, at the barn I'd sent $5,000 to reserve. Got it. I turned around. I walked back to the truck. I didn't slam the door. I started the engine and pulled out of the lot. In the rearview mirror, I could see Gerald walking back inside. The string lights blurred. The ceremony started without me. 7 hours back on I-81. No dress bag this time. I'd stuffed it behind the seat before I even left the parking lot. Just the hum of tires on asphalt and the kind of quiet that only shows up after something breaks. I didn't call anyone, didn't text Noelle, didn't post anything. In the Army, when you take a position and it becomes untenable, you pull back to a defensible line. That's what I did. Except there was no defensible line. There was just a highway and my own breathing. I stopped at a gas station in Wytheville, bought a black coffee, sat in the truck for 20 minutes staring at the cup, trying to figure out what I'd done wrong. Went through the list. I'd sent the money. I'd bought the dress. I'd driven 7 hours. I'd shown up early. I'd been polite. I couldn't find the error in my report. The error wasn't in my report. It was in theirs. I got back on the road. Virginia turned back into North Carolina. The pine trees came back. The mountains shrank. By midnight, I was passing through Fayetteville, and by 0200, I was pulling into the barracks lot at Fort Liberty. The building was quiet. Everyone asleep or on night shift. I carried the dress bag upstairs, hung it in my closet between my Class A's and a fleece jacket, and went to bed. Monday morning, PT at 0500, briefing at 0700. My platoon had a shipment discrepancy to sort out. 40 crates of field rations marked for the wrong unit. I spent the morning fixing someone else's mistake. It felt familiar. Tuesday evening, my phone rang. Mom. Bailey, honey, something's wrong with the card. The venue is calling about the bill. $23,000. You need to sort this out. My mother's voice was doing that thing it does when she's scared but pretending to be in charge. Fast words, short breaths. Like she'd rehearsed the sentence but forgot the calm part. What card? I said. The one your father set up for the wedding expenses. I didn't set up any card, Mom. I wired $5,000 to the venue in March. That was my contribution. Silence. I could hear the kitchen clock ticking in the background, the same clock that had been on that wall since I was 9. Well, she said. Your father said you agreed to cover the reception. He said you two worked it out. We didn't work anything out. He asked for my card information. I said no. I wired the money myself. Another silence. Then her voice changed. Harder. Not her own. Gerald's, coming through her mouth like a borrowed frequency. After everything we did raising you, after everything this family has sacrificed, you can't even help with your sister's wedding? You can't uninvite someone to the wedding and invite them to the bill, Mom. She didn't have an answer for that. I heard her breathing. I heard Gerald's voice in the background, muffled. He was coaching her. She came back with the next line. Your father says this is a family matter and you need to handle it. Got it, I said. So you need me to pay, but I'm not family. I let that sit. Got it. I hung up. Then I sat on the edge of my bunk and stared at the wall for 10 minutes. The wall didn't have any answers either, but it also didn't ask me for $23,000. The next morning, I called Dawson Ridge Event Barn and asked for the owner. Hank Dawson answered on the second ring. Deep voice, polite, the kind of man who calls every woman ma'am, not because he's old-fashioned, but because his mother raised him right. Mr. Dawson, my name is Bailey Atwood. I'm calling about a contract under my name for an event held last Saturday. Yes, ma'am. I have that file right here. We've been trying to reach the contact number on file, but it goes to a different person. That would be my father. Ah? He pulled it up. I heard papers shuffling. We have the original deposit. 5,000, wire transfer, March 3rd, and then a contract extension signed on April 14th for expanded catering, open bar, floral upgrade, and a line item for property maintenance, $8,200. Property maintenance? Yes, ma'am. Kitchen countertops, roof patch, and driveway resurfacing, all listed under the same contract. At a wedding venue. The gentleman, your father, said it was related. Said you'd authorized everything over the phone. I was at Fort Liberty on April 14th. I have duty records that show I was on post. Long pause. Ma'am, I'll send you the full contract package. I think you should see the signature. He emailed it within the hour. I opened the PDF on my laptop. There was my name, Bailey R. Atwood, in handwriting that almost looked like mine. Almost. But the G in Atwood looped to the left. Mine loops to the right. My father's loops to the left. He'd learned my signature well enough to fool a venue manager. Not well enough to fool a bank. $23,000. $5,000 was my gift. $18,000 was my father's fiction. And $8,200 of that fiction was his kitchen countertops. I did what I do best. I ran it like a supply discrepancy. Step by step, document by document, no emotion in the paperwork. First call, USAA, filed a formal dispute on the unauthorized credit line. Provided my duty records showing I was on post at Fort Liberty on April 14th. Requested a handwriting comparison between my actual signature on file and the contract signature. The fraud specialist said the initial review would take 10 to 15 business days. Second call, Fort Liberty JAG office, military legal assistance. I explained the situation to a captain who'd probably heard worse but had the decency not to say so. She reviewed the contract copy I'd forwarded. Sergeant Atwood, this is textbook forgery. You can file a police report in the jurisdiction where the contract was signed. I paused. Not because I didn't understand, because I did. He's my father, I said. He's also the person who signed your name on an $18,000 contract you didn't authorize. I sat with that for a moment. The JAG officer was quiet. She'd given me the information. The decision was mine. She also mentioned that the property maintenance line item, routed through an electronic invoicing system, could constitute additional charges if pursued. That meant this wasn't just a father borrowing a daughter's name. This was a paper trail that led somewhere I didn't want it to go, but couldn't pretend it didn't exist. I didn't file the police report that day. Not out of weakness, out of strategy. In the Army, you send a warning order before the operation order. You give people a chance to correct course before you bring the full weight of the system down on them. I decided to give my family that chance. One chance. I want to stop here for a second. If you've ever been the person your family calls when the bills pile up, but never calls when the good times roll, I need you to hear this. You are not an ATM with a heartbeat. You are not a safety net that exists only when someone falls. You are a person, and you deserve a seat at the table you paid for. Stay with me. This story isn't over. Gerald called me the next evening. First time he'd dialed my number in months. No greeting. No, how are you? Just, what did you tell the bank? The truth, I said. He breathed hard into the phone. I could hear the recliner creak. He was leaning forward, which meant his back was hurting, which meant he was angry enough to ignore the pain. "You're going to ruin this family over a bill. A bill, Bailey. After everything I've done for you." "What have you done for me, Dad?" Silence. Then the pivot. Same one every time. Redirect to someone else's pain. "Your mother is having panic attacks. Your sister cries every day. The venue is threatening to send it to collections. Is that what you want?" "I want you to tell the venue that I didn't sign that contract." "You agreed to help with the wedding. You sent $5,000. "I sent $5,000 as a gift. You turned my gift into a blank check." He hung up. Within the hour, the phone calls started. Not from Gerald. From everyone Gerald had called first. Aunt Denise. "How could you do this to Noelle?" A cousin I hadn't spoken to since 2019. "Your parents sacrificed everything for you." Uncle Carl, who at least sounded uncomfortable. "Bailey, can't you just work this out?" 4 messages. 4 versions of the same script. Gerald's script. He'd called them all and given them his version. Bailey is jealous. Bailey is bitter about the bridesmaid thing. Bailey makes good money and won't help her own sister. I didn't respond to any of them. I'd learned something in 14 years of service. The person who controls the narrative controls the room. Gerald had controlled the narrative for a long time, but narratives are only as strong as the facts behind them, and Gerald's facts had a forged signature. Hank Dawson sent the full contract package by email the following Monday. I opened it on my laptop in the barracks common room, sitting at the table where we usually play spades. 3 documents. The original booking confirmation with my wire transfer reference number, legitimate. The contract extension with my forged signature, fiction. And an itemized invoice for the property maintenance work, submitted by Gerald to the venue as part of the expanded services agreement. I put my phone next to the laptop. Opened my ledger. 14 years of numbers on one screen. Gerald's fabricated contract on the other. The $5,000 deposit line matched. Same reference number, same date. Everything below it was invented. The property maintenance invoice was typed on plain paper. No letterhead. Just a list. Kitchen countertops, $3,400. Roof patch, $2,800. Driveway reseal, $2,000. And at the top, an address. 114 Maple Hollow Road. That's my parents' house. My father had submitted his own home repairs as a line item on a wedding venue contract, billed to a credit line opened under his daughter's name. A daughter he wouldn't let through the door. I sat there looking at a $3,400 kitchen countertop. I thought about the number. $3,400. I'd sent more than that for his surgery copay alone. I'd sent more than that for Noelle's first semester. I'd sent more than that every single quarter for 14 years. And he couldn't be bothered to come up with his own name for the paperwork. The contract listed a client contact phone number. Gerald's cell. Not mine. The venue had been communicating with Gerald the entire time. He'd set himself up as the go-between. The same way he'd set himself up as the narrator of every family story for the last decade. The only difference was that this time he'd left a paper trail. And I was trained to follow paper trails. I waited 3 days before I did anything else. Not because I was unsure, because the decision I was about to make was the kind that doesn't have an undo button, and I wanted to be certain I was making it with my head and not my gut. I called my battle buddy from AIT, Keisha Monroe. She was a sergeant now, stationed at Fort Campbell. We'd gone through advanced individual training together, shared a barracks room for 4 months, and pulled each other through the kind of exhaustion that bonds people for life. I told her everything. She listened. Then she said, "What would you do if a subordinate forged a requisition form?" "I'd report it and let the system handle it." "So why is this different?" "Because the system is my family." "No, Bae. The system was never your family. You were theirs." That sat with me for a full minute. She was right. I filed the police report the next morning. Roanoke County Sheriff's Office. Forgery. A Class 5 felony in Virginia. I provided the forged contract, my actual signature samples from USAA, duty records proving I was at Fort Liberty on April 14th, and the property maintenance invoice listing 114 Maple Hollow Road. The deputy who took the report was professional. He didn't editorialize. He asked his questions, typed his notes, gave me a case number, and said the county attorney's office would review it. I also contacted the credit bureaus, Equifax, Experian, TransUnion, to flag the unauthorized credit line. Filing a police report against your own father isn't covered in basic training. Neither is finding out that your father billed his kitchen to your name at your sister's wedding. We were both operating outside the manual. Donna called 3 days later. Her voice was shaking, not the coached kind from before. Real fear. Bailey, your father got a call from the sheriff's office. A sheriff, Bailey. You filed a report on your own family? I filed a report on forgery. The person who committed it happens to be my father. This will destroy us. The whole town will know. Our church, the neighbors, your grandmother. He destroyed us when he signed my name on that contract. I'm just making it official. She went quiet. I could hear her breathing change, the shift from anger to the thing underneath it. Then she pulled out the card she'd been saving. Family members only at the table, Bailey. That's what your father said. And maybe he was right. Maybe a real family member wouldn't call the police on her own father. She was using Gerald's words, holding them out like a borrowed weapon. She hadn't aimed it, hadn't shaped it, just picked it up, and hoped the weight would be enough. My mother used to suture wounds for a living. Now she was opening them with someone else's instruments. Mom, I said, I'm not calling the police on my father. I'm calling the police on the person who forged my signature on an $18,000 contract and billed his kitchen countertops to my name. If that person happens to be my father, that's his problem, not mine. She broke, started crying. I just want this to stop. Can you please just make this stop? I can stop sending money, I said. I've already started doing that. She was still crying when I hung up. I didn't enjoy it. I also didn't apologize for it. 3 days later, I got a call from Aunt Margine. Margine didn't waste time. Bailey, I've been hearing your daddy's version of this story for 2 weeks. I'd like to hear yours. So I told her. No embellishment, no editorializing. Facts. $5,000 deposit, excluded from ceremony. $23,000 bill. Forged contract. $8,200 in home repairs billed to my name through a wedding venue. Margine was quiet for a long time. Then she said, Your daddy called me last night and said you're trying to extort the family. I told him that didn't sound like the girl who paid for my hip replacement copay in 2019. I didn't know she knew about that. I'd sent the money to the hospital directly. How did you? Honey, the hospital sent me a statement showing a zero balance and a payment from a B. Atwood at Fort Liberty, North Carolina. I'm retired, not blind. Margine was my mother's younger sister, 63, former school principal, 31 years at Boone County Elementary. She was the kind of woman who could quiet a cafeteria of 200 children with one look and a raised eyebrow. She did not suffer nonsense. Here's why I'm calling, she said. Gerald is setting up a family meeting this Sunday at your grandmother's house. He wants everyone there to quote-unquote set the record straight. He thinks he's got this under control because Donna and Noelle are backing his version. And you're calling me because? Because I think you should be there, with your records. All of them. That's a 7-hour drive, Aunt Margine. I know it is. But some drives are worth making. Especially when the person who's been writing the story isn't the one who lived it. I said I'd think about it. I thought about it for approximately 45 seconds. Then I started packing. Here's what I've learned from 14 years of logistics. Every system has a breaking point, and every system that breaks was already cracked. It just needed someone to stop patching it. If you've been patching your family's cracks with your own hands and your own paycheck, ask yourself, who patches yours? Keep watching. The meeting is coming. I requested a weekend pass, packed a manila folder. Not the dress bag, not a peace offering, a folder. Inside, the original $5,000 wire transfer receipt, The forged contract with Gerald's Looping G, the itemized property maintenance invoice listing 114 Maple Hollow Road, screenshots of my phone ledger, 14 years, $127,400. My duty records for April 14th. The police report case number. I wore civilian clothes, khakis and a button-down. No uniform, no rank, no insignia. I wasn't going as a sergeant. I was going as a daughter. The daughter they said wasn't family. Same Tacoma. Same I-81. Different mission. Before I left, I called Hank Dawson at the venue. Mr. Dawson, if my family contacts you, would you be able to confirm that my father came alone to sign that contract extension? Ma'am, I'll confirm whatever is true. He came alone. I was there. And I should tell you, I have security camera footage from that day. Shows him at the front desk signing the papers. Just him. Thank you, Mr. Dawson. I may not need it, but it's good to know it exists. Ma'am, I've been running this venue for 12 years. I've seen a lot of family drama walk through those doors, but I've never had someone forge a signature on one of my contracts. I want this sorted as much as you do. I hung up and pulled onto the highway. 7 hours south to north. The folder sat on the passenger seat where the dress bag used to hang. Some trips you take because you want to. Some you take because you have to. This one I took because it was time to stop driving back and forth and start arriving somewhere. Grandmother Vivian's house is a craftsman bungalow on Chestnut Street. Green shutters, a porch swing that hasn't swung right since 1998, and a kitchen table that seats 8 if everybody scoots. I've eaten Thanksgiving dinner at that table. I've sat through funeral receptions at that table. I've watched my grandmother balance a checkbook at that table with a pencil that she sharpened with a pocket knife. Vivian Atwood is 82 years old. She was a county clerk for 40 years. Filed deeds, birth certificates, property transfers, marriage licenses. She knows what a real signature looks like the way a mechanic knows what a clean engine sounds like. You don't explain it to her. She just knows. When I pulled up, Gerald's truck was already in the driveway. Donna's sedan, the one I'd put $8,500 toward, was behind it. Noelle's Civic was at the curb. Margine's SUV was parked across the street. I walked in through the kitchen door. Margine was by the window, arms folded, watching the room like she was supervising recess. Gerald sat at the head of the table in a flannel shirt, jaw tight, hands flat on the surface like he was holding it down. Donna was beside him, both hands wrapped around a coffee mug she wasn't drinking from. Noelle was in the corner chair, arms crossed, eyes red. She'd been crying before I arrived. Uncle Carl sat on the couch with Aunt Denise. He nodded at me. Denise looked at the floor. Gerald spoke first. Good. You're here. Let's settle this. Bailey has been spreading lies about me to the police and the bank. I need everyone to hear the truth. I sat down. Placed the manila folder on the table. Didn't open it. Grandmother Vivian, from the end of the table. Gerald, let your daughter sit down before you start testifying. Gerald stood up. He always stood when he wanted to be in charge, as if the extra height made the words heavier. He paced behind his chair, one hand on the backrest, the other gesturing. Here's what happened. Bailey agreed to help with the wedding. She sent $5,000. That was the start, not the finish. We discussed the rest over the phone. She told me to handle the details. I handled the details. He looked around the room, making eye contact with each person, building his case the way he used to frame a wall, one stud at a time. Now she's trying to get out of paying because she's upset about the bridesmaid situation. That's all this is. Hurt feelings. He turned to Donna. Right, Donna. We talked about this. Donna nodded. Her grip on the coffee mug tightened. That's right. Gerald picked up speed. And instead of talking to me, instead of coming to her own father like an adult, she filed a police report. A police report. Against her own family. Over a misunderstanding. He stopped pacing, squared up to the room. I want everyone here to ask Bailey to drop the report. And to pay what she owes. $23,000. That's the number. Grandmother Vivian took off her reading glasses, folded them, set them on the table. $23,000 is a lot of money, Gerald. It was a wedding, Mama. Catering, flowers, the bar, reception expenses. All of it? Yes. Vivian put her glasses back on. She looked at me. I looked at the folder on the table. Gerald had just told a room full of family members that $23,000 went entirely to his daughter's wedding. He hadn't mentioned the countertops, or the roof, or the driveway. He was about to wish he had. May I? I said it quietly. No sarcasm, no edge, just 2 words and a hand on the folder. Nobody objected. I opened it. Document 1. I slid the first page to the center of the table where Vivian could reach it. This is a wire transfer receipt from USAA, dated March 3rd. $5,000, sent directly from my account to Dawson Ridge Event Barn. This was my gift to Noelle, the only payment I authorized. Vivian picked it up. Read it. Nodded. Set it down. Document 2. I placed the contract extension beside it. This is a contract extension for Dawson Ridge, dated April 14th. It adds $18,000 in charges, expanded catering, open bar, floral upgrade, and a line item I'll get to in a moment, signed Bailey R. Atwood. I reached into the folder and pulled out a second sheet, my actual signature, printed from my USAA account profile. I placed them side by side. This is my real signature, and this is the one on the contract. Look at the capital A in Atwood. Vivian pulled her reading glasses down to the tip of her nose. She leaned forward, looked at one signature, then the other. Then she looked at Gerald. Gerald, she said, this A loops to the left, Bailey's loops to the right. I filed signatures for 40 years. Gerald's mouth opened, closed, opened again. She authorized it over the phone. Mr. Dawson, the venue owner, has confirmed that you came alone to sign this contract, I said. I was at Fort Liberty on April 14th. Here are my duty records. Third document on the table. The kitchen was silent except for the ticking of the wall clock. Same clock, same tick, different story. There's one more document. I placed the itemized invoice in the center of the table. This is the property maintenance line item from the contract extension, $8,200. I read it aloud. Kitchen countertops, $3,400. Roof patch, $2,800. Driveway reseal, $2,000. I paused. Let the numbers sit. The address on this invoice is 114 Maple Hollow Road. I didn't need to say whose house that was. Everyone in the room knew. Uncle Carl said it anyway. That's your house, Gerald. Gerald's face changed. The performance was over. The pacing, the gestures, the rehearsed confidence. All of it collapsed like a scaffold with a bad footing. I was going to pay her back, he said. His voice was smaller now. It was temporary. The house needed work and I didn't have... He stopped. Because the next word was money. And Gerald Atwood could not say that word in this kitchen, in front of his mother, in front of his brother-in-law, in front of the daughter whose money he'd been spending for 14 years while telling everyone God provided. Noelle looked up. Her voice was thin. Dad, is that true? He didn't answer her. He looked at the table, at the documents, at the signature that looped the wrong way. Grandmother Vivian said one sentence. Gerald, sit down. He sat. His hands were shaking. Not from anger now. From the thing that comes after anger when there's nothing left to be angry about except yourself. Margin hadn't moved from the window. She'd been watching the whole time. Now she spoke for the first time. Bailey, how much have you sent home over the years? Total. I knew the number, but I opened my phone anyway, pulled up the ledger, held the screen so everyone could see it. Noelle stood up. Her chair scraped against the linoleum. She was shaking. Hands, voice, chin. All of it. Bailey, I didn't know about the contract. I didn't know about the house repairs, I swear. Did you know I wasn't allowed at the ceremony? She couldn't look at me. Dad said, he said you'd cause drama, that you'd make it about yourself. He said keeping it small was better for everyone. 80 guests, Noel. You had 80 guests and a live stream link for me. I know. I know that's wrong. I should have said something. I know that now. You should have said something at the door. When I was standing there in a dress I bought for your wedding. And our father told me I wasn't welcome. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. I'm sorry, Bailey. I am so sorry. I heard it. I believed she meant it. But meaning something and doing something are different verbs. Thank you for saying that, I said. But an apology doesn't change the contract. And it doesn't change the fact that you chose to believe I'd cause drama over believing I deserved a chair. She flinched. Not because I was cruel. Because I was accurate. Noelle sat back down. Then she said something I wasn't expecting. I saw the bill. The $23,000. It was on a statement on the kitchen counter. I asked Dad about it and he said you offered to cover it. She looked at her hands. I didn't question it. Because it was easier not to. Complicity through convenience. She didn't forge anything. She didn't lie to anyone. She just didn't look too hard at something that benefited her. And in a family like ours, that was enough. Gerald erupted. He was out of the chair before Vivian could stop him. Enough! The word bounced off the kitchen cabinets. You want to sit here and act like some kind of victim? You left this family, Bailey. You left. At 18 years old, you put on a uniform and you walked out that door and you never looked back. I looked back every month, I said. For $127,400. Money. He slammed his palm on the table. The coffee mug jumped. Donna flinched. That's all it is to you. Money. We raised you. We gave you a home. We gave you a name. And this is how you repay us? Filing police reports? Humiliating me in front of my own mother? Grandmother Vivian's voice cut through the room like a blade through balsa wood. Gerald Atwood, you are humiliating yourself. He froze. His mother's voice, the one authority that predated everything, the one chain of command he couldn't override with volume. He stood there breathing hard. Then he turned to me. The anger was gone. What replaced it was worse. Desperation. Drop the report, he said. Quiet now. Almost pleading. Drop it and we'll figure this out. I'll pay you back. I'll find a way. The room waited. I looked at my father. I saw the man who taught me to sand with the grain. I saw the man who fell 12 feet and lost the only version of himself he respected. I saw the man who billed his kitchen countertops to the daughter he wouldn't let through the door. All three men were real. All three were standing in front of me. And all three were waiting for me to say the same thing I always said. I didn't answer Gerald right away. I turned to the room instead. I held up my phone, the ledger, and I read from it. Not every entry, not dramatically, just the ones that mattered. September 2014, $2,000. Dad's surgery copay. Nobody moved. March 2016, $8,500. Mom's car down payment. Donna's hand tightened on the mug. August 2018 through May 2020, $6,200 per semester. Noelle's tuition gap. 3 semesters. Noelle closed her eyes. January 2022, $4,000. Furnace replacement. Uncle Carl rubbed his forehead. March 2026, $5,000. Venue deposit for the wedding I wasn't allowed to attend. I lowered the phone. $127,400. Over 14 years. That's not a gift. That's not a loan. That's a person who showed up. Every single month. The room was the quietest it had ever been. Not church quiet. Not sleeping quiet. The kind of quiet that happens when a group of people simultaneously realizes they've been looking at a picture upside down and they've just been handed the right way up. I never asked for a thank you, I said. I never asked for credit. I never asked anyone to say my name at Thanksgiving or put me in a bridesmaid dress or give me a seat of honor. I just wanted a chair at the wedding. One chair. And you told me I wasn't family. My voice didn't rise. It hadn't risen all night. Gerald's had been climbing since he stood up. The contrast wasn't planned. It just happened. The way it always happens when one person has the truth and the other person has volume. In the silence after the numbers, my mother spoke. Not to the room. To me. I knew. Her voice was raw, stripped of the coaching, the rehearsal, the smoothing over. Just Donna. Just the woman she used to be before she traded her nursing scrubs for Gerald's script. I knew about the contract. I knew he signed your name. I knew about the house repairs. She set down the coffee mug. Her hands were trembling. I didn't stop him because I didn't know how to live in that house if I did. Margaine started to speak. Donna held up one hand. Let me finish. She turned back to me. Her eyes were wet, but she wasn't performing. I'd seen my mother perform for years. This wasn't that. When you joined the army, I told everyone you were strong, that you could handle anything. And I believed it. I needed to believe it. Because if you were strong, then what your father was doing, what I was letting him do, wasn't that bad. She swallowed. You could take it. She's strong. She can handle it. I said that so many times it stopped being about you and started being about me, about what I could live with. She looked at me. Really looked. But you shouldn't have had to handle it. Any of it. And I'm sorry. Not for your father. That's his. I'm sorry for me. For every time I told people you were fine when I should have told them I wasn't. I looked at my mother. The nurse who used to suture wounds. The woman who stopped suturing and started inflicting. Thank you for being honest, Mom, I said. That might be the first honest thing you've said to me in 8 years. It wasn't forgiveness. It was acknowledgement. And for now, that was as far as I could go. I stood up. Not fast. Not dramatic. The way you stand when the briefing is over and it's time to move. I'm not going to drop the police report. Gerald shifted in his chair. Grandmother Vivian raised one hand, palm flat, without looking at him. He stopped. The bank will complete their investigation, I said. When they determine that the signature is forged, and they will, the unauthorized charges will be reversed. The venue will need to collect the remaining balance from the person who actually authorized the work. That's you, Dad. I paused. Gave that a moment to land. The police report stays on file. Whether the county pursues charges is their decision. Not mine, and not yours. I looked around the table. Uncle Carl, Aunt Denise, Margin by the window, Noelle in the corner, Donna with her empty mug, Gerald with his head starting to bow. As for the money I've sent home over the years, I don't want it back. I sent it because I thought I was helping my family. And I was. I was helping a family that didn't consider me part of it. I closed the folder. You said family members only. You said it at the venue, and Mom said it on the phone, and this whole family has been living by that rule for years without ever questioning who decided it. So here's my new rule. Family members only. And from now on, that means me. Just me. Taking care of myself. The way I should have started a long time ago. I picked up the folder. I walked toward the door. Gerald said my name. One word. Bailey. I stopped. I didn't turn around. Got it. This time it didn't mean I understand and I'll comply. It meant I hear you. And I'm done. I had my hand on the screen door when Grandmother Vivian spoke. Bailey. I turned. She was sitting at the end of the table with her hands folded the way she'd folded them over 40 years of deeds and certificates. She didn't say, I'm sorry. She didn't say you were right. She said, you drive safe. That was it. From the woman who'd spent her career verifying that names belonged to the people who signed them. She didn't need to say more. Drive safe meant, I see what happened here. I see who you are, and you're the one leaving this room with your name intact. I nodded, walked out. Margine followed me to the truck. The parking lot was dark, crickets filling the summer air the way they do in Virginia, when the day finally lets go. She leaned against the tailgate while I unlocked the door. You know your daddy won't learn from this, she said. I know. But everyone in that room will remember what you showed them tonight. Carl hasn't looked at Gerald that way since the man forgot to pay back the money he borrowed for the tractor in 2011. And Denise has a big mouth. God love her. That story's going to travel. That's not why I came. I know it isn't. But it's what'll happen. She straightened up, squeezed my arm. Your mother's going to need help. Real help. Not Gerald's version of help. That's not my job anymore, Aunt Margine. No, she said. But it might be mine. She stepped back from the truck. I climbed in. Started the engine. The headlights swept across the lawn, across the porch swing, across the green shutters that needed paint. I pulled onto Chestnut Street and headed for the highway. She's strong. She can handle it. I said it to myself. And for the first time, it meant what it was supposed to mean. 3 weeks later, USAA completed their investigation. The signature was confirmed forged. $18,000 in unauthorized charges were reversed from my credit file. The fraudulent credit line was closed and flagged. Dawson Ridge Event Barn sent Gerald a revised invoice for the remaining balance, $18,000. He arranged a payment plan, $350 a month for 4 years. From his disability check, the Roanoke County District Attorney's Office reviewed the case. They declined to prosecute. Gerald had no prior record. The financial harm had been reversed through the civil process, and the complaining witness was his own daughter, which made jury sympathy unpredictable. The assistant DA told me over the phone that these cases rarely survive trial when the family relationship muddies intent. I understood. I hadn't filed the report expecting a conviction. I'd filed it to create a record, and that record stays on file. If Gerald ever signs someone else's name to anything again, that file will be the first thing they read. Noelle sent me a letter 3 weeks after the meeting. Not a text, not an email. A handwritten letter on stationery with little blue flowers in the corner, the kind you buy at a drugstore when you don't know what else to do. I'm sorry I let him decide who you were. I should have opened that door myself. I read it at my desk in the supply office, folded it, put it in the drawer with my promotion study materials. I didn't write back. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I hadn't decided. Donna started calling Margine more often, weekly, then twice a week. Margine told me this in a brief text. Your mama's talking to me regular now. Not about you, about her. I didn't ask for details. Some doors aren't mine to open. Back at Fort Liberty. PT at 0500. Briefing at 0700. The rhythm of a life I chose. Not inherited, not endured, chosen. I opened my banking app one morning after PT and made 2 changes. First, I canceled the monthly auto transfer to my parents' account. The one that had been running for 14 years. 87 cents per word in the ledger, if you did the math. I didn't do the math. Second, I set up a new auto transfer. Same amount, same date, same discipline, different recipient, my own savings account. It felt strange for about a week. Then it felt correct. The navy dress still hangs in my closet at the barracks. Between my Class A uniform and a fleece jacket I wear on cold weather runs, I didn't throw it away. Didn't donate it. Didn't cut it up for some symbolic gesture. Some things don't need a dramatic ending. They just need a hanger and a closed door. I got my promotion board date in September. Started studying for it. Leadership doctrine, Army regulations, situational exercises. For the first time in 14 years, every dollar I earned and every hour I spent was mine. Not a tithe to a family that called it a gift when it arrived, and an obligation when it stopped. Mine. I didn't cut off my family entirely. If they call, I pick up. If they ask for money, I say no. If they ask how I'm doing, I tell them. The difference between who I was and who I am now is one word. No. I finally learned to say it without feeling like I was leaving someone behind. I drove I-81 one more time that summer. Not for a wedding, not for a bill, not for a meeting with a manila folder. Margin invited me to grandmother Vivian's 83rd birthday. A Sunday lunch. Just Margin, Vivian, and me. 7 hours. Windows down. No dress bag, no folder on the passenger seat. just a birthday card and a peach cobbler I'd baked in the barracks kitchen. The recipe from the back of a can of condensed milk, the kind that turns out perfect if you don't overthink it. Vivian hugged me at the door. Margine set 3 plates at the kitchen table. Nobody mentioned Gerald or Donna or $23,000 or a contract with the wrong signature. We ate cobbler and drank sweet tea, and Vivian told me about the time she filed a property deed for a man who couldn't spell his own name. I told him, Mr. Hodges, your name is your name. Don't let anyone else write it for you. She looked at me when she said it. I drove back to Fort Liberty that night. 7 hours. The mountains were dark against a sky full of stars. The road was mine. If someone tells you that you're not family while cashing your checks, believe the first part, because the second part was never about love. It was about access. That's my story. 7 hours each way, 1 forged signature, and a manila folder that held more truth than 14 years of being taken for granted. If this story reminded you that your name is yours, that nobody gets to sign it but you, do me a favor. Share this video with someone who needs to hear it. Thank you for being here. Drop a comment, hit subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. My name is Sienna Avery, and I was 34 the Thanksgiving my whole family let my table go cold. I had set 8 places, pressed linen, hand-lettered name cards, my mother's good gravy boat that I'd bought a twin of just to feel close to her. My parents never came. My brother texted an excuse. My sister posted a photo of the dinner she was hosting instead, and one by one the chairs stayed empty while the candles burned down to stubs. So I sat at the head of a table built for a family and ate alone, crying into food nobody else would taste. Then my grandfather walked in out of the snow and pressed an old envelope into my hand. I thought being left at that table was the cruelest thing they could do to me. I was wrong. By the time the snow melted, 3 of them would wish I had never opened it. Welcome back to Calm Drama Stories, where quiet women face loud families and let the truth do the shouting. If a story has ever made you set a boundary you'd been putting off for years, you're in the right place. Drop a comment and be sure to subscribe. I had been up since 6 that morning, because that is what I do when I am frightened. I cook. I balance. I make things so correct that no one can find a reason to leave. I am a CPA in Omaha, and November is my season of dead people's money, of estates and trusts and grieving families who suddenly need every receipt their mother ever kept. So I know better than most how a number can lie, and how it can tell the truth louder than any voice in the room. This was the first year I had a house big enough and a salary steady enough to host them all. I wanted it to be perfect. I told myself it was generosity. It was closer to a plea. For 32 years I had tried to earn a seat at the Avery table by being useful, by being excellent, by being the one who never asked for anything and always brought the pie. A perfect Thanksgiving was just the grown-up version of a child's report card slid across the kitchen counter, hoping somebody would look up. I brined the turkey on Tuesday. I ironed the napkins on Wednesday. I wrote each name in my best hand, even the ones I wasn't sure would come, because hope is a stubborn accountant and it always rounds up. At 10 that morning, the house smelled like sage and butter and a future I could almost believe in. At 10:15, my phone lit up on the counter, and the first message slid across the screen, like the first crack in ice you only hear after you've already stepped on it. It started small, the way these things always do. Bradley first. Hey, something came up. Can't make it. Sorry. My brother, 33, allergic to the word no and to commitment in equal measure. Then Dana, my sister, 36. Change of plans. We'll do something another time. No apology, just the clean snip of scissors. I told myself traffic. I told myself flu. I told myself anything but the obvious. Then my phone buzzed with a photo I wasn't meant to see, tagged by mistake in a group I'd been quietly left in. It was Dana's dining room. My parents at the table, Bradley pouring wine, my niece laughing. A turkey, golden and whole, on a platter I recognized because I had given it to my mother 3 Christmases ago. They were all there. They had simply chosen a different table than mine. I called my mother, Margaret, with my hand shaking so hard I nearly dropped the phone. She answered on the fourth ring, over the sound of people I loved enjoying themselves. "Sienna," she said, "it's a busy day." I asked her, very calmly, why no one had come. There was a pause, the kind where a person decides how honest to be. "We only set one good table this year," she said. Then she hung up, because there was gravy to pass. I stood in my kitchen with 8 place settings and 1 beating heart, and I finally understood the arithmetic. They hadn't forgotten me. Forgetting would have been mercy. They had looked at the invitation, looked at each other, and decided I wasn't worth the drive. The candles guttered. The food went cold in its serving dishes, and I did the only thing left to do. I sat down at the head of my beautiful empty table and I ate. You have to understand that I had been eating alone at that family's table my whole life, even when every chair was full. I came to the Averys when I was 2. That was all I was ever told. Adopted, taken in, given a roof when I might not have had one. It was the kind of story a family repeats until it hardens into a wall. My birthdays were remembered late, if at all. I wore Dana's outgrown coats and was told to be grateful for the warmth. When report cards came home, mine got a nod, and Dana's got a celebration. And I learned to read the difference between the two like a second language. The lesson underneath was always the same, and my mother said it out loud once, the year I turned 12, when I asked why I couldn't come to the cousins' lake house. She crouched down so we'd be eye to eye, the way you do when you want a thing to land. "You were a kindness, Sienna," she said, "not a daughter." She meant it gently. That was the worst part. She believed she was being honest, even kind, telling a girl exactly where the edges of her belonging were drawn. I didn't cry. I went to my room and I studied, because somewhere in my small, bruised logic I had decided that if I could only be good enough, useful enough, undeniable enough, they would have to keep me. I made myself into a person no family could afford to lose. It is a tiring way to live. But there was one person in that house who never once made me earn my chair, and on the worst Thanksgiving of my life, he was about to come through my door. My grandfather, Walter, called me sweetheart, and he never put a price on the word. He was the one fixed point in a childhood of moving walls. Every autumn, when I was small, he'd set me on a stool in his kitchen and we would make a spiced pear pie together, his big hands over my little ones on the rolling pin. Cardamom and clove and pears so ripe they'd bruise if you looked at them wrong. I still make that pie every single year. I have never once stopped to wonder why I know the recipe by heart when no one wrote it down. It simply lived in my hands, the way some songs live in you, long after you forget who taught them. Grandpa was 80 that winter, or near enough. He'd had a fall in September, a bad one, off the back step in the first frost. After that, he got quieter, foggier, more careful with his words, like a man crossing a frozen pond who can't quite remember where the thin spots are. My mother had stepped in to handle his affairs, as she put it, and I'd been glad, honestly. Glad someone was looking after him. I didn't ask questions. I was busy being the family's reliable nothing, the daughter-shaped helper who showed up for tax season and funerals, and never for Christmas. So when I think back to that Thanksgiving, I think first of the pie cooling on my counter, untouched. A recipe I couldn't explain in a house no one would come to. I didn't know yet that the recipe wasn't Grandpa's to give. I didn't know whose hands it had really come from. That was sitting in his coat pocket, folded into thirds, waiting in the snow. The doorbell rang at 6, long after the candles had drowned. I almost didn't answer. I thought it might be Dana, come to gloat or to apologize, and I had no appetite left for either. But through the glass I saw a hunched shape dusted white, and I pulled the door open to find my grandfather standing on my step. No hat, snow melting in his thin hair, breathing like the walk from the car had cost him something. "They told me you weren't doing dinner this year," he said. "Then I saw the cards on your mother's table, 8 of them, and only 7 chairs full at Dana's. He had counted. He had done the math an old, foggy mind shouldn't have managed, and the answer had been me, alone. I got him inside, into the warm, into a chair. His hands were trembling, and not only from the cold. "Sienna," he said, "they keep bringing me papers to sign. I sign them. I don't always know what they say anymore." Then he reached into his coat and took out an envelope, soft and yellowed at the corners, the kind that has been carried a long time. He set it in my palm and closed my fingers over it with both of his hands. "I should have given you this years ago," he said. "Caroline made me promise, and I'm an old coward who kept the promise to everyone but you." I had no idea who Caroline was. The name meant nothing to me, and somehow it meant everything. The way a word in a language you've forgotten can still raise the hair on your arms. If you have ever sat with an older person who signs papers they don't understand, you already feel the cold I felt then. Stay with me. Comment, subscribe. It helps these stories reach the people who need them. My hands knew before I did. They opened that envelope the way you peel a bandage. Slow, braced for what's underneath. 3 things slid into my lap. A photograph, soft as cloth from handling. A folded letter, the paper gone the color of weak tea. And a document with a state seal. Official, creased into quarters. I unfolded the document first, because numbers and forms are where I live, and a form will tell you the truth a face won't. It was a birth certificate. The original, the long kind, the one hospitals fill out before the world gets a chance to revise it. My birth date. My weight, 6 pounds, 4 ounces, on a winter morning 34 years gone. And there, on the line marked Mother, a name typed in the flat letters of an old machine, Caroline Avery, not adopted from a stranger, not taken in out of charity from some unknown girl in trouble. Avery. The name was already mine before anyone decided to lend it to me. The line marked father was blank. The line marked mother was not. I looked up at my grandfather, and he was watching me the way you watch someone walk across that frozen pond, hoping, praying, that the ice will hold. "Grandpa," I said, and my voice came out very small, the voice of the girl on the stool with flour on her nose. "Who is Caroline?" He took a long breath, the kind that has 34 years inside it. And he told me. "Caroline was my daughter," he said. "My youngest. Your mother." The words went into me slowly, the way cold water finds you, ankle, then knee, then heart. Caroline, Raymond's little sister. The aunt no one had ever once mentioned in 32 years of Sunday dinners, of photo albums I'd flipped through looking for a face that looked like mine. She had been 26. There was black ice on Highway 75 the February I was almost 2, and a truck that couldn't stop. And after that, there was just a baby and a grave, and a family that decided the simplest thing was silence. "She was driving back to us," Grandpa said. "Coming home. You were asleep in the back. You didn't have a scratch on you." He reached out and took my hand, turned it over in his, traced the lines of my palm with a thumb gone soft and spotted with age. "You have her hands," he said. "I've watched you roll out that pie crust every fall for 30 years and seen Caroline standing right there. That's her recipe, sweetheart. Not mine. I just kept teaching it so a piece of her would stay in this family even after they scrubbed her name off everything." I sat very still. All my life I had been told I was a kindness, a guest, a girl with no claim, lucky to be let in the door. And here was a yellowed page from the state of Nebraska telling me I had been an Avery before I drew my first breath. Not taken in, brought home. The grief of it and the fury of it arrived together, twins, holding hands. But it was what he said next that turned the grief into something colder, something with edges, something I could use. "Why?" I asked. "Why would anyone keep this from me?" Grandpa's jaw worked, like the answer tasted bad. "After Caroline died, somebody had to take you," he said. "I was a widower, too old already. Raymond was her brother, the natural choice. But Margaret had just lost a baby of her own that winter, her third. The house was tight. Money was tighter. And here came a child that wasn't hers, with a dead girl's face. He stopped gathering it. She agreed to raise you, on one condition, that nobody ever told you whose you really were. She didn't want a ghost at her table. She wanted you to be grateful, not connected. And Raymond, God help him, he wanted peace more than he wanted to do right by his own sister's child. So they made you a story instead of a daughter. The kindness, the charity case. Every cruel, small thing fell into place at once. The late birthdays, the hand-me-down coats, the careful, constant reminding that I was lucky to be there. It was never thoughtlessness. It was maintenance. They had spent 32 years keeping a wall in good repair, because the truth on the other side of it would have made me one of them by blood, with all the claims that blood carries. A daughter could expect things. A kindness could only say, "Thank you." I looked at the birth certificate in my lap, at my mother's name on a line no one had wanted me to read, and I felt the last childish hope I'd been carrying finally set down its bags and leave. They were never going to choose me. They had decided that before I could walk. The only question left was what I was going to do about it. I unfolded the letter last, because some doors you open only when you're ready to walk through them. The handwriting was young, looping, sure of itself in the way of a person who hasn't yet learned how much can be lost. "My dear Sienna," it began, and I had to stop and breathe, because no one in that family had ever started a sentence to me with the word dear. She wrote it before she died, on a night she couldn't sleep, the way new mothers don't. She wrote about my fists, how they grabbed her finger and wouldn't let go. She wrote that I had a stubborn chin and that she hoped I'd use it. She wrote that she was scared. A single mother at 25 with no ring and a family that loved her and judged her in the same breath. And she wrote a sentence I would carry into every room I walked into for the rest of my life. "Whatever happens," she wrote, "please make sure she knows she was never a burden to me. She was the best thing I ever did." I heard my own voice in the cadence of her sentences. I heard the dry little jokes I make when I'm nervous. 34 years I had wondered why I never fit the Avery mold, why I was all sharp edges and quiet stubbornness in a family of soft, agreeable liars. Here was the answer in a dead woman's handwriting. I wasn't a poor copy of them. I was a faithful copy of her. And she had asked one thing of the people who took me. She'd asked them to do right by me. I sat with that letter in my lap and thought, very clearly, for the first time. Has anyone ever done right by me at all? Grandpa shifted in his chair, and I watched the present crowd back in on him, the fog rolling over the clear patch he'd fought so hard to reach. "There's something else," he said, "something I need your help with, and you're the only one I trust with numbers." Since the fall, he told me, my mother had taken over everything. The mail came to her house now. The bank statements stopped coming to him at all. He signed what she put in front of him because his hand still knew how even when his mind had gone soft, and because questioning Margaret had always cost more than it was worth. "My accounts feel lighter, Sienna," he said. "I can't explain it better than that. Like a coat with the lining torn out. And last week Raymond asked me to sign a paper about the house. My house. The one Caroline grew up in." Something in me went very still and very awake at the same time. It is a particular feeling, the one I get when a client slides a shoebox of receipts across my desk and I can already smell the fraud before I've opened the lid. I am good at exactly one thing in this world, and it is reading what money has been doing when no one was watching. I did not say any of this to Grandpa. I did not accuse anyone, or promise revenge, or raise my voice. He'd had enough loud people in his life. I just took his cold hands in my warm ones, my mother's hands, and I said, "Grandpa, will you let me look? Just look. At the statements, the papers, all of it." Relief broke over his face like a thaw. "I was hoping you'd ask," he said. And just like that, my grief had a job to do. Here is what people like my mother never understand about people like me. They fight with volume. They fight with shame, with seating charts, with who gets invited and who eats alone. They win by making you feel small in front of everyone you wanted to love you. I don't fight that way. I never learned how, and by the time I was grown, I no longer wanted to. My whole childhood had been a master class in how useless a raised voice is against a family that's already decided who you are. So I put my faith somewhere quieter and harder to argue with. I put it in paper, in dates, in the slow, patient, unanswerable language of a ledger that does not care how charming you are or how good your gravy is. Margaret had her weapons, the lies and the public humiliations, the careful work of making me a stranger at my own blood's table. I had mine, documents, process, the exact boring, devastating truth of where 80 years of one man's money had gone and at whose hand. I don't raise my voice at numbers. I just read them out loud until everyone in the room has to hear what they say. That night, after I'd tucked a quilt around my grandfather on my own couch and watched him fall asleep mid-sentence, safe, warm, fed, I sat down at my kitchen table, the one nobody had come to, and I opened my laptop. 8 cold place settings still circled me like a jury. I cleared a space among them, and I started, the way I start every case that matters, with a single empty spreadsheet and a question I already half knew the answer to. Grandpa had signed a durable power of attorney in March, 6 weeks after the fall, naming Margaret as his agent. On its own, that's nothing. Families do it every day, and most of them mean well. But a power of attorney is a loaded thing in the wrong hands, a key to a house with no one home, and the law in Nebraska expects the person holding it to act only for the old man's benefit, never their own. So I followed the money the way you follow footprints in fresh snow, one careful step at a time. What I found did not look like care, it looked like a harvest. Starting in April, money had begun leaving Grandpa's accounts in steady, deliberate amounts. 12,000 to Dana in May, tagged in the memo line as a loan. 9,000 to Bradley in June, another loan. Though I could find no note, no schedule, no sign anyone intended to pay a dime back. A new car, a roof, a home improvement on a house that wasn't Grandpa's. And worst, the account he'd set aside years ago and labeled in his own shaky hand, for my care, the one meant to keep him in his own home with help as he aged, had been drained to almost nothing by autumn. Then I found the drafts. A new will, half finished, sitting in my mother's email as an attachment, cutting the small bequests Grandpa had made to old friends and to his church, folding everything to Dana and Bradley. And a purchase agreement, unsigned but dated, for the sale of his house. Caroline's house. They weren't just spending him down. They were dismantling him while he was still alive to watch. And they were doing it fast. Like people who had heard a clock start ticking. They had. They just didn't know yet that the clock was me. I read Caroline's letter again that night. All the way through this time, slowly. The spreadsheet glowing beside it like two halves of the same accusation. She had written more than I'd taken in at first. Near the end, in handwriting that had started to slant with tiredness, she wrote about money. "I've put aside a little for her," she wrote. "Not much. I clean houses and I save what I can. Daddy is holding it for me until she's grown, so she'll never have to feel like anyone's charity, so she can stand on her own 2 feet. Tell her it came from me. Tell her I was working." There it was, in a dead woman's hand. A fund. A small, honest, scraped-together fund, started by a single mother on a housekeeper's wages so that her daughter would never once have to feel the thing they'd spent my whole life making me feel. And folded inside her letter, on a separate scrap, was my grandfather's own note, dated years ago, in the firm script of a younger man. Caroline's money for Sienna, plus what I've added, kept in the family account, to be given when she's ready. I understood then exactly what account they had drained to nothing, not just an old man's savings. My mother's last gift to me, the one thing she'd left so I'd never feel like a kindness. They had spent it on a car for Dana and a roof for Bradley. The letter was the concrete thing I would hold in my mind for everything that came after, heavier than any number on any screen. Margaret had called me a kindness. The woman who actually bore me had spent her short life making sure I'd never have to be one, and the difference between those two women was the whole story. I folded the letter, smoothed it flat, and put it where I keep the documents I will not lose. Then I picked up the phone to find a lawyer. I want to be honest about what I did not do, because it matters. I did not hide a recorder under the Thanksgiving turkey. I did not bait my mother into saying something ugly on the phone so I could play it back. That isn't strength, it's theater. And theater is what my family was good at, not me. Instead, I did the unglamorous thing. I made an appointment. Her name was Joan Peterson, an elder law attorney downtown with reading glasses pushed up into gray hair and a way of listening that made me feel, for once, like the sane person in the story. I laid it out for her the way I'd lay out a case file. The power of attorney, the transfers, the drained care account, my mother's fund inside it, the half-built will, the pending sale of the house. Joan didn't gasp. People in her line of work don't. She just made notes and asked the questions that mattered. Under Nebraska's provisions on elder financial exploitation, she said, what you're describing may rise well past poor judgment. Misusing a power of attorney for personal gain can be a breach of fiduciary duty, and depending on what the records show, it could support more than that. She was careful with her words, the way good lawyers are, full of may and could and pending, never promising me a verdict, only a path. We could petition the court for a formal accounting. We could ask to suspend the power of attorney while a judge looked. We could report a suspected case to Adult Protective Services. None of it was fast. None of it was certain. All of it was real, and built of paper, and impossible to charm or shout away. It's a long road, Joan warned me. I told her I'd been walking longer ones since I was 2. They found out I was looking before I wanted them to. Of course they did. Banks called to confirm things, and a teller mentioned to my mother that her daughter, the accountant, had been asking how to request statement histories. Margaret called me that evening, and her voice had lost all its Thanksgiving sugar. I hear you've been poking around your grandfather's accounts, she said. I don't know what you think you're doing, but you need to stay out of family business. I held the phone away from my ear for a moment and breathed. He asked me to look, I said. Since when do you take his calls? You couldn't be bothered to set him a place at dinner. She laughed, short and sharp. He's confused, Sienna. He doesn't know what he's asking for. And neither do you. Then she said the thing she always reached for when she wanted to put me back in my box. This is between his children. You were never really one of us, and you know it. Once that sentence would have ended me. I would have apologized, retreated, gone back to earning my chair with casseroles and silence. Not anymore. I had a birth certificate in a drawer that said otherwise, and a letter from a woman who'd loved me before any of them ever decided not to. You're right, I said, calm as a closing entry. I was never one of you. I'm something you should have been a lot more careful about. And I hung up first, which I had never once done in my life. If you've ever been told you weren't really family by the very people who needed you to believe it, I see you. Stay for what comes next. Send this to someone caring for an aging parent. Comment, subscribe. It's how the right people find these. For the next 2 weeks, I did what I am built to do. I built a record. With Grandpa's clear written consent, given on one of his good mornings with Joan present as a witness, we requested the full histories on every account. We moved to revoke the power of attorney properly, through the right channels, so that no one could later say I had snatched it in the dark. I built a timeline in a spreadsheet that grew until it had its own gravity. Date, amount, account, recipient, memo, my note. Every transfer that left Grandpa's account since March sat in a row, lined up, undeniable, a parade of small thefts dressed as loans. My whole life, people had treated my over-responsibility like a flaw. Too careful. Too much. Can't you ever just let something go, Sienna? But the thing they'd mocked in me turned out to be the exact tool the moment required. I am the woman who keeps every receipt. I am the woman who reads the fine print at the bottom of the page that everyone else signs blind. Margaret had counted on the family's habit of looking away. She had not counted on the one member they'd shoved to the edge being a professional at looking closely. Numbers don't gossip. They don't take sides at Thanksgiving. They just remember, with a patience that outlasts any lie, exactly what was done and when. By the end of those 2 weeks, I had a binder. Tabbed, dated, cross-referenced, the kind of thing I usually hand to a grieving widow so she can sleep again. Except this time, the estate being plundered belonged to a living man who was still being asked to sign his own dismantling, and the next paper they wanted from him was the one that would sell Caroline's house. I almost felt sorry for my mother. I want to put that on the record, because it would be easy to make her a cartoon, and she wasn't one. Buried in the old family papers I'd pulled, I found the dates. The winter I came to them, Margaret had lost her third pregnancy in October. Late. The kind that has a name and a tiny gown. And in February, with the grief still raw, her husband's dead sister's baby had landed in her arms, in a house where the heat got shut off twice that year. I found a note in her hand from back then, to Raymond, that said only, "I can't grieve mine while I'm feeding hers." For a moment, sitting on my floor surrounded by the wreckage of two families, I understood her. I was a wound she'd been handed before her own had closed. There were even records of her sitting up with me through a fever that first spring, a receipt from an all-night pharmacy, her name on the line. She had not been a monster at the start. She had been a drowning woman handed an anchor and told to call it a gift. And then I turned the page, and the sympathy died the way it always died with Margaret, on contact with what she actually chose. Because understanding why a person started cold does not excuse what she did warm. She knew, by autumn, exactly what that drained account had been for. She had Caroline's letter in the same box of papers I'd just been crying over. She'd read it. And she had spent my dead mother's housekeeping savings on a luxury SUV for the daughter she did keep. You can be a victim and a thief in the same lifetime. My mother was living proof. I closed the file. The almost sympathy folded itself up small and I put it away, and I did not take it out again. I gave Raymond a chance. He was my uncle after all, the only blood relative of mine left standing who'd actually known Caroline, who'd grown up with her, who'd carried me out of a wrecked car on a highway when I was not quite two. I drove out to his place on a gray Tuesday and sat across from him at his kitchen table, and I did not bring the binder. I brought the letter. I set it in front of him and watched his face do the slow collapse of a man recognizing his sister's handwriting. "I know whose I am now," I told him quietly. "I'm not here to blow up your life. I'm here to ask you to help me protect your father. That's all. Stand with me, Raymond, and most of this never has to leave the family." For one moment I thought he might. His hand went to the letter, his eyes went wet, and the boy who'd loved his little sister flickered behind the tired face of the man who'd helped erase her. Then he slid the letter back across the table to me, untouched, like something hot. "Dad's fine," he said. "Margaret's taking good care of him. You always did make a drama out of things, Sienna. Let it go. Let it go." The family motto. The two words they'd used to bury Caroline and to keep me grateful and to look away from everything inconvenient for 34 years. I picked up my mother's letter and stood. "Okay," I said. "I'll let you go." He didn't catch the difference, but I meant every word of it. I had just stopped asking permission from the people who would never give it. From here on, I would only be asking the court. Word travels fast in a family that's circling the wagons. Within a day of leaving Raymond's, I learned that Dana had heard I'd been snooping, and Dana, unlike our mother, did not believe in patience. She believed in speed. She always had, ever since we were kids, and she'd grab the bigger slice before anyone could measure. Now she moved to push the house sale through before anything could stop it, leaning on a realtor friend, pressing Grandpa for a signature on one of his foggy afternoons. She started clearing out the smaller accounts too, the ones still within reach of the power of attorney that, on paper, my mother still held. That was the cruelty of it, the part that kept me up at night. The law moves at the speed of the law. A petition takes days to draft, longer to be heard. But a woman with a valid power of attorney and a checkbook can empty an account in an afternoon. The very thing that made my approach honest, doing it through proper channels, also made it slow, and they were sprinting through the gap. I called Joan in something close to panic. She talked me down with the flat calm of a person who has seen families do worse. "We file for emergency relief," she said. "We ask the court to freeze the house sale and suspend the power of attorney now, on the documentation you've built, while the full accounting proceeds." So that's what we did. I didn't drive over to Dana's and scream. I didn't post the receipts online for the satisfaction of watching them squirm. I sat with my lawyer until midnight assembling an emergency petition, every claim nailed to a document, every dollar traced to a date. They were fast. But the thing about fast people is that they leave a trail, and I was very, very good at reading trails. We filed on a Thursday. I remember because I wore my mother's hands all day, steady on the pen, steady on the wheel, steady when the clerk stamped the date and made it real. We did 3 things at once. The way you set 3 locks on a door you finally understand is unsafe. We reported a suspected case of elder financial exploitation to Adult Protective Services, with the binder attached, every transfer laid out in rows. We petitioned the court for a full, formal accounting of everything done under that power of attorney since March. And we asked, on an emergency basis, to suspend Margaret's authority and to halt the sale of the house until a judge could look at what I'd found. None of it was loud. There were no cameras, no confrontation, no scene for anyone to clip and share. Just paper, sliding across a counter, into a system built precisely for the moment a family fails the person it's supposed to protect. Joan warned me again that nothing was guaranteed, that the wheels would turn slowly, that the other side would have their say. I told her I understood. And then, 2 days later, the first wheel turned. The court issued a temporary order. The power of attorney was suspended pending review. The house sale was frozen. For the first time since the fall, my grandfather's money sat still, untouchable by the people who'd been bleeding it, because a judge in Douglas County had read what I'd written and decided it was worth a closer look. I sat in my car outside the courthouse, and I did not feel triumphant. I felt something quieter and far older. I felt like a daughter who had finally, 32 years late, gotten to do something for her family that her family had never once done for her. There was just one thing left undone. They didn't know yet. And Grandpa's 80th birthday was 9 days away. My mother, never one to waste a stage, had planned my grandfather's 80th birthday like a coronation. A big party at his house, the good house, Caroline's house, with the relatives and the neighbors and a few old friends from the church he'd been quietly cut out of. It was a performance, and I knew exactly what it was for. After the freeze order landed, after the lawyers and the agency started circling, Margaret needed to be seen as the devoted caregiver, the loving daughter-in-law throwing a beautiful party for the old man she adored. Optics. The same instinct that built a Thanksgiving without me was now building a birthday around appearances. I was not invited. Naturally. The mirror of that empty November table was almost funny, if you have my sense of humor, which is dry and a little bruised. They would gather again, and I would be left off the list, again. And they assumed, again, that I would do what I had always done. Stay home, eat alone, be grateful for the leftovers of their attention. But I wasn't that girl anymore. The pie had cooled, and so had I. I was going to that party. I was going to walk into Caroline's house through the front door, the way her daughter had every right to, and I was going to bring 2 things with me, a binder, and a lawyer. Margaret had told me we only set 1 good table this year. Fine. I decided I would set the record straight at hers, in front of everyone, with the calm of a woman reading a balance sheet aloud. 9 days. I spent them getting ready, not rehearsing speeches, tabbing pages. The truth doesn't need a speech. It just needs to be read in order. The night before the party, I sat at my kitchen table and assembled the binder one last time, and I watched my own hands do the work. Steady. Sure. Caroline's hands, Grandpa had said, And I believed him now. They had held a rolling pin and a fevered baby and a housekeeper's mop, and now they squared a stack of bank statements and slid them into tabbed sleeves, and there was no tremor in them at all. Tab 1, the power of attorney. Tab 2, the transfers, in order, with the memo lines that said, loan over money, no one would ever repay. Tab 3, the drained care account, and beside it a copy of Caroline's letter, so that anyone who read the binder would understand exactly whose savings had bought that SUV. Tab 4, the half-built will. Tab 5, the frozen house sale, and the court's order beside it like a closed door. When it was done, I did one more thing, the thing that surprised me most about myself. I baked the spiced pear pie, cardamom and clove and pears just past ripe, the recipe living in my hands the way it always had, except now I knew the truth of it. It wasn't a comfort I'd borrowed. It was an inheritance no one could drain, passed mother to daughter through an old man's stubborn love. I wasn't bringing it to make peace. I had no peace left to offer them. I was bringing it because I wanted something of Caroline's at that table, something warm, to sit beside all the cold paper. Her recipe and her records, her sweetness and her receipts, walking through the front door together in her daughter's steady hands. I slept 4 hours and woke up calm. The morning of the party, the snow had stopped. Caroline's house glowed when I pulled up, every window lit, cars lining the street, a paper banner over the porch that said 80 years young in my mother's careful hand. I sat for a moment with the binder on the passenger seat and the pie warm in its carrier and let myself feel the size of what I was about to do. Then I went up the walk and let myself in the front door, because a daughter doesn't knock at her own family's house. The party stopped the way a needle scratches off a record. Raymond saw me first and went pale. Bradley froze with a beer halfway to his mouth. Dana's smile curdled. And there, across the room, were the witnesses I hadn't dared hope for. Old Ruth from next door, who'd known Caroline as a girl. 2 of Grandpa's friends from the church, the very ones the new will had quietly cut out. And by the bookshelf, in a sensible coat, holding a slim leather folder and a cup of coffee like she'd been invited, Joan Peterson, my lawyer, who had agreed that a public reckoning, witnessed and documented, was worth her Saturday. My mother came at me fast across the room, hostess smile stretched thin over fury. "What are you doing here?" she hissed, low, so the guests wouldn't hear. "This is family only. You need to leave." I held my ground and my pie. I did not raise my voice. I had promised myself I wouldn't, not once, no matter what they said. And before I could answer her, before I had to, a voice cut across the whole bright, crowded room, thin and cracked, and absolutely certain. The voice of a man who had counted 8 name cards and 7 full chairs and never forgiven the difference. "Sienna stays." My grandfather had pushed himself up from his chair at the head of the room, one hand white-knuckled on the armrest, the other pointing at the seat beside him. The fog was gone from his eyes. Some mornings he came all the way back, and God had given him this one. "She stays," he said again into the silence, "and the rest of you are going to sit down and listen to what she found." Margaret laughed, that bright, brittle laugh she used to paper over cracks. "Dad, you're tired, you're confused. This is your party." "I am 80 years old," he said, "and clearer than I've been in months, and I am asking my granddaughter to tell the truth in my own house for once." Granddaughter. The word landed in the room like a dropped plate. I saw Ruth's hand go to her mouth. I saw Raymond close his eyes. I walked to the table, the long dining table set with my mother's good china, the family table I had never once been seated at as an equal, and I set the binder down on it. Not slammed. Set. The way you set down something heavy you've carried a long way. Then I baked pie beside it, and the warm smell of cardamom and clove drifted up into a room that had gone dead quiet. "Most of you don't know who I am," I said, and my voice came out level, almost gentle. "So let me start there, because it matters to everything else. I have spent my career talking to rooms full of frightened, grieving people about money, and I have learned that the calmer you are, the more they have to hear you. So I was calm. I was the calmest person in that house. My mother's name was Caroline Avery, I said. I'm not the kindness this family took in. I'm the daughter you hid. And in the last 3 weeks, with my grandfather's permission, I've been reading the records of what's been done to him since his fall. I opened the binder to the first tab. Let's start in March. I read it the way I read any case, plainly, in order, by the date. On March 11th, 6 weeks after the fall, Grandpa signed a durable power of attorney naming Margaret his agent. The law says she could only use it for his benefit. I turned the page. In May, $12,000 went to Dana. Memo line, loan. There is no loan agreement. In June, $9,000 to Bradley. Also a loan. Also no agreement. No payment. No schedule. Dana's face went from white to red. You don't know what you're... I do, actually, I said. Not louder, just steadier. And I turned another page. This is the account Grandpa set aside for his own care, so he could stay in this house with help as he got older. In April, it held $140,000. By November, it held $900. I let that sit. 900. From 140,000. I have learned that the right number, said quietly, hits harder than any accusation. It paid for a car, I said. A roof. A kitchen that isn't in this house. Now Margaret was moving toward me, and her hostess mask was gone, the fury underneath finally showing its true face in front of every guest she'd wanted to impress. How dare you, she said, and her voice cracked and climbed. How dare you come into this house and, after everything we gave you, you ungrateful little... She was shouting now, in front of Ruth, in front of the church friends, in front of the whole performance she'd built. And I was not. That was the whole inversion, the thing I'd promised myself in the car. She got louder and I stayed level, and with every decibel she rose, the room turned a little more toward me and a little more away from her, because a screaming woman and a calm one telling her about her own bank statements do not look like equals. They look like the guilty and the proven. There's more, I said when she ran out of breath. But first, you keep using a word for me. I'd like to give it back. Say what you came to say, Margaret spat, and get out of my house. It isn't your house, I said. It's his. It was Caroline's. And you've been trying to sell it out from under him. Her chin came up, and she reached, the way she always did, for the one weapon that had worked on me for 32 years. You will always be exactly what you've always been, she said. You were a kindness, Sienna. Not a daughter. The room held its breath. Once those words had been the floor falling out from under me. Now I just reached into the binder, slid out a single page, and laid it face up on the family china. The original birth certificate, the state seal, the typed flat letters. I was Caroline's daughter, I said. Her name is right there on the line. And in the only fact that matters tonight, I am the single person in this room who actually protected your father. I turned to face the guests, not the family, because the truth deserves witnesses, and witnesses were exactly what Margaret had so kindly assembled. She told me my whole life I wasn't really one of you, I said. She needed me to believe it, because a kindness can't inherit, can't object, can't ask where the money went. But a granddaughter can. Grandpa's voice came again from his chair, rough with tears. She's mine, he said simply. Caroline's girl. I held her the day she was born, and I held her the day they took Caroline away. And I have been ashamed for 34 years that I let them make her a stranger in her own family. Ruth was crying openly now. Raymond had his face in his hands, and Dana, my sister, who had set one good table without me, looked at the birth certificate on the china and then at me, and I watched the exact moment she understood that the girl she'd spent her life outranking had outranked her all along, by blood, by law, and by the simple fact of being the only honest person left standing. That was the moment my mother reached for the binder, to grab it, to scatter the pages, to turn it back into noise she could control. And that was the moment Joan Peterson stepped out from beside the bookshelf and set her coffee down. "I wouldn't," Joan said, in the mild voice of a person who has done this many times. "I'm Miss Avery's attorney. Everything in that binder is already filed." The room turned to her. "2 days ago," Joan went on, "the Douglas County Court issued a temporary order. Margaret, your power of attorney is suspended, pending a full accounting of every transaction since March. The sale of this house is frozen, and a report has been opened with Adult Protective Services regarding the use of these funds." She let it land, then added gently, "You'll all have a chance to respond. That's how it works. But as of Thursday, no one in this family can move another dollar of Walter's money without a judge watching." There it was. Not a trick. Not a recording sprung at the perfect moment. Not some secret deed falling from the sky to save the day. Just the slow, unglamorous machinery of the law, set in motion by a woman with a spreadsheet and a grievance old enough to vote. The power my mother had spent a year quietly hoarding had been turned off at the wall, and she had found out at the party she'd thrown to look devoted. Bradley sat down hard. Dana was already on her phone, calling someone, anyone. And Margaret stood in the center of her beautiful ruined party, mouth working, finding for once that there was no volume loud enough to shout down a court order. I closed the binder. I had not raised my voice once. The pie steamed gently on the table, and my grandfather, in the sudden quiet, reached out his hand to me across all of it. I took his hand. His thumb found the lines of my palm. Caroline's lines, the way it had on Thanksgiving night. And he held on. "I don't want it handled by family anymore," he said, loud enough for the room. "Any of you. I want a stranger doing my books. Somebody with no horse in this race, watching every dollar, so I can die in my own house knowing the truth's on the record." He looked at me. "Including you, sweetheart. Especially you. I won't have them saying you did this for the money." "I don't want the money, Grandpa," I said, and I meant it down to the floor. I turned and said it to the whole room, so no one could ever rewrite it later. "I'm not here for an inheritance. I don't want the house or the accounts or a single dollar of what's left. You can write me out of every will in Nebraska. I came because somebody had to stand between this man and the people robbing him, and it turned out the only one who would was the kindness you threw away." I asked the court the following week to appoint a neutral fiduciary, a professional with no stake and no name in this family, to oversee Grandpa's care and finances. I asked for nothing for myself, and the record shows it. For 34 years they had told me I had no claim on this family, so I made the only claim I ever actually wanted. Not to their money, not to their name, just the right to protect the one person who'd loved me without an invoice, and to do it in the light, where they could all watch, and none of them could stop me. Margaret had wanted a story instead of a daughter. She got one. It just wasn't the one she wrote. Here is how it actually ended, because real life pays its debts slower than the movies. The court appointed the fiduciary, a quiet woman named Patricia, who runs my grandfather's accounts now with the warmth of a parking meter, which is exactly what the situation needed. The formal accounting confirmed most of what my binder had already shown. Some of the money came back, the loans called in, the SUV sold. Adult Protective Services made its findings. There were no handcuffs, no dramatic perp walk, just the slow civil grinding of repayment plans and a permanent note in a file somewhere that the Averys had taken from their own. Margaret never apologized. She is not built for it. Raymond sent a single text months later that just said, "I'm sorry about Caroline," which was the closest that family ever got to the truth, and still not close enough. Dana and Bradley. I haven't spoken to since, and I've stopped waiting for the call where they understand. I didn't slam the door on any of them. I just stopped holding it open, stopped setting the extra places, stopped rounding hope up. Grandpa stayed in Caroline's house, with help that's actually paid for now, with Patricia watching the books and me watching the rest. He's slower these days, foggier, but on his good mornings he still asks me to make the pie, and I still set him on the stool of my kitchen with his hands over mine, the way it started. the way it should have stayed. The cruelest thing they ever did was teach me I had to earn a family. The best thing I ever did was stop believing them. This Thanksgiving, I set the table again. 8 places, the pressed linen, the hand-lettered cards, my mother's good gravy boat. The difference was who came. Grandpa at the head, where he belongs. Ruth from next door, who tells me stories about Caroline as a girl until I almost feel I knew her. Joan, who turned out to be lonely on holidays and very good with a corkscrew. A friend from work I'd kept at arm's length for years because letting people close had always felt like a debt I'd have to repay. A neighbor and her kids. People I chose, and who chose me back. With no blood, and no obligation, and no invoice at the end of the night. The spiced pear pie sat in the center of the table where it had always belonged, and when I cut it, I told them all whose recipe it really was. My mother once told me we only set one good table this year, and she said it like a sentence, like a door closing. She was right about one thing in the end. You really only need one good table. I just had to stop begging for a chair at hers and build my own. The candles burned down that night too, the same as the year before, but this time the light didn't feel like loss. It felt like every face it touched. 8 chairs, 8 people, not one of them obligated to be there. All of them choosing it anyway. Family was never the people who shared my blood or signed the papers that bound me to them. It turned out to be the one old man who pulled a chair up to my cold table when no one else would, and the handful of people I finally learned to set a place for on purpose, because belonging you have to earn was never belonging at all. That's my story. An empty table, an old envelope, and a grandfather who finally told the truth before it was too late. If it made you want to check on an older person's paperwork or look a little closer at who's holding their accounts, take that as your sign and do it this week. And if you know someone caring for an aging parent, share this with them. Thank you for being here. Drop a comment, hit subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. My name is Myra Driscoll, and I was 41 the day my mother-in-law decided my daughter wasn't real family. It happened at a June wedding, on a wooden dance floor in front of 80 people who had spent all afternoon whispering that a colonel was coming. My 7-year-old Lila was dancing. She wasn't hurting anyone. She was just spinning in her new white shoes while the second song played. Then a hand closed around her wrist and pulled. What that hand did on the dance floor was only the first thing that broke that day. The second was a hospital door at 7 that evening. The third was a name nobody at that wedding ever expected to belong to me. My husband's family had built a whole story about who I was and who my child was, and where we both ranked at their table. They were about to learn how wrong every line of it was. Welcome back to Calm Drama Stories, the channel where the quiet ones in the family finally get the last calm word, and where dignity does the talking instead of volume. If you have ever been underestimated by the people who should have known you best, stay with me tonight. Drop a comment, and be sure to subscribe. I had flown back from a posting 2 days before the wedding, which in my husband's family translated to a single sentence: Myra's off doing her government thing again. That was Coral, my mother-in-law, and she said it the way other people say the weather. I never corrected her. I had learned a long time ago that correcting Coral cost more than it bought. She was 66, sharp as a fence wire, and she ran every family event like a woman defending ground. This one mattered more than most. Her younger son Dale was getting married, and the reception filled the whole back lawn of Lake Haven Lodge. String lights, a dance floor laid over the grass, 80 folding chairs in white slipcovers, and underneath all of it, a current of talk I kept catching in pieces. A colonel is coming. Dale's people from the base. Someone important. The rumor never had a name attached to it. It had been passed mouth to mouth so many times it had turned into pure weather. Dale knew exactly what his brother had married, and so did a few of the people from the base. But in this family, you did not correct Coral's version of a person, and her version of me was a woman who was away a lot, doing something vague the government wouldn't explain. Coral had been polishing that sentence for weeks. She introduced me to a cousin near the bar with a small, practiced shrug. "This is Sam's wife. She's away a lot." The cousin smiled at me the way you smile at a stranger's coat. I held Lila's hand and let it go. Sam, my husband, squeezed my shoulder and whispered that his mom meant well. He always said that. 43 years old and still translating his mother into something kinder than she was. I didn't argue. I had a daughter to keep an eye on and a phone in my pocket that might ring with work no one in that yard would understand. So I smiled, took a glass of lemonade I didn't drink, and watched a family that thought it knew exactly who I was. None of them had any idea who they were actually waiting for. People assume the military is all shouting. It mostly isn't. The best officer I ever served under raised her voice exactly once in 3 years, and it scared us more than any drill. The rest of the time she ran on lists, calm faces, and the refusal to be rushed into a mistake. I built my whole career on that. When a fuel convoy went sideways at 2 in the morning, I didn't slam a desk. I opened a notebook, wrote down what was true, and signed my name to it. That habit followed me home. Sam learned it the hard way, the year his cousin tried to blame him for a wrecked truck. I didn't yell at anyone. I pulled the service records, laid out the dates, and the story fell apart on its own. Sam asked me once why I never just told people off. I told him the line I'd been living by for 20 years. "I don't make scenes, I make records." He laughed and said it was the least romantic thing he'd ever heard. Maybe. It had also kept us steady through 3 moves and 2 deployments. That afternoon, my dress blues were hanging in a garment bag in the back of my car, zipped up, out of sight. Dale had asked me to wear them for the last hour of the reception. "Come on, Myra," he'd said on the phone, grinning. "Let the family see what my sister-in-law actually does." I'd told him I'd think about it. The truth was, the idea made me uneasy. I had spent so long being the woman who was away a lot that stepping into that yard in full uniform felt like turning on a light in a room where everyone had agreed it was dark. Lila was 7, and she had 2 religions: animals and dancing. That afternoon she wore a yellow dress and brand new white shoes, the kind with the little buckle she had insisted on fastening herself. They squeaked on the wooden floor every time she pivoted, a small rubbery chirp that made her laugh harder each time. There was a song the cousins' kids always demanded, the one with the clap in the middle. We called it the second song because it was always the second thing the DJ played at any family party, and Lila treated it like a personal anthem. When it came on, she dropped my hand and ran for the floor. I watched her find the beat, miss it, find it again. A few of the older kids made a loose ring around her. She spun until her dress flared, then stopped, dizzy and delighted, and looked for me. I gave her a thumbs up. She turned next to find Coral, who was standing at the edge of the floor with a glass of white wine and an expression I couldn't read. "Grandma, watch," Lila called, and did her best spin. Coral didn't clap, her mouth pressed into a thin line, the way it did when a fork was in the wrong place. I noticed it. I want you to know I noticed it. But a child asking her grandmother to watch her dance is not a crime, and I wasn't going to march across a wedding to police a look. Sam came up beside me with 2 plates of cake and followed my eyes to his mother. "She's fine," he said. He meant Coral. I was watching Lila. Those squeaking white shoes. That ridiculous perfect song. I would remember both of them for a long time. Coral found me by the dessert table 10 minutes later. She had a way of arriving beside you like she'd always been there. "Can I be honest, Myra?" she said, which in her language meant something unkind was coming. I said of course. She watched Lila on the floor and lowered her voice. "A girl that age needs her mother home, not flying off wherever the government sends you." I had heard versions of this for 8 years. I kept my face easy. "Lila's doing great," I said. "Look at her." Coral didn't look. "She's wild," she said. "She runs in the house. She interrupts. That's what happens when there's no steady hand." Then she straightened her shoulders and changed gears, because the real subject was never far away. "Today has to be perfect. The colonel is coming, you know. Dale's commanding officer or someone like that. Important people from the base. She said the word colonel like it was a flavor she wanted on her tongue. So please, keep her calm. I felt the old urge to explain myself, to say something about who exactly might be arriving in uniform that day. I let it pass. Explaining would have felt like begging her to respect me, and I was done begging. I'll keep her close, I said. That was true, and it was all I owed her. She patted my arm like she'd won something and floated back toward the head table. Sam, who had heard the tale of it, looked at me with that apologetic half smile. She's nervous about the wedding, he said. Just let it go. It's Dale's day. I let it go. I have replayed that decision more times than I can count, even though I still think it was the right one. Letting go is not the same as not watching. Coral did not run the family alone. She had a brother, Brett, who treated every gathering like a meeting he was chairing. He was 63, loud, and convinced the world had gotten soft. When two of the little ones chased each other past his chair, he barked, "Kids should be seen and not heard," loud enough to turn heads. He looked pleased when they froze. Brett liked freezing people. Then there was Tara, Sam's cousin, 31, who moved through the reception with her phone up like a torch. She filmed everything, narrated nothing kindly. I caught her aiming the camera at Lila on the dance floor. "Somebody's raising a little animal," she said to the woman next to her, smiling, making sure it carried. The woman laughed. I felt the heat climb my neck and pushed it back down. Reacting was exactly what Tara wanted. She collected reactions the way some people collect coins. I learned later that this was the moment she started building her version of the day, thumbs moving over the screen, dropping clips and captions into the family group chat I wasn't part of. By the time anything actually happened, half the relatives already had a picture in their heads of a chaotic kid and a tense, absent mother. None of them had watched Lila ask her grandmother to look at her. None of them had seen Coral refuse. I want to be fair because fairness is the only weapon I trust. Brett wasn't cruel for sport, and Tara wasn't a monster. Brett measured family by who showed up and bowed his head, and I never bowed. Tara had spent her whole life being the one nobody filmed, so she'd learned to point the camera at other people's bad moments instead. Understanding them didn't make me safer. It just told me what was coming. You learn to read a room the way you read weather. By 6 o'clock, the air at that reception had changed. Too many glances toward the dance floor. Brett holding court near the bar. Coral checking the gate every few minutes for her important guest. I have stood in places where the danger was real, and the body knows the difference between nerves and a warning. This was a warning, so I did what I always do. I made a plan. I crouched down to Lila's level between songs and held both her hands. "Hey, stay close to me for a while, okay?" She frowned. "I'm dancing." I smiled. "I know. Dance where I can see you." She agreed the way kids agree, which is to say for a minute, at most. Then I found Sam and told him plainly, "I might get a call from work. If I step away, you watch her. Eyes on Lila, not your phone." He nodded, distracted, scanning the crowd for his brother. "Sam." He looked at me. "I mean it." "I've got her," he said. "Just let it go, Myra. It's Dale's day." There it was again, his whole personality in one sentence. I didn't push. He was a good father on an ordinary day, and this felt, for one more hour, like an ordinary day. I made sure Lila was within arm's reach. I positioned myself so I could see both her and the gate. I did the things a careful person does. I tell you all this not to make myself sound clever, but because later, when people asked how I let it happen, I needed to know the answer myself. I didn't let it happen. I planned for everything except how fast a grown woman could cross a dance floor when she'd decided a child was in her way. My phone buzzed at 6:40. The screen showed a number I couldn't ignore. The duty desk. The kind of call you take or regret. I stepped back exactly 3 steps to the edge of the lawn, turned my shoulder to the noise, and answered. "Driscoll." It was a status update. Less than a minute. Nothing urgent in the end. But for those few moments, my eyes were on the grass instead of my daughter. Behind me, the second song started. I heard the clap, the kids cheer, the squeak of small shoes finding the beat. Then I heard a different sound, a sharp adult voice cutting through the music, and under it, a child's cry that I knew in my spine before my brain caught up. I turned. Coral was on the dance floor, her hand clamped around Lila's wrist, dragging her off the wood toward the grass while my daughter's feet stumbled to keep up. One white shoe came loose and stayed behind on the floor, lying on its side. Lila's arm was pulled up and back at an angle no arm should make. And Coral, my mother-in-law, was saying it loud enough for 80 people to hear, her face tight and certain and almost proud. "No child of a soldier ruins my son's day. Get her out." The yard went quiet in pieces. Brett was already moving, stepping between Sam and the floor, one big hand on Sam's chest, saying something about not making a scene. Tara's phone was up. Hannah, the bride, stood frozen near the cake in her white dress with both hands over her mouth. Lila wasn't crying for show. She was holding her right arm against her body and making a small, high sound, the sound of a kid who has gone past tears into shock. I crossed that floor faster than I have ever crossed anything. I did not yell at Coral. I did not look at her at all. I dropped to my knees in front of my daughter, and the whole reception, the colonel they were waiting for and everyone else, ceased to exist. There is a checklist for this. There is a checklist for almost everything, if you've trained right, and the checklist is what saves you when your hands want to shake. I took Lila's face in my hands first. "Look at me, baby. I've got you." Her eyes found mine. Good. Then I looked at the arm without touching it. She was holding it bent, palm against her stomach, unwilling to turn it. Elbow most likely. Not the wrist where the bruise was already coming up in the shape of fingers. I have splinted worse on worse nights, but never on her. Coral was still talking above me, faster now, the certainty cracking. She was spinning into the guests. I had to. Someone had to do something. I didn't answer her. I have read that silence makes people like Coral talk more and dig deeper, and she did. I lifted Lila against my chest, careful of the arm, and stood. The white shoe was still on the floor. I picked it up. Only then did I look at my husband, who was standing a few feet away with his uncle's hand finally off him, his face the color of paper. "We're going to the ER, I told Sam. Now." My voice was low and even, and that evenness seemed to frighten the people nearby more than screaming would have. Brett said something about overreacting, about kids being tougher than they look. I walked past him. I didn't raise my voice. I raised my daughter off the floor and carried her toward the gate. Behind me, I could hear Coral starting to rebuild the story already, telling the nearest guests that Lila had been out of control, that she'd had no choice, that I was being dramatic. Let her talk. I had a hospital to get to and a kid who needed her arm fixed. The walk to the car felt a mile long, though it was maybe 60 yards across the gravel lot. Lila had stopped making the high sound and started shivering, which I liked even less. I buckled her into her booster as gently as I could, supporting the bad arm, the loose shoe in my lap. My dress blues hung in their garment bag in the back, swaying when I shut the door. I didn't think about them then. I thought about the 15 minutes to the county hospital and whether I should call ahead. Sam came jogging up before I could pull out. He stood at my window, torn down the middle, the way he always was when his mother and his family pulled against the people he'd actually chosen. "Mom's really upset," he said. "She's crying. She says if we leave now in front of everyone." "Sam." I kept my hands on the wheel. "Your daughter's elbow is dislocated. I'm leaving. Can't we just—" "No." He looked back at the lights and the music, then at Lila in the back seat holding her arm, and something in his face buckled. "I'll come," he said. "Stay if you need to keep the peace," I told him. And I wasn't being cruel. I was giving him a door. But I'm going either way. In the end, he stayed for the moment because his mother was sobbing into Brett's shoulder and the bride was in tears and the whole event was tipping over, and Sam has never in his life been able to walk away from a room that's falling apart. I understood it. I drove out of that lot with my 7-year-old in the back and a wedding behind me coming apart at the seams, and for the first time in 8 years I did not look back to check whether his family approved. My phone started lighting up before I reached the highway. Not calls. The family group chat. The one Sam was in and I wasn't, which meant the messages came to me secondhand, forwarded by the one cousin who'd always been decent to me. She sent a screenshot with a single line. "You should see this." Tara had posted her clip. I watched it at a red light with Lila dozing fitfully behind me. It was a short clip, only a few seconds long, and it had been cut with real skill. It started after Coral grabbed her, so all you saw was Lila twisting and crying and pulling against an adult hand, with no sound of what Coral had said, no shot of the wrenched arm. The caption read, "This is what happens when there's no discipline at home." Underneath, the relatives were already piling on. That poor family, on Dale's big day. Some people shouldn't bring kids if they can't control them. Where was the mother? Not one of them asked why a 66-year-old woman had a child by the wrist. Not one of them mentioned the white shoe left on the floor. I sat at that light longer than I should have, the screen lighting my face, and I felt the pull to type, to explain, to send the truth in a paragraph they'd skim and argue with. I knew better. You don't win an argument inside a group chat that's already decided you're the villain. So I turned the phone face down on the passenger seat. "Let them type," I said out loud, to no one. Lila stirred. "Mama?" "I'm here, baby. We're almost there." The light turned green. The phone buzzed against the seat the whole way to the hospital, and I let it. The county ER on a Saturday night is its own kind of theater. We got there a little after 7. I carried Lila through the sliding doors into the cold, bright waiting room, and a triage nurse took one look at how my daughter was holding her arm and moved us up the line. They put us in a curtained bay. A doctor came, young, calm, good with kids. She crouched to Lila's level the way I do. "Hi, sweetheart. Can you show me where it hurts?" Lila pointed to her elbow with her good hand and didn't move the bad one at all. The doctor felt along the arm, gentle, talking the whole time about Lila's yellow dress. Then she looked up at me. "I think it's a nursemaid's elbow. The head of the radius slips out of place. It's less common once they're her age, but a hard enough pull on the arm can still slip it." She said the last part without weight, but her eyes asked the question, "How did it happen?" I told her the truth, plainly, without decoration. A relative grabbed her by the wrist and dragged her off a dance floor. The doctor's pen stopped for a second. She nodded slowly and wrote. "Okay," she said. "The good news is, this usually fixes fast. The other part we'll talk about." She didn't explain the other part yet. She didn't have to. I had filled out enough forms in my life to feel a particular machinery starting to turn. The quiet machinery of a hospital that has rules about how children get hurt. I held Lila's good hand while the doctor stepped out to get what she needed. "Am I in trouble?" Lila whispered. "No," I said. "You're not in any trouble at all. None of this is your fault." She believed me, mostly. She was about to ask me the question I couldn't fully answer yet. The reduction took seconds. The doctor cradled Lila's arm, pressed her thumb to the elbow, and rotated the small forearm in one smooth motion. There was a soft click most parents never hear and never forget. Lila yelped, then blinked, surprised, and a minute later she was reaching for the sticker the nurse offered with the same hand that hadn't moved in an hour. Children heal in ways that should be studied for the rest of us. The doctor sat back on her stool and spoke to me directly. "She'll be fine. Keep it easy for a day or two." Then her voice shifted, careful and clear. "I want to tell you what happens now. When a child this age comes in with an injury from an adult grabbing her, I'm required to report it. That's not a judgment of you. It's the law. It goes to the county child welfare office first, and because an adult caused the injury on purpose, our protocol also flags it for law enforcement. Sometimes an on-call officer comes by the same night. Sometimes it takes a few days." I nodded. I had expected it from the moment she'd asked how it happened. Something in me, the part that signs its name to true things, felt the ground go solid. This was no longer a story Coral could shape in a group chat. It was a record now, entering a system that didn't care who cried hardest at a wedding. The nurse, an older woman with a badge that read Bonnie, lingered after the doctor stepped out. She handed me a small printed slip, folded once. "Your visit and case number," she said quietly, "and the name of the officer on call tonight, in case they come by. People always want it later and never have it." I thanked her. I held that slip of paper like it was warm. Then I knelt and slid the white shoe back onto Lila's foot, fastening the little buckle myself, and she watched me do it with enormous, tired eyes. "Mama," she said, "Grandma said I'm not real family. Am I real family now?" I held her foot in my two hands and didn't trust my voice for a second. Then the curtain moved, and through the gap I saw a police officer walking toward our bay. The officer was a woman about my age, dark hair in a tight bun, notebook already open. She introduced herself low and easy so as not to scare Lila, then asked if we could step just outside the curtain to talk. Bonnie sat with my daughter and produced a juice box from somewhere, and I stepped into the hall. "The hospital called it in," the officer said. "I just need your account of what happened." So I gave it to her the same way I'd give a briefing. Time, place, who, what. A relative, 66, grabbed my 7-year-old by the wrist and pulled her off a dance floor with enough force to dislocate her elbow, in front of roughly 80 witnesses, while saying she wanted the child removed. The officer wrote it all down. "I'll be honest with you about how this works," she said. "In our state, an adult causing injury to a child like this can fall under battery. Whether anything's charged isn't up to me. The county attorney looks at the medical report and the witness statements and decides. I can't promise you an outcome." "I'm not asking for one," I said. She glanced up. "Most people are." "I'm not asking for anyone to be punished," I told her. "I'm asking for it to be on the record. That's all." She studied me for a second, the way people do when a reaction doesn't match the script they expected. Then she nodded and wrote that down too. "We'll need statements from people who actually saw it," she said. "Were there witnesses who'd talk?" 80 people had seen it. The question was how many of them would say so out loud against Coral, in a family that measured loyalty by silence. "I don't know yet," I said honestly. "I'll find out tonight." Sam got to the hospital around 8, still in his wedding suit, tie gone, hair wrecked from his hands. He came through the curtain and stopped cold. He saw Lila with her arm in a soft sling the nurse had made, a juice box in her good hand, a sticker on her cheek. He saw the bruise on her wrist, already gone the deep colors. He saw the folded slip of paper in my hand. For the first time all day, he was looking at the thing itself instead of his mother's version of it. "Oh, Lila Bug," he breathed, and went to his knees by the bed. She leaned into him. He stayed there a while. When he stood, his eyes were wet and his jaw was tight, and he asked me the question carefully, like he already knew he wouldn't like living with the answer. "Mom's saying you called the police on her. The whole family's saying it. Did you?" "The hospital called it in," I said. "They're required to." I gave a statement. "That's the truth. And you can tell anyone who asks." He pushed his hands through his hair. "This is going to blow up the whole family." "It already blew up," I said. "On the dance floor. I just stopped pretending it didn't." He was quiet. Then, in a smaller voice, "What are you going to do?" I looked at my daughter. Half asleep now. Safe. Fixed. "Nothing dramatic," I said. "I'm going to go back to that reception and tell the truth, in the only language that family has ever respected." Sam frowned, not understanding. "What language is that?" I didn't answer him. "Some things you have to show." I kissed Lila's forehead, told Sam to take her home and stay with her, and I went out to my car, where a garment bag was waiting in the dark. I drove the 10 minutes to our house with the radio off. Sam would bring Lila home and put her to bed. The sitter we'd booked for the late evening was already there, confused by the early end to everyone's night. I went into our bedroom and unzipped the garment bag. My dress blues hung there, pressed, the way I keep them. Dark blue jacket, silver buttons. On the shoulders, the eagles. I want to be clear about why I put it on, because it would be easy to make it sound like vengeance. And it wasn't. I had spent 8 years letting Coral and Brett and the whole lot of them decide I was the woman who was away a lot, the one whose work was a vague embarrassment, the one whose daughter was wild because her mother didn't know how to be home. I had let them, because correcting them felt like asking for a respect I shouldn't have to ask for. I was done letting them. Not to win, to stop being invisible in a family I had married into with my whole heart. I buttoned the jacket slowly, each silver button, the way you do a thing you mean. I checked the eagles in the mirror, settled the jacket on my shoulders, and looked at the woman in the glass. She didn't look dramatic. She looked like exactly who she'd been the whole time. I thought about the slip of paper in my pocket and the officer's words about witnesses, and about a reception that was probably still limping along because Coral would never let a party die while there was an audience left. There was still time. The colonel they had been waiting for all day was, in fact, on her way. I picked up my keys. Sam brought Lila home just as I was ready to leave, and the two halves of my evening met in our front hallway. He stopped when he saw the uniform. He had seen photos. He had never seen me wear it standing in our own front hallway, never seen me wear it standing in our own house. And something moved across his face that I'd been waiting 8 years for, a kind of recognition. He didn't say anything clever. He just said, "Oh." Lila was sleepy and small in his arms, her sling tidy against her chest. I took her for a moment and sat on the bottom stair so we were eye to eye. She put her good hand on one of the silver buttons. "You look like a soldier," she said. "I am one," I told her. She thought about that. Then she came back to the thing that had been sitting on her chest all night, because kids do not forget the cruel sentences, they carry them like stones. "Grandma said I'm not real family." I held her hand against the button. "Real family," I said, "is the people who would never, ever pull you away from somewhere you belong. That's the only test there is. And you, baby, have never once been the person who didn't belong. Not for 1 second." She studied me with that terrible, hopeful seriousness children have. "Then where are you going?" "To make sure everyone there knows it too." I kissed the top of her head, handed her back to Sam, and stood. Her white shoes were lined up by the door where Sam had set them, side by side, both of them now, the buckles done. I looked at them for a second. Then I walked out into the warm June dark and got in the car, and I drove back toward the lights. The reception had not died. Of course it hadn't. When I pulled back into the gravel lot a little before 9, the string lights were still on, and a thinned-out crowd still circled the floor, the way a party keeps moving on momentum after the joy has left it. I sat in the car a minute and watched through the open side of the tent. Coral was working the room. I knew the choreography. She moved from cluster to cluster, touching arms, shaking her head sadly, the picture of a woman wronged. I could practically hear the script. Myra made a scene. Myra called the police on family. Myra ruined Dale's wedding over nothing. Brett stood near the bar nodding along, backing her with his bulk. Tara was showing her clip to anyone who'd hold still, the short clip that proved exactly what they wanted proved. But here is what I also saw, and what gave me the patience to wait 1 more minute. Not everyone was nodding. An older couple near the cake table stood apart, talking low, the man's face grim. A bridesmaid kept glancing at the spot on the floor where the shoe had been. Hannah, the bride, sat at the head table in her wedding dress with mascara tracks down her face, looking less like a woman whose day was ruined by a child and more like one who'd seen something she couldn't unsee. People had watched a grown woman wrench a little girl's arm. You can spin a thing like that for an hour, but it leaves a residue. The lie was winning the room, but it wasn't winning cleanly. Then I heard it, carrying across the lawn from the gate, the sentence Coral had been waiting for all day, the one that changed the air. "The colonel's here." I have been announced into rooms before. It does something to people. The word colonel. especially people who have spent all day telling each other an important one was coming. The whole tent turned toward the gate. I watched it happen from the dark edge of the lot before I stepped into the light, so I saw their faces arrange themselves into the expressions they'd been practicing. Brett straightened up and tugged his jacket down. Tara lowered her phone, then thought better of it and raised it again, this time pointed at the gate. And Coral, my mother-in-law, who had built this entire day around the arrival of someone important, smoothed her dress with both hands and fixed a wide, gracious hostess smile on her face, turning toward the entrance to receive her guest. They were all looking for a man. I knew that without being told. Every one of them was scanning for some silver-haired officer with medals, an older stranger who'd shake Dale's hand and lend the family a borrowed shine. That was the colonel in their heads. That was the colonel Coral had promised. I stepped out of the dark and walked toward the gate, and the gravel was loud under my shoes, an even, unhurried sound. The first person to see me clearly was a young man in an Air Force dress uniform standing near the entrance, one of Dale's friends from the base. He saw the eagles on my shoulders before he saw my face. His spine snapped straight. His hand came up in a reflex older than thought, and he held a salute, eyes front, waiting. The motion rippled outward. People follow a salute the way they follow a pointing finger. One by one, the faces at that reception turned from the gate to me. I walked into the light of the tent in my dress blues, and the reception went quiet the way a field goes quiet when the wind drops. The young airman held his salute until I returned it, and then he relaxed, and the rest of the room had nowhere left to look but at me. I let them look. I have learned that silence, used on purpose, weighs more than any speech. I stood there and let 80 people read the eagles on my shoulders, the ribbons, the name tape that said Driscoll, and watched the math happen on their faces. The whispers started low and spread. That's the colonel? That's Sam's wife. The one who... Dale crossed the floor first. My brother-in-law, the groom, still in his wedding clothes. He stopped a few feet away and did the thing his training made him do without deciding to. He came to attention and saluted his own sister-in-law, and his voice cracked when he said it. Ma'am. He had known what I was for years. He had simply never been allowed to say it out loud at his mother's table. I returned it and put a hand on his arm to tell him it was all right, that I wasn't here for him. Then I looked for Coral. She was standing by the head table, one hand still half raised in the welcoming gesture she'd prepared for a stranger, her hostess' smile frozen and then slowly coming apart. Her eyes moved over the uniform, the eagles, my face, and I watched the two halves of her day fail to fit together. The colonel she had been bragging about all afternoon, the daughter-in-law she had called an absent mother whose child she had dragged across a floor and called a soldier's brat. Her mouth opened. For once in her life, Coral Brenner had no script. They said a colonel was coming, she whispered, and the whole silent tent heard it. That's you? It's me, I said. I didn't say it loud, I didn't need to. The quiet did the work. Somewhere behind me, faint and absurd, the DJ's playlist rolled into the second song, the clap and all. And a few of the children near the floor instinctively swayed before their parents stilled them. Coral recovered the way people like her always do, by reaching for charm. The frozen smile thawed into something warmer and more dangerous, and she came toward me with her hands out, voice pitched for the room. Myra, sweetheart, there's been a terrible misunderstanding. She turned slightly so the guests could see her being reasonable. We were all so worried about little Lila. How is she? You rushed off so fast, none of us even... She has a dislocated elbow, I said. Calm. Flat. The doctor put it back tonight. A small, ugly sound moved through the crowd. Coral pressed on, faster. Children get hurt at parties. It's nobody's fault, really. I only moved her because she was spinning into the older guests. I was protecting her. And you've gone and turned it into this whole... She gestured at my uniform, at the room, at the air. This whole production. Brett stepped up beside her, broad and loud, playing his part. Nobody called the police on family, he announced to the room, as if saying it could make it true. This is being blown way out of proportion. Let's all calm down. I didn't get louder. I have learned that when the other side starts shouting, the most powerful thing you can do is drop your voice until they have to lean in to hear you. So I spoke quietly, and the room went quieter to catch it. I didn't turn anything into a production, Coral. I put on the uniform I earned so that the people in this family would finally see who I actually am. I looked at her steadily. You called my daughter a soldier's child like it was an insult. You were waiting all day for a soldier. Here I am. Coral's voice climbed, thin and scraping. You're embarrassing this family. No, I said. I'm ending the part where you got to decide who counts as family. And then I reached into my jacket and took out the slip of paper. I didn't wave the paper around. I just held it, the folded slip with the case number and the officer's name, and I turned to the room instead of to Coral, because the room was where the truth had to live. My daughter is 7, I said. Tonight a doctor had to put her elbow back in its socket. The hospital is required by law to report an injury like that when an adult causes it. I gave the police my statement an hour ago. I let that settle. The officer told me they'll need accounts from people who actually saw what happened on that floor. I looked around at the faces, the ones who'd been nodding along to Coral's story and the ones who hadn't. I'm not going to argue with anyone about what they think they saw. I'm just going to ask. Did you see it? The silence stretched. Coral's eyes darted. Brett opened his mouth. And then the older man by the cake table, the grim-faced one, set down his drink and stood up straight. I saw it, he said. His voice shook, but he didn't sit back down. The child did nothing. That woman grabbed her by the arm and yanked her clear off the floor. I've been sick about it for 2 hours. A woman 2 tables over rose next. I saw it too. Then a bridesmaid, quietly. She lost her shoe. I watched it happen. One by one they stood. Not a mob, just people who had been carrying something heavy and were finally allowed to set it down. And Hannah, the bride, in her ruined makeup and her white dress, stood up at the head table and looked straight at Coral. I saw you do it, she said, on my wedding day. I will never forget it. Tara's phone, the one that had filmed the lie, slowly lowered and went dark. As if the night had decided to finish the sentence itself, headlights swung across the lot. The officer from the hospital had said she might come by to start collecting statements while memories were fresh, and here she was, walking up through the gate in no particular hurry, notebook in hand. She took in the scene without surprise, the silent tent, the woman in dress blues, the standing witnesses, the mother-in-law gone gray in the face. Evening, she said to the room. I understand some folks here saw what happened to a little girl tonight. I'd like to talk to anyone who's willing. Coral's composure broke all at once, the way a dam doesn't crack so much as fail. This is insane, she said, too loud, her voice splintering. This is my son's wedding. You're all taking her side because of a costume. She flung a hand at my uniform. She walks in here in her little outfit and suddenly I'm the criminal? I have given everything to this family. Everything. She was shouting now, turning in a circle, looking for one ally and finding stillness. I stood exactly where I was and did not raise my voice a single degree. When she finally ran out of breath, I spoke into the quiet she'd left behind. I told you a long time ago, Coral, I said. I don't make scenes. I looked at the officer, at the witnesses, at the folded slip in my hand. I make records. There was no triumph in it. There didn't need to be. The record was already made, in a hospital chart and a police notebook, and the standing bodies of a dozen people who would no longer pretend. Coral looked around the tent at her family, at her brother who had gone quiet, at the guests who would not meet her eyes, and you could see her understand, finally, that this was not a thing she could talk her way out of. She turned to the only person she had left. Sam, she said. Tell her to stop this. I hadn't seen Sam come in. He must have driven over after the sitter arrived, unable to stay away from a room that was falling apart, the way he never could. He stood just inside the tent in his shirt sleeves, and every head turned to him, because Coral had made him the deciding vote and everyone knew it. For 8 years, Sam had split the difference. He'd smoothed things over, translated his mother into someone kinder, asked me to let it go for the sake of one more day. I watched him stand there with all of that weight on him, and I did not say a word. This one had to be his. He looked at his mother, who was reaching for him with her whole face. He looked at me in the uniform he'd never seen me wear. Then he looked at the empty spot on the dance floor where his daughter had lost her shoe. When he spoke, his voice was rough, but it didn't waver. "Mom," he said, "you put my daughter in the hospital." Coral started to protest, and he talked over her, which I had never once seen him do. "No, I watched you grab her. I let Uncle Brett hold me back instead of stopping you, and I will be ashamed of that for the rest of my life." He swallowed. "I should have stopped you on that floor. I'm stopping you now." Across the tent, Dale stepped up beside his brother, still in his wedding clothes, his jaw set. "Colonel or not, she's my niece," Dale said. "You were wrong, Mom. On my wedding day, you were wrong, and everybody here saw it." Coral stood alone in the middle of the floor between her two sons, and for the first time all night, no one rose to defend her. What happened next surprised me. Coral didn't rage again. She sat down, hard, in the nearest folding chair, and the fight went out of her shoulders, and when she spoke, her voice was suddenly old. "You don't know what it's like," she said, "to no one and everyone. To be the one who arranges everything and gets thanked for nothing." She stared at her hands. "At my own wedding, my husband's mother told me I'd never be good enough for this family, in front of everyone. I stood there in my dress, and I swore I would never be the one they looked past again." She lifted her eyes to me, and for a moment there was something human in them, something cornered and sad. "I just wanted today to be perfect. I wanted to matter at it. I felt the pull of it. I am not made of stone, and a wound 40 years deep is still a wound. But I have learned that understanding why someone hurt your child is not the same as excusing it, and the two must never be allowed to blur." I crouched down so we were level, the way I do with Lila, and I kept my voice gentle. "I'm sorry that happened to you, Coral," I said. "I mean that. Nobody should be made to feel like they don't belong at their own family's table." Then I let the gentleness hold its shape while the words underneath it stayed hard. "But being hurt 40 years ago does not give you the right to put your hands on a 7-year-old and call her a soldier's brat. It doesn't. There is no version of your pain that turns that into something I forgive tonight." She looked away. She understood, I think, exactly what she had traded, and for what. I stood back up, because crouching too long in front of someone gives them more of you than they've earned. The officer was waiting, patient, and the witnesses were still standing, and the night had a few more practical things in it before anyone could go home. But the family needed to hear the boundary out loud, in front of the same crowd that had watched the harm, because a boundary whispered in private is just a wish. "Here's how this is going to go," I said, and I kept it level and clear, the way you give an order you intend to be followed. "I'm not asking the county for anything. What they do with the report is up to them, not me. I won't beg for a punishment, and I won't beg you out of one." I looked at Coral, and then at Brett, who had not said a word in 20 minutes. "But until there's a real apology to Lila, and until whatever the county decides is finished, you do not see my daughter without me or Sam in the room. Not at holidays, not at birthdays, not for 5 minutes in a hallway." I let that land. You don't get unsupervised time with a child you were willing to drag across a floor in front of 80 people. That's not revenge. That's just the new rule, and it's not up for negotiation. Nobody argued. Brett studied the grass. Tara had drifted to the edge of the tent, suddenly very interested in the exit. Coral sat with her hands in her lap and said nothing, which was, in its way, the first honest thing she'd done all night. I turned to the officer and told her I'd make myself available for whatever she needed. Then I went looking for the bride and groom. I found Dale and Hannah near the cake that no one had finished cutting. The day they'd planned for a year had buckled under someone else's cruelty, and I was sorry for that, truly. I took Hannah's hands. "I'm sorry your wedding turned into this," I said. "You deserved a perfect day, and I hate that you didn't get one." Hannah shook her head, fierce under the wrecked makeup. "Don't you dare apologize," she said. "You protected your little girl. That's the only thing anyone did right tonight." Dale hugged me, careful of the uniform, and whispered that he was proud to be related to me, and I told him to go dance with his wife while there was still a band, because the night didn't have to belong to Coral just because she'd tried to take it. Then I walked back out toward the gate. Behind me, the tent stayed quiet for a moment, and then, hesitantly, the music came up again, and the second song rolled around one more time, the clap and all, and I heard a few brave guests step back onto the floor for Dale and Hannah. I didn't look back at Coral. I was finished looking back at Coral. The gravel was cool now under my shoes, and the June dark smelled like cut grass and somebody's cigarette, and my car was where I'd left it with an empty booster seat in the back and a single thought running clean through my head. My daughter was home, fixed, asleep, safe. I had not raised my voice once. I had not needed to. I got in the car, set the folded slip of paper carefully in the console, and drove toward the only people whose opinion of me had ever actually mattered. The county did follow up. A caseworker called that week, kind and thorough, and after she'd reviewed the medical report and a stack of witness statements longer than I expected, the county made its own decision in Coral's case. With no prior history on her side, it did not become a trial, and there were no handcuffs. Instead, the prosecutor agreed to resolve a formal charge through a diversion program and counseling, leaving a record that would follow Coral for a good while. I had told the truth and let the system weigh it, and that was all I'd ever wanted. The family group chat went through a strange reversal. Once the witnesses started talking, once people who'd actually stood in that tent began correcting the story, the tide turned. Tara quietly deleted her clip, though half the family had already seen the dishonest little clip for what it was. Brett stopped holding court for a while. A few relatives who had piled on me in writing sent the kind of awkward, sideways apologies people send when they can't quite say the word sorry. I accepted them and moved on, because carrying grudges is heavy, and I had a daughter to lift instead. Sam changed too, in the way that matters. He stopped translating his mother for me. When she called to test the boundary, he held it, every time, without my asking. It turned out the man I married had a spine all along. He'd just spent 40 years being told to keep it folded up for the sake of peace. Coral has not seen Lila alone since. She sent one card, eventually, with a real apology in it, and I read it to my daughter and let Lila decide what she wanted to do with it. Lila's elbow healed in 2 days, the way the doctor promised. Children mend faster than the rest of us. The harder things took longer. A few weeks later, on an ordinary Sunday, I was making coffee when the second song came on the kitchen radio, the clap and all. Lila looked up from her cereal, considered her healed arm for a second, and then climbed down and started to dance in her white shoes right there on the linoleum, buckles done, both of them on. She spun until her hair flew, the way she had on that floor. And this time, nobody crossed a room to stop her. She caught me watching and held out her good hand, and I set down the coffee and danced with my daughter in our kitchen. When the song ended, she leaned against me, out of breath, and asked the question one last time, smaller now, almost sure of the answer. "Mama, am I real family?" I knelt down and looked her in the eyes. Respect isn't something you demand by being the loudest in the room. It's something you earn by being the one who protects the smallest person in it. That's my story. One dance, one uniform, one little girl who just needed to know she belonged. If someone ever made you feel like you had to earn a seat at your own family's table, let this be your reminder tonight. You don't. You never did. If this story moved you, share it with someone who needs to hear it. Drop a comment, hit subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. My name is Rosa Weathers. I'm 28 years old. 6 hours after an emergency cesarean, my father stormed into my recovery room with a lawyer and declared coldly, "You're too broken and mentally unstable to be a mother. A damaged woman like you has no right to raise this child. We're taking our grandson home before you destroy him too." I lay there stitched up, still bleeding, legs heavy and useless from the fading spinal block, completely alone. My husband was 3 floors down performing emergency heart surgery, unreachable. My mother stood silently behind him with a pre-packed diaper bag. They had months of fabricated psychiatric reports and custody papers ready. They thought I was at my weakest. They thought they had already won. They had no idea this was my hospital. One single keystroke by the head nurse, and 90 seconds later, everything they planned began to violently unravel. If you've ever been called broken, unstable, or not good enough by the people who were supposed to love you the most, especially at your most vulnerable moment, I want you to comment the word enough right now. Let me know I'm not alone. Now, let me take you back to the moment I surfaced from the morphine haze and realized exactly what my own parents were trying to do to me. The clock on the wall read 4:04 p.m. Owen had been born at 10:04 that morning. 6 hours. 6 hours since they'd cut him out of me, since I'd held him for 30 seconds before the nurses whisked him to the level 2 nursery. "Just monitoring," they'd said. "Standard for C-sections." I tried to remember those 30 seconds. His weight. His cry. The way his tiny fist had curled around my finger before they took him away. The morphine made everything soft around the edges. My hospital bracelet pressed against my wrist, white plastic with my name printed in black. Weathers Brennan Rosa. Below it, a matching number that corresponded to Owen's tiny band. Connected, even when separated. "Where's Owen?" My voice came out hoarse. "Is he okay?" The nurse checking my vitals, young, kind eyes, smiled. "He's perfect, honey. Nursery right across the hall. You'll see him soon. Rest now." But I couldn't rest. Something felt wrong. Not medically wrong, something else. Julian. Where was Julian? I checked the clock again. 4:06 p.m. He'd gone into OR3 at 11:15 that morning. Emergency bypass surgery. 5 hours, they'd projected. He could be done any minute, or the surgery could run long. They always did. The visitor chair sat empty. Teal vinyl, scratched and sun-faded. That's where he should be. That's where he would be, if he could. My phone was in a locker downstairs. The nurse call button rested under my right hand, red and warm from my palm. Should I press it? For what? To say I felt uneasy? That something in my chest was tightening and it wasn't the staples? The morphine PCA pump beeped its steady rhythm. Patient-controlled analgesia. I could press the button for more, but I'd maxed out for the hour. The green light blinked, indifferent. I tried to wiggle my toes. They responded, barely. The spinal block was wearing off, leaving behind that pins and needles sensation that meant feeling was returning. My legs felt like dead weight, impossible to lift. I couldn't stand even if I tried. Medical protocol: 12 hours minimum before attempting to walk after a cesarean. 18 staples held my abdomen together. I could feel them pulling when I breathed too deep. Blood pressure cuff inflated automatically. 95/62. Low, but stable. I was still bleeding. That was normal, they'd said. Would continue for weeks. The catheter bag hung beside the bed, a quarter full of amber liquid. The IV line in my right hand tugged when I moved. I was tethered, trapped. Vulnerable in a way I'd never been in my 28 years. The incision across my lower abdomen burned with every shallow breath, 18 metal staples pulling tight like barbed wire under my skin. The catheter tube tugged uncomfortably whenever I shifted, A constant, humiliating reminder that my body was still recovering from major surgery. Lochia, the postpartum bleeding, soaked the thick pad between my legs, and the nurse had warned it would continue for weeks. I remembered the 30 seconds I held Owen, his warm, wrinkled skin against my chest, the tiny cry that sounded like the most beautiful sound in the world. Now that memory felt stolen. My arms ached to hold him again, but I could barely lift them above the blanket. I was a social worker who spent every day fighting for vulnerable children, yet in this moment I couldn't even fight for my own son. And that's when I heard them. 3 sets of footsteps in the hallway. My heart knew before my brain caught up. The monitor beside me spiked. 72 to 89 in seconds. I knew that gait. Measured. Deliberate. The walk of a man who'd never met a room he didn't own. My father. The door handle turned. Chrome, catching the afternoon light. The Venetian blinds were half closed, March sun striping the linoleum floor in bands of gray and gold. The empty chair seemed to mock me. Julian should be there. Julian should be. The door opened. Theodore Weathers entered first. The last time we'd spoken face to face was at my wedding. He and Mom had refused to come, claiming we don't approve of the match. When I announced the pregnancy, they sent nothing but that single cold email. Now here they were, 3 years of silence exploding into this moment. Mom hovered behind him, eyes fixed on the floor, knuckles white around the Burberry diaper bag she must have bought months ago. The lawyer looked expensive and uncomfortable, like he already sensed something was off. He didn't smile, didn't ask how I was feeling, didn't look at me like I was his daughter who'd just given birth to his first grandchild. He looked at me like I was a case file. "Rosa," he said, "we need to talk." My father has always been good at control. It's his gift, if you can call it that. The ability to walk into any space and make it his. Courtroom, boardroom, hospital room. He pulled the visitor chair close. Too close. Inside what therapists call personal space, what I call the zone where you can't breathe properly. He sat, folded his hands, the same gesture I'd seen 1,000 times growing up. The gesture that meant, I've already decided. This conversation is a formality. Behind him, my mother hovered near the door. White leather purse clutched in both hands, knuckles bone pale. She wouldn't look at me. The third person, a man in his 50s, gray suit, leather briefcase with brass clasps, positioned himself by the window. "This is Richard Pemberton," my father said. "He's a family law specialist. We've retained him regarding a sensitive matter concerning your child." Pemberton nodded, didn't smile, set his briefcase on the windowsill and opened it. The sound of brass clasps clicking open felt very loud in the small room. My mother still wouldn't look at me, just stood there, purse in her death grip, staring at the floor tiles. "Mr. Weathers," I said. My voice came out steadier than I felt. "What is this?" My father's expression didn't change. He reached for the manila folder Pemberton was extracting from the briefcase. "Rosa, sweetheart," my mother whispered. First words, voice trembling. "Please just listen. This is for the best. For everyone." The folder landed on my bedside table with a soft thump. Heavy, expensive paper. It pushed aside my water cup, which teetered but didn't fall. My father slid it closer to me. "Rosa," he said, "we're filing for emergency custody of your son. Today." The words didn't land right. They bounced off my morphine-dulled brain like stones off water. Custody. Emergency. Today. I started. "The paperwork has been filed with King County Superior Court as of 1:35 this afternoon." His voice was clinical, rehearsed. Every word had weight behind it. "We are the petitioners. You are the respondent. Given the circumstances of your current condition and your documented history, We believe immediate intervention is necessary to protect the minor child. I stared at him, at the folder, at my mother, who still wouldn't meet my eyes. What history? I managed. Pemberton cleared his throat. Ms. Weathers Brennan, if you'd like to review the petition. Her name, my father interrupted, is Rosa Weathers. That's how the petition is filed. Not Weathers Brennan. Just Weathers. Like Julian didn't exist. Like the past 3 years of my life had been erased with a pen stroke. My hands shook as I picked up the folder. The brass fasteners were sharp against my fingers. The cover page stared up at me in official typeface. Petition for emergency custody. King County Superior Court case number. Assigned petitioners: Theodore Weathers, Catherine Weathers. Respondent: Rosa Weathers Brennan, 52 pages. My name was misspelled on page 3. Weathers Brennan, sloppy. I flipped to page 4. November 12th. I had been at work that day supervising a foster placement hearing until 4 p.m. I had the time card, emails, and witness statements to prove it. Yet here was an 8-page report claiming I had sat in an office I had never visited, crying about being unready for motherhood and showing flat affect and poor insight. The diagnosis codes, major depressive disorder and generalized anxiety disorder, were written as if they were facts. Medication recommendations I had never taken, session notes describing conversations that had never happened. As a social worker who reviewed psych evals every single week, I knew exactly how convincing this document looked on paper. Someone had spent months building a case that could destroy my life with a single keystroke. Section 3, Documentation of Respondent's Mental Instability. Subsection A, Psychiatric Evaluation conducted by Dr. Helen Morrison, Ph.D., Licensed Clinical Psychologist, November 12th, 2025. I stopped breathing. November 12th. I'd been at work that day. I'd supervised a foster placement hearing at 2 p.m. I had the time card to prove it. I'd never seen anyone named Dr. Helen Morrison in my life. The evaluation was 8 pages long. Professional letterhead. Belltown Psychiatric Associates, 2127 First Avenue, Suite 304, Seattle, Washington 98121. I read the first paragraph. Patient Rosa Weathers Brennan presented for initial evaluation on November 12, 2025, reporting significant anxiety regarding her pregnancy and expressing ambivalence about her readiness for parenthood. Patient appeared disheveled, affect was flat, and she demonstrated poor insight into her emotional state. I had never been to Belltown for therapy, had never set foot in an office at that address. The diagnosis codes jumped out at me: F3 2.1, major depressive disorder, moderate; F4 1.1, generalized anxiety disorder. Medication recommendations: sertraline 100 mg daily, lorazepam 0.5 mg as needed for acute anxiety episodes. I'd never taken either medication. The session notes were detailed, specific. They described conversations I'd never had. Patient stated, "I'm not ready for this. I don't know if I can do this." When asked about support systems, patient became defensive and withdrawn. My hands were shaking so badly the pages rustled. "This is fake," I said. My voice sounded very far away. "I've never seen this person. I've never been to this address." My father's expression didn't change. "The clinical records are quite clear, Rosa. Dr. Morrison documented your sessions over a 12-week period. Your denial is consistent with the symptom profile she identified." Gaslighting. The word rose up from my social work training. Make the victim question their own reality. Make them doubt what they know to be true. I flipped forward. November 26th, December 10th. 3 sessions documented in detail. I'd been at work all 3 days. I could prove it. "The affidavit doesn't specify the location of the sessions," Pemberton added. reading from his notes. But Dr. Morrison's credentials are— I don't care about her credentials, I said. I was never there. I kept reading. My stomach turned over. Section 4. Corroborating witness testimony. 6 affidavits. 6 names I didn't recognize. Jennifer Paulson. I witnessed Rosa crying in a coffee shop in December 2025, saying she wasn't ready to be a mother and didn't know if she could go through with it. Mark DeLuca. Rosa told me she'd made a mistake and was having serious doubts about her pregnancy. Susan Crawford, Brian Westfield, Dorothy Hannigan, Kevin Shields, all claiming similar observations. Dates scattered across October through December. Coffee shops, grocery stores, public parks. All vague, all unverifiable, all notarized, all apparently legitimate. I don't know these people, I said. Any of them. Who is Jennifer Paulson? Ms. Paulson is listed as a concerned community member who encountered you at a cafe on December 18th, Pemberton said. Uncomfortable now, glancing at my father. What cafe? Where? The affidavit doesn't specify. Of course it didn't. I flipped to page 15. My breath caught. Catherine Weathers. Supporting statement. 2 pages. My mother's signature at the bottom. Dated March 1st, 2026. 15 days ago. Notarized at Gold Seal Notary Services, the same building as my father's law office. I looked up at her. She was crying now, silent tears tracking down her face. Mom, I said. You signed this? She didn't answer, just stood there crying, holding that white purse like it was the only thing keeping her upright. I read her statement. I have witnessed my daughter's declining mental health over the past year. She has become increasingly withdrawn, refuses family support, and expresses inappropriate anger toward her father and myself. She has made concerning statements about feeling overwhelmed by impending motherhood. I fear for my grandchild's safety in her care. You haven't seen me in 3 years, I said. My voice was very quiet now, very controlled. You didn't come to my wedding. You didn't respond when I told you I was pregnant. And you signed a legal document saying you've witnessed my mental health decline? Rosa, please. Her voice broke. Please what? I looked at my father. You did this. You made her sign this. He didn't deny it, just looked at me with those cold, assessing eyes. Your father said it was the only way to help you, my mother whispered. Help me? The laugh that came out of me didn't sound like mine. By taking my child? I looked back at the petition. Page 16. Final paragraph. Given respondents' current compromised physical and mental state, post-surgical, medicated, and without adequate support system, petitioners request immediate temporary custody pending full evidentiary hearing. Emergency removal is warranted to protect the minor child from foreseeable harm. The clock read 4:11 p.m. Julian was still in surgery. I was alone. And my parents had just told me they were taking my son. My father has been planning this for 7 months. I know that now. I can trace it back. The email he sent in August when I told them I was pregnant. The one that said, "We need to discuss what's best for this child." Not congratulations, not joy. Just that cold, calculated statement of intent. I'd thought it was concern. Misguided, controlling, typical Ted Weathers concern. I'd deleted the email, blocked his work address. Thought that was the end of it. But he'd been working, building, fabricating a case against me. 4 months, November through February. Fake therapy sessions, fake witnesses, fake evidence of instability that didn't exist. How do you fight that? How do you prove a negative? I tried to sit up straighter. The staples pulled. Pain lanced through my abdomen. The morphine took the edge off but couldn't touch the deeper ache. You hired someone to create fake medical records, I said. That's fraud. The documentation is legitimate. my father said. His voice never wavered, never rose. Absolute certainty. Dr. Morrison is a licensed professional who... Is she? I met his eyes. Because I'm going to find out. And when I do, when I prove this is all fabricated, you're going to face charges. Real ones. For the first time, something flickered across his face. Not worry. Just recalculation. Rosa, he said, leaning forward slightly. Look at yourself. You're post-operative, medicated, alone. Your husband is unavailable. You have no support system here. The court will see that you're a man who fabricated psychiatric records to steal his daughter's child. We're not stealing anything. His tone shifted. Harder now. We're protecting our grandson from a mother who isn't capable of caring for him. You made choices, Rosa. You married someone beneath you. You isolated yourself from your family. You've demonstrated poor judgment repeatedly, and now, Julian is Division Chief of Interventional Cardiology at this hospital. The words came out before I thought about them. My father blinked, first genuine expression of surprise I'd seen from him. He's what? My husband, the man you've never bothered asking about, the man whose last name you can barely say without contempt. He's Division Chief of Interventional Cardiology, at this hospital, where I work, where I've worked for 6 years as a social worker. Pemberton looked up sharply. My father's jaw tightened. That's irrelevant too. Is it? I looked at Pemberton. You didn't know that, did you? He didn't tell you where my husband works, what his position is. Did he? Pemberton's silence was answer enough. We're done here, my father said, standing abruptly. Rosa, we'll be back with the appropriate authorities. In the meantime, I said, you're going to leave my room. We're going to get our grandson. He moved toward the door, toward the hallway, toward the nursery. My mother followed him. She'd pulled a pre-packed diaper bag from somewhere. Burberry pattern. Expensive. Ready. They'd planned this down to the last detail. Pemberton gathered his papers. Mr. Weathers, I must advise this isn't proper protocol. The paperwork is filed, my father said. I have legal standing. He was at the door now. I tried to stand. Couldn't. My legs wouldn't hold me. The spinal block was fading, but I was still too weak, too compromised. I pressed the morphine button. Desperate, futile. It wouldn't help. It couldn't help. My father opened the door, and Elena Rodriguez, head nurse of the recovery unit, was standing right there. Elena is 52 years old. She's worked at UW Medical for 28 years. She started the same year my mother did, back in 1998, when they were both ER nurses. She was there when my mother quit in 2001, when my father showed up at the hospital and made a scene and my mother turned in her resignation that same day. Elena remembered. Mr. Weathers, she said. Her voice was professional, neutral, but there was something underneath it, something steel. My father barely glanced at her. Excuse me. I need to check Ms. Weathers-Brennan's vitals. Elena moved past him into the room, positioning herself between him and the hallway, between him and the nursery. She went to my bedside, wrapped the blood pressure cuff around my arm. Her movements were calm, practiced, but her eyes were sharp, assessing. The cuff inflated. 98/64. Elevated. Stress. Heart rate's up. Elena said quietly, adjusting my morphine drip, checking the catheter output. Her hand hovered over the computer terminal just outside my door. My father was moving toward the hallway again. My mind raced in panic. If they reached the nursery now while Julian was still in surgery, they could flash the custody papers and walk out with Owen before anyone could stop them. I pictured the security guard at the nursery door stepping aside, the nurses handing over my son because the paperwork looked official. The thought made bile rise in my throat. I could hear their footsteps fading down the corridor toward the level 2 nursery, each step sounding like a hammer on my chest. Elena typed one line. I caught a glimpse of the screen. Just for a second. Security to recovery 412, family interference, priority 1 timestamp, 4:10:17 p.m. She didn't say anything. Didn't look at my father. Just typed, logged the request, and stepped back into my room. I'll need everyone to stay in the room for a moment, she said. Still professional, still calm. My father ignored her, kept walking toward the nursery. My mother followed, diaper bag in hand. Pemberton stood frozen, briefcase half closed. 15 seconds. 35 seconds. I counted them. Couldn't help it. 58 seconds. The elevator at the end of the hall dinged. 73 seconds. Heavy footsteps. Radio static. 89 seconds. 2 security officers rounded the corner. The lead officer entered my room. Kevin Marshall. 40. 15 years at UW Medical. Former Army MP. He saw me first. Rosa? His tone shifted immediately. Concern. What's going on? He knew my name. Used my first name. My father stopped mid-step. Kevin Marshall picked up the custody petition from my bedside table. The pages my father had left there, so sure of his position. He read the cover page, flipped to page 2, stopped at the respondent's spouse line. I watched his face change. Wait, he said. Dr. Brennan? Division Chief Brennan? The second security officer, Monica Torres, 8 years at UW, former Seattle PD, stepped forward from the doorway. Rosa, you're married to Chief Brennan from Interventional? I nodded. My voice came out hoarse. He's in surgery. OR3. Elena stepped forward from where she'd been standing. Quiet, observant, strategic. Mr. Weathers, she said, did you know your son-in-law is Division Chief of Interventional Cardiology at this hospital? My father's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Confusion, realization, something that might have been dread. Pemberton spoke up, his voice strangled. I wasn't provided that information in client intake. My mother's hand went to her mouth. The diaper bag dropped to the floor. Kevin was already radioing. This is Security 12, Priority 1 in Recovery 412. I need to reach Dr. Brennan's team immediately. Notify OR3 for emergency page. Static crackled. Other nurses appeared in the doorway. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo, my supervisor from social work walking past, stopped. Rosa, what? Elena turned to her. Voice low but clear. Call David Sterling, now. The radio crackled back. Security 12, Dr. Brennan is being paged stat. Attending taking over surgery. ETA 8 minutes. My father sat down heavily in the visitor chair. For the first time since he'd walked into my room, he was silent. Julian got the page at 4:12 p.m., 3 hours into a 5-hour coronary artery bypass procedure. Code, Family Emergency, Recovery 412. Your wife, Stat Dr. Patricia Vance, the attending surgeon with 30 years' experience, took over without hesitation. Go. I've got this. Julian scrubbed out in 2 minutes, ran through the hallways. OR wing to recovery wing. 4 minutes. Waited 45 seconds for the elevator. I can picture him. Still in surgical scrubs. Mask pulled down around his neck. Hands pink from the antiseptic scrub. 4th floor to room 412. 1 minute. 7 minutes and 52 seconds from page to arrival. The door opened at 4:19:52 p.m. He was still in navy surgical scrubs, scrub cap still on, shoe covers, stethoscope around his neck, reading glasses tucked in his scrub pocket. 6'1", lean, salt and pepper hair at the temples. 33 years old, but the job aged him. His eyes scanned the room. Me. security officers, elderly couple, man in a suit. He came to me first, ignored everyone else. His hand touched my face, gentle, checking for fever. Doctor reflex. His other hand found my pulse at my wrist. Hey. His voice was soft, just for me. Are you okay? What happened? The tears came then. Finally. After hours of holding everything inside, I broke. They're trying to take Owen. His jaw tightened. That small muscle that works when he's controlling fury. I'd been counting the seconds, watching the clock, praying. Julian entered. He was still in Navy surgical scrubs. Scrub cap still on, shoe covers, stethoscope around his neck. Reading glasses tucked in his scrub pocket. 6'1", lean. Salt and pepper hair at the temples. 33 years old, but the job aged him. His eyes scanned the room. Me, security officers, elderly couple, man in a suit. He came to me first, ignored everyone else. His hand touched my face, gentle, checking for fever. Doctor reflex. His other hand found my pulse at my wrist. Hey. His voice was soft, just for me. Are you okay? What happened? The tears came then. Finally. They're trying to take Owen. His jaw tightened. That small muscle that works when he's controlling fury. He turned to face the room. Kevin handed him the custody petition. Julian read. 45 seconds of complete silence. His face stayed neutral, controlled. But I knew him. I could see it. The small muscle in his jaw working. The way his breathing changed. The subtle tension in his shoulders. He finished reading. Looked up at my father. Mr. Weathers. His voice was calm, quiet, absolutely authoritative. I need you to leave my wife's room. Now. My father tried to stand, to speak. Dr. Brennan, if you'd review the documentation. Julian cut him off. Didn't raise his voice. Didn't need to. Kevin, please escort Mr. and Mrs. Weathers and their attorney from the building. I'll be filing a restraining order within the hour. They are not to return to this floor. He turned back to me. Dismissed my father completely. Put his hand on my face again. I'm here now. It's okay. My father tried to argue. Pemberton tried to intercede. Julian didn't even look at them. Kevin, he said again. And that was all it took. The escort began at 4:22 p.m. On the 4th floor, 12 staff members watched. Nurses, residents, case managers, people I'd worked with for 6 years. Whispers spread like wildfire. That's Rosa's parents. They tried to take the baby. Some faces showed shock, others quiet anger. Many had known my mother from her ER days. I lay in bed listening to the fading footsteps and radio chatter echoing down the hall. A strange mix of humiliation and relief washed over me. My parents, the people who once controlled every part of my life, were being walked out of the hospital like common trespassers, in full view of everyone who mattered. Recovery Room 412, Cascade Wing Hallway, Central Elevator Bank, Main Lobby, Exit Doors, approximately 800 feet, 12 minutes, deliberately slow, deliberately visible. On the 4th floor, 12 staff members watched. Nurses, residents, case managers, people I'd worked with for 6 years. The elevator stopped at the 3rd floor. 4 residents entered, saw the escort, went quiet. The lobby, 4:34 p.m. shift change, peak traffic. I learned later there were 127 people present. Security cameras logged them, 3 of my social work colleagues, 2 case managers, 1 patient advocate. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo stopped mid-conversation with a family. Watched. Elena walked alongside the escort, visible, deliberate, a message to the staff. My father kept his shoulders back, tried to maintain dignity, failed. My mother cried, silent, shoulders shaking, hand over her mouth. As they approached the exit, Pemberton spoke. "Officer, I want it noted that I'm withdrawing from this case. I was not informed of material facts. I'll be filing formal notice with the court today. My father whipped around. Richard. I don't represent clients who misrepresent circumstances, Ted. Pemberton's voice was cold. We're done. He turned, walked back into the hospital, going to find my room, to offer testimony. The automatic doors opened. 4:36 p.m., 32 minutes from arrival to exit. As the doors closed, my mother turned back. One last look, made eye contact with Elena through the glass. Elena's expression wasn't triumphant, wasn't angry, just disappointed, sad. Catherine had been her colleague once, 25 years ago. She'd chosen wrong then, kept choosing wrong. Elena shook her head slightly, turned away. My mother crumpled against my father. He didn't comfort her. The doors closed. David Sterling arrived at my room at 5:15 p.m. Hospital legal advocate. 42 years old, 12 years in healthcare law. Julian was still there, sitting in the visitor chair, holding my hand. Sterling reviewed the custody petition. 20 minutes of silence. Reading. Making notes. Finally, he looked up. Dr. Morrison's psychology license was revoked by Washington State in 2023. Ethics violations, boundary violations with patients, fraudulent billing. I felt something release in my chest. Belltown Psychiatric Associates doesn't exist. The address listed, 2127 First Avenue, Suite 304, is a UPS store. Pemberton had arrived 15 minutes earlier. He handed Sterling a stack of documents. 4 of the 6 witness names don't exist in any public records I can access, Pemberton said. The 2 that do exist live in different states and have no connection to Seattle. I've already contacted them. They've never met Ms. Weathers-Brennan. Sterling nodded. Mr. Weathers hired a discredited practitioner to fabricate evidence. This isn't just custody overreach. This is fraud, potentially criminal. Can we file a restraining order tonight? Julian's voice was steady, but his hand was tight around mine. Already drafted. Sterling pulled out papers. Emergency temporary restraining order. I have an on-call judge standing by for phone review. We'll have it approved within 2 hours. He was right. The TRO was filed at 5:30 p.m. Judge Patricia Vance, different from the surgeon, no conflict, reviewed via phone at 6:45 p.m., approved at 7:15 p.m. 500 feet, restriction from me, Julian, and Owen. No contact, 2 years duration, renewable. Full hearing scheduled in 14 days. But that wasn't all. Sterling pulled up his laptop. Hospital IT security report. I requested an audit of system access attempts, he said. Theodore Weathers attempted to access your employee file on January 15th. Denied. He tried searching employee records for Brennan on January 18th. Denied. He attempted to access your medical records on January 22nd, February 3rd, February 14th, and February 28th. All denied. All logged. 6 unauthorized access attempts, HIPAA violations, federal crime. He was cyberstalking you, Sterling said. For 2 months. Security flagged the pattern and elevated monitoring. That's how we have the complete audit trail. Julian's hand tightened further. There's more, Sterling said. He hesitated. I was researching your father's background for the TRO. I found something. He turned the laptop toward us. Court records. 1985. King County Superior Court. Gloria Weathers. Petitioner versus Amanda Weathers. Respondent. Emergency custody petition. Your father's mother filed for custody of your father's sister in 1985, Sterling said. Amanda Weathers. She was 26. Single mother. Gloria claimed she was unfit. Unstable. The court granted temporary custody. Gloria had the baby for 8 months before the decision was reversed. I stared at the screen. Ted was 17 when this happened, Sterling continued. He witnessed it, watched his mother take his sister's child, watched the family fracture. Amanda cut all contact, moved to Portland, never spoke to the family again. He learned it from her, I whispered. The words hit me like a second wave of morphine, heavy and disorienting. For the first time, I saw the full circle. My grandmother Gloria, doing to Aunt Amanda exactly what my father was trying to do to me. 41 years of the same toxic belief that control equals love. I looked at Julian and felt a fierce determination settle in my chest. Owen would never grow up in that cycle. I would break it here, today, with steel rails and security escorts and restraining orders if that's what it took. Julian's hand found the back of my neck. Grounding. It's a pattern, Sterling said gently. Generational trauma. He thinks this is rescue. This is love. Elena spoke from the doorway. I hadn't heard her come in. Catherine worked here in 1998, she said. ER nurse. She was good. Really good. She was going to be charge nurse. She paused. Your father showed up one day in 2001. Made a scene. Told her she belonged at home. She turned in her resignation that afternoon. I remember. She was crying. She gave up everything for him, I said. And now she's lost everything because of him, Elena said. Both of you. The room was quiet for a long moment. Julian broke the silence. The prosecutor's office will want to review this. The fabricated records. The HIPAA violations. I'll send the full file tomorrow, Sterling said. But Rosa, for tonight. They're gone. They're legally required to stay gone. And they will face consequences. I looked at Owen's empty isolette across the hall. Can I see my son now? I asked. Elena smiled. I'll bring him in. 3 days later, I was home. Owen in my arms. Julian driving us carefully through Seattle rain. My phone buzzed at 2:47 a.m. that first night home. Catherine. I'm sorry. I should have stopped him years ago. I stared at the message for a long time. Owen asleep in the bassinet beside my bed. Julian's breathing steady next to me. I didn't respond. 2 weeks later, Sterling called. Catherine Weathers filed for legal separation from Theodore Weathers this morning. 6 weeks later, a letter arrived. Handwritten. 4 pages. Postmarked Tacoma. I recognized my mother's handwriting. Julian found me in the nursery, reading it. Owen on my shoulder. What does it say? He asked. I folded it carefully. That she's in therapy, twice a week. That she's staying with her sister. That she knows the custody plan was wrong. That she's choosing differently now. Does she want to see Owen? No. She says she doesn't deserve to. Not yet. Maybe not ever. What do you want? I looked at Owen, at my son, at the life we were building. I don't know, I said. Ask me in a few years. 8 weeks later, I returned to UW Medical. Not to work. Not yet. Just to visit. I brought Owen. 8 weeks old. Finally filling out. Starting to smile. The cafeteria was warm. Familiar. Smelled like bad coffee and hand sanitizer and home. Sarah Okonkwo saw me first. Rosa. She brought the whole team. Case managers, social workers, patient advocates, people I'd worked alongside for 6 years. They passed Owen around gently, cooed, made the appropriate baby noises. Elena brought me coffee. Light cream. No sugar. She remembered. She sat down across from me. How are you holding up? She asked. I thought about it. Really thought about it. Some days are hard, I said. But I'm building something different. Something mine. Elena nodded, smiled. That's what breaking cycles looks like. I looked down at Owen. asleep now in Elena's arms. Safe, protected, wanted. I thought about my father, about the custody petition gathering dust in some legal file, about the restraining order still in effect. I thought about my mother, about her letter, about the possibility of forgiveness, years from now, with boundaries and therapy and time. I thought about Gloria Weathers in 1985, about Amanda, about the pattern that had run through my family for 41 years, the pattern that ended here, not because they were defeated, though they were, but because I chose who gets access to my life, to my son, to my story. I chose. And that choice, that power to define who I am, who my family is, what love actually means, that's everything. Julian texted. On my way down. 5 minutes. I smiled. Owen stirred, opened his eyes, looked at me. I looked back at my son. We were free. That first night home, as I rocked Owen in the quiet darkness of our nursery, the weight of everything finally settled. The fear that I might have lost him still lingered in my chest like a bruise, but so did a new kind of strength. I had fought for him when I could barely move. I had chosen myself and my family when everyone expected me to stay silent. PTSD would come in waves. Nightmares of footsteps in the hallway, the sound of a diaper bag dropping. But so would the joy of watching Julian feed our son at 3 a.m. while humming off key. One day, maybe, I would let my mother back in, slowly, with heavy boundaries and proof of real change. But right now, I was choosing peace. I was choosing us. And no one, not even the people who brought me into this world, could ever take that choice away again. Not because the villain lost, but because I won something better than revenge. I won myself back, and I won the right to write the next chapter. On my terms. My name is Emma Caldwell, 33 years old. At Christmas dinner with the whole family, my mother stood up, slapped a forged DNA test in front of my husband and declared, "This bitch has been lying to you since day one. She faked her infertility to trap you in a childless marriage and steal the fortune that belongs to her real sister." My sister grinned like a victor. My father drank in silence. 22 relatives looked at me with disgust. They believed they were exposing me, but my 83-year-old grandmother had been quietly filming this toxic family for 33 years. When she played the 1992 tape on the dining room TV, everything my mother built came crashing down in seconds. Before we dive deeper into what happened that Christmas night, if you love stories about toxic family secrets, betrayal, and justice finally being served, please take a second to hit the like button and subscribe. It really helps these stories reach more people. And if this already hits close to home, drop your location and the current time in the comments below. I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from right now. Now, let's go back a week to make you understand why that moment mattered. Why it broke me before it saved me. December 18th, 2025. I woke up in our Pearl District loft in Portland. Ben had already left for school. He teaches AP History at Lincoln High, always out the door by 7:15. I made coffee in the kitchen, checking my phone. Studio email. A client wanted revisions on a branding project. Normal morning, except my calendar showed the date I'd been dreading for weeks. Christmas at Mom's, December 25th. I used my father's coffee mug without thinking about it. Sullivan Auto Group's 50th anniversary mug. He'd given it to me years ago. I don't know why I kept using it. Maybe I was still trying to prove I belonged. Ben texted me around 8. "Don't forget your mom called again. She really wants us there early. Love you." I typed back, "I know, I'll survive. It's one day." But my mother's voicemail from the day before still sat in my phone, unreturned. I played it again, trying to decode the tone. "Emma, honey, please call me back. This Christmas is important. We have family matters to discuss." The word honey felt wrong coming from her. She never called me that. I need you to understand something about my family. My mother, Patricia Sullivan, had always loved my sister Vanessa more than me. I'd known this my entire life. It wasn't subtle. Vanessa got the car at 16. I got told I could borrow Mom's sometimes. Vanessa got her college paid for. I took out loans. When Vanessa got divorced in 2022, Mom was there every day. When I got married to Ben in 2018, Mom's toast at our wedding lasted exactly 12 seconds. We wish Emma and Ben luck in their marriage. I told myself it was birth order. Vanessa was older, or so I thought. She was born in March 1992. I was born in April 1992, according to my birth certificate. A month apart. Close enough to be almost twins. People said when they saw our photos, we looked nearly identical as kids, but Mom always corrected them. Vanessa's the older one. Emma came later. The favoritism hurt, but I'd learned to live with it. I moved to Portland, started my graphic design studio, married a man who actually loved me. I thought I'd escaped. Then Grandpa Walter died in September 2023. At the funeral, Mom cried the loudest. Dad gave the eulogy. Vanessa held her 8-year-old son Connor's hand. I stood in the back with Ben, feeling like a guest at someone else's grief. Afterward, the estate attorney, Bernard Coleman, read the will at my parents' house. Grandpa's estate, $2.6 million in liquid assets, plus shares in Sullivan Auto Group. The distribution was simple, divided equally among legitimate grandchildren of Henry Sullivan. That meant me, Vanessa, and Connor's trust fund. I remember the exact moment Bernard said, "Equal distribution." My mother's jaw twitched, just a muscle spasm, barely visible. But I saw it. She pulled Bernard aside after the reading. I couldn't hear what they said, but when he shook his head, her lips pressed into a thin line I knew too well. The estate would take 16 to 18 months to close. I didn't think much of it then. I should have. The thing I haven't told you yet, the thing that made everything worse, was the infertility. In 2019, I was diagnosed with PCOS. For 3 years, Ben and I tried everything: medications, treatments, procedures. We spent $43,600. I kept every receipt in a folder, though I'm not sure why. Maybe to prove to myself it was real, that I'd tried hard enough. The last treatment failed in November 2025. I cried for 2 straight days. Ben held me and said we could adopt. The gentleness in his voice only made it hurt more. My mother never asked about it. Not once. Vanessa sent one sympathy text after the first failed treatment, then never mentioned it again. I kept all the negative pregnancy tests in a shoebox under our bed. 73 tests. I couldn't throw them away. They felt like evidence of something, though I didn't know what. Last Thanksgiving, 2024. My mother said something I've never forgotten. We were at her house in Beaverton. Vanessa's son Connor was playing in the yard. Mom was watching him through the window, smiling. "Well," she said, not looking at me, "at least Vanessa gave us Connor. Some legacy is better than none." I walked out. Ben followed me to the car. He didn't try to defend her. He knew better. My relationship with Vanessa had always been cold. We texted maybe twice a month. I'd seen Connor, my nephew, maybe 3 times in his 8 years. Vanessa lived 12 miles away in Beaverton, close to Mom and Dad. I was in Portland. The distance felt much farther than 12 miles. On December 20th, I texted Vanessa, "See you Christmas. Should I bring anything?" She replied 4 hours later, "Mom has it covered." 3 words. That was our relationship. Then came December 23rd. The phone call. 8:47 p.m. Mom's number on my screen. I almost didn't answer. "Emma." Her voice was bright, warm, too warm. I'm so glad I caught you. I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but family is family, you know? This Christmas feels important, like a turning point. I held the phone away from my ear and staring at it. Can you and Ben come a little early? She continued. Maybe 5 instead of 6? I'd love some time with you before everyone else arrives. Sure, Mom. We can do that. And Emma? Wear something nice. Not those casual clothes you always wear. This is a special dinner. Okay. Good girl. Good girl. She'd never called me that before. Not once in 33 years. When I told Ben, he laughed. Maybe she's mellowing with age. But I heard something else in the background before Mom hung up. Her voice, slightly muffled, talking to someone in the room. She'll be there. Everything's set. Who was she talking to? Christmas Day, December 25th, 2025. Ben drove. The 12 miles from Portland to Beaverton took 20 minutes. I stared out the window at decorated houses, my stomach tight. I'd worn the navy dress Mom bought me 3 years ago. It was too tight now, but I wore it anyway, still trying. Still hoping that maybe this year would be different. 2 hours, Ben said, squeezing my hand. Then we leave. I promise. If it gets bad, you tug your ear and I'll fake a work emergency. You're the best. I know. We pulled into the driveway at 5:02 p.m. The house was a pristine colonial in Beaverton Hills, $850,000 when they bought it in 2015. But what stopped me was the number of cars. Vanessa's SUV, Uncle James's truck, Aunt Claire's sedan. More, way more than usual. How many people did she invite? I whispered. Ben counted silently. A lot. The door opened before we could knock. Mom stood there. Perfect smile, perfect hair. She hugged me, stiff, performative, and said, "You're here. Good." Inside, I counted faces. 22 people. The dining table was extended to its maximum length, set with Mom's best china. This wasn't a family dinner. This was a performance. Vanessa was in the kitchen with Connor. She glanced up when I entered, then looked away. No greeting. Dad shook Ben's hand, asked about school. Normal small talk. But his eyes were somewhere else. And then I saw Grandma Dorothy. She sat in the corner chair at the head of the table, Grandpa Walter's old spot. Her camcorder was on her lap, that ancient Sony Handycam she'd been using since the 90s. Everyone in the family knew about Grandma's filming. It was her thing. Holidays, birthdays, random Tuesday dinners. She documented everything. I caught her eye. She gave me a small nod. Something in it felt deliberate. Place cards marked each seat. Ben and I were at the far end, near the kitchen door. Vanessa sat next to Mom. Connor next to Vanessa. Dorothy at the head. The arrangement felt tactical. At 6:18 p.m., Mom tapped her wineglass. 3 sharp rings. Everyone sat. She smiled at me. The smile didn't reach her eyes. "Before we eat," she announced, "I have something important to share." She stood, walked to the sideboard, pulled out an envelope. I saw the logo. Gene Trust Labs. My heart stopped. "Family is built on trust," Mom said, her voice carrying through the silent room. "And truth. For months, I've had suspicions about Emma. So I did what any mother would do. I sought answers." She opened the envelope, slid a paper across the table. Not to me, to Ben. "This is a DNA test," she said. "It proves Emma is not biologically related to me, to this family." The room went silent. 22 pairs of eyes turned toward me. "I had my doubts when she was born," Mom continued. "Henry and I tried for years before the girls came. When Vanessa arrived, it felt right. When Emma came a month later," she paused, letting that sink in. "Something felt off. Now I have proof." Ben picked up the paper, His hand was shaking. I saw the highlighted section. 99.2% probability subject is not biological child of Patricia Sullivan. That's not possible, I whispered. Mom's smile turned sharp. Denial won't change science, Emma. But she wasn't done. She stood straighter, voice rising. This bitch has been lying to you since day one, Ben. She faked her infertility to trap you in a childless marriage and steal the fortune that belongs to her real sister. The word bitch hit me like a slap, in front of 22 people, in front of my husband, my family. She's been manipulating you, Mom continued. All those fertility treatments? Convenient, isn't she? Can't have children, so she gets sympathy. Gets you to pay for expensive procedures. Gets to stay in a marriage without delivering what she promised. Vanessa was nodding. Actually nodding. Dad poured himself more wine. Didn't look at me. Aunt Claire gasped. Uncle James started to stand, but Mom held up her hand. Let me finish, she said. And now, with Dad's estate about to close in February, she stands to inherit $800,000. Money meant for real Sullivans. For Vanessa. For Connor. I won't allow it. Connor, 8 years old, looked confused. What's happening? He asked his mother. Vanessa whispered, adult stuff. Aunt Emma has been lying. My sister believed her. They all believed her. Ben stood up. This is insane. Emma, we're leaving. Mom slid another envelope toward him. This one's for you, Ben. About those fertility treatments she's been making you pay for. You might want to read it. I grabbed it before Ben could touch it. Opened it with shaking hands. Inside was a document. Medical letterhead. Official looking. Claiming I'd never had PCOS. That I'd lied about the entire thing to trap Ben in a sympathetic marriage while pursuing family inheritance. My vision blurred. I pulled out my phone, hands trembling, and opened my real medical records. Showed them to Ben. This is real. That's fake. I don't understand what's... Anyone can forge documents, Emma. Mom interrupted. We know that now, don't we? I looked around the table. 22 faces. Some looked away. Some looked curious, like they were watching a trial. None looked sympathetic. Disgust. That's what I saw. 22 relatives looking at me with disgust. Mom, I said, my voice breaking. Why are you doing this? What did I ever do to you? She leaned forward, looked me directly in the eyes. You existed when you shouldn't have. The room went dead silent. Even her supporters looked shocked. Dad closed his eyes. Then I heard it. A chair scraping. Everyone turned. Grandma Dorothy was standing, the camcorder in her hands. Mom's face drained of color. Mother Dorothy, Mom said quickly, sit down, this doesn't concern you. Dorothy walked, 12 slow steps, I counted every one, to the TV cabinet. Opened the drawer. She'd prepared this. Everything was already set up. She held up the camcorder. I've been recording this family for 33 years, she said. Her voice was steady, clear. Most of you know this. I'm always filming. Holidays, birthdays, family gatherings. You've all been on camera hundreds of times. She looked directly at Mom. But some recordings were more private. Mom stood. You promised. You swore you'd never tell anyone. I promised I'd keep quiet unless you used it to hurt Emma, Dorothy said. You just called her a bitch in front of 22 people and tried to destroy her marriage with a forged document. The promise is broken. She plugged the camcorder into the TV. I saw the HDMI adapter, already connected. She'd planned this, known it was coming. Patricia, Dorothy continued, you knew I had tapes from 1992. You begged me never to show them. You said it would destroy the family. I agreed. For 33 years, I kept your secret. But you just crossed a line I can't ignore. The TV screen flickered blue, then static, then a hospital room. Date stamp in the corner. March 18th, 1992. 2:14 p.m. My mother on screen. 26 years old. Younger. Holding a baby. Another baby visible in a bassinet 3 feet away. Young Dorothy's voice off camera. Are you sure about this, Patricia? My mother, young, crying, looked at the camera. I can't do this, Dorothy. I can't keep both of them. The room around me disappeared. There was only the TV. Only that voice. Henry doesn't know I'm planning this, young mom said. He thinks both babies are coming home and that's it. But I can't. I'm 26 years old. Henry's never home. I have no help. Twins will destroy me. Twins. The word hit me like electricity. What are you saying? Dorothy asked on the tape. The adoption agency is coming tomorrow. They said they can place one. I already signed preliminary papers. Mom, present-day mom, tried to grab the remote. Vanessa moved to block her, then froze, realizing what she'd done. On screen, young mom put down the baby she was holding, picked up the other one from the bassinet. I'll keep this one. Vanessa. She's stronger. Sleeps better. The other one, Emma. She cries all the time. I can't bond with her. I couldn't breathe. The room was spinning. Patricia, you can't give away one of your babies, Dorothy's voice said. They're twins. They belong together. I'm barely surviving with one, young mom said. 2 will kill me. I have to choose. A long silence on the tape. What does Henry know? Nothing. He was here for the birth, then flew to Eugene for a dealership emergency. He hasn't even seen them since yesterday. I'll tell him one died. Complications. He'll never know. A nurse entered the frame. Name tag Kelly. Mrs. Sullivan, you need to decide about the birth certificates. Hospital policy requires both names filed by end of day. Young mom's face changed. I saw the exact moment the idea formed. Wait. Nurse, what if I filed them separately? Different dates? The nurse looked confused. They were born the same day, ma'am. March 15th. Both would show the same date. I know. But what if I filed one now and one next month? Said there were complications? Delayed registration? The nurse shifted uncomfortably. It's against policy, but technically, different clerks process them. Hospital records versus county office. I suppose if you claimed medical reasons. Young mom turned to Dorothy. I've changed my mind. I'll keep both. But I'll file Emma's certificate late. Make it look like she came a month after Vanessa. That way, if I ever need leverage. Or if something happens with inheritance, I'll have options. Patricia, that's fraud, Dorothy said. That's insurance. Smart planning. Present-day Vanessa's wine glass slipped from her hand, shattered on the hardwood floor. 6:58 p.m. I noticed the time on the wall clock. Noticed everything. My brain was recording details it didn't know what to do with. Vanessa whispered, "We're twins." I couldn't answer. Couldn't look at her. On the tape, young mom continued, Henry's father has money. Sullivan Auto Group will matter someday. If one daughter is legitimate, firstborn, clearly documented, and one is questionable, with a delayed certificate, I can control who gets what. I'm not saying I'll use it, but having the option, that's protecting my future. Dorothy's voice. You'll regret treating a child this way. Maybe, but I'll survive. Baby Emma started crying on the tape. Young mom didn't pick her up, just stared at her with something like resentment. Young Dorothy put the camera down. The frame shook, and picked up baby Emma herself. The timestamp jumped to March 20th, 1992. Hospital discharge. Nurse. Both babies going home, Mrs. Sullivan? Yes, both. But her eyes when she looked at baby Emma said something different. The tape ended. The room was completely silent. I couldn't breathe. Ben's arm was around me, but I couldn't feel it. Vanessa stared at the blank screen. Her wine glass lay shattered at her feet. Uncle James spoke first. Jesus Christ, Trish. Aunt Claire was crying. Connor asked, Mommy, what's happening? Vanessa couldn't answer. She'd just learned her entire life was a lie. I found my voice. You were going to give me away? Mom said nothing. And when you changed your mind, you made me less than her for 33 years? Still nothing. Say something. She finally looked at me. I kept you. You should be grateful. That word, grateful, broke something inside me. I stood. Ben stood with me. We started toward the door. Sit back down, Emma, Dorothy said. I'm not done. She held up a USB drive. That was tape 1 from 1992. I have 126 more videos spanning 33 years. Should I show them the rest? She plugged the USB into the TV. A file list appeared. Dates from 1992 to 2025. Let me show you a pattern, Dorothy said. This isn't about one mistake in 1992. This is about 33 years of systematic punishment. The first clip loaded. 1998. Kitchen scene. 6-year-old Vanessa and 6-year-old me. Vanessa showed Mom a report card, B+ average. Mom praised her effusively. I showed my report card, straight A's. Mom barely glanced at it. That's nice, honey. Turned back to Vanessa. Next clip. 2000, 2 birthday parties. Small cake for me, no guests. 3 weeks later. Vanessa's party. 20 kids. Bounce house. Pony rides. 2005. My 8th grade art award ceremony. Mom didn't attend. Vanessa had a soccer game the same day. Full family showed up for that. 2006. College decisions. Vanessa received a $2,500 deposit check from Mom. I asked for help. Loans build character, Emma. The clips kept playing. Years of evidence. Documented proof I hadn't imagined it. 2018. My wedding. Mom's toast. 12 seconds. We wish Emma and Ben luck. Then a clip from a hallway. Mom on the phone didn't know Dorothy was filming. Emma's marrying that teacher. I give it 3 years. She doesn't know how to build a real partnership. I watched myself get erased in real time, year after year, moment after moment. Then November 2025. The video showed Mom at her computer. Laptop screen visible. She had a DNA test template open, downloaded from somewhere online. Template letterhead, Gene Trust Labs. She was typing my name into fields, filling in fake data. Sample A, Patricia Sullivan. Sample B, Emma Caldwell. Probability of relation, 0.8%. She saved it, printed it on her home printer. Next clip, FedEx office. Mom handing the printed document to an employee. I need this on premium cardstock. Make it look professional. Then another clip. November 23rd. Mom in her car. Dorothy filming from the back seat. Mom didn't see her. Mom on phone. Vanessa, I have the proof. DNA test shows Emma's not related to me. I'm planning to present it at Christmas. Big family dinner. Maximum impact. Yes, I know it will hurt her. That's the point. She needs to be exposed before February when the estate closes. You'll back me up, right? For Connor's future? Vanessa's voice on the phone. Yes, Mom, I'll back you up. For Connor. Present day. Vanessa looked sick. Final clip. December 15th, 2025. 10 days ago. Mom in her bathroom, practicing in the mirror. This bitch has been lying to you since day one. She adjusted her expression, tried again. This bitch has been lying to you since day one. Rehearsing. Planning the performance. Uncle James pulled out his phone, Googled Gene Trust Labs. His face went pale. There's no Gene Trust Labs, he said. No business license in any state. No accreditation. Trish, you made this up. You forged it. Mom said nothing. You forged evidence, James continued. That's a crime. Dorothy ejected the USB drive, held it out to me. All 127 videos. They're yours now. Use them however you need to. I've already given copies to the lawyer I hired for you. Her name is Judith Castellano. I took the drive with numb fingers. Mom finally found her voice. Fine. You want truth? Emma's birth certificate is fraudulent. I filed it. That makes her legally questionable as an heir. The will says, legitimate grandchildren. Any lawyer could argue that. The estate closes in 55 days. Good luck getting a judge to fix a 33-year-old birth certificate in time. She was threatening my inheritance, after everything. You're threatening her? Ben said quietly. After everything we just watched? I'm protecting my family's legacy from someone who was never supposed to have a claim to it. Dorothy slid a napkin to me, written on it, Judith Castellano, and a phone number. Below that, call Monday. I hired her weeks ago. We're going to fix this. Ben took my hand. We walked to the door. If you leave, Mom called after us. You're choosing her over family. Ben didn't even turn around. I'm choosing my wife over liars. We reached the door. I heard Vanessa's voice behind us. Wait. I turned. Vanessa stood, Connor's hand in hers. I'm coming with you, she said. She walked past Mom without looking at her, stopped in front of me. We're twins? She whispered. I nodded. I never knew. Mom told me last week you weren't really related to us, that she had proof from a DNA test. She said we needed to protect Connor's inheritance from someone who didn't belong. I thought she was telling the truth. You knew about tonight, I said. The attack. I thought we were exposing a lie. I didn't know we were perpetuating one. She pulled out her phone, showed me a childhood photo. 2 girls, maybe 5 years old. Identical faces. Different outfits. I always thought we just looked similar, she said. I never saw it. But we're the same. Dorothy came out with her coat and a small suitcase. I'm not staying in that house another night. Vanessa, can I stay with you? Of course, Grandma. We stood in the parking lot, 4 of us under harsh fluorescent lights. Cold December night. Vanessa was shaking. I need to tell you things. Things I didn't understand until tonight. Age 7, Mom whispered to me. You're the special one. Emma's just there. Age 12, I got an expensive birthday party. You got a card? Age 16, I got a car. You were told you could borrow Mom's sometimes. She was crying now. She told me you were difficult, that you chose to be distant from the family. But you weren't distant. You were protecting yourself. I tried so hard, I whispered. I tried to be what she wanted. You were never going to be what she wanted. Because what she wanted was for you not to exist. Dorothy handed me the USB drive again. Call Judith Monday morning. She specializes in inheritance fraud and birth certificate corrections. We're going to fix your certificate, and we're going to make sure you get what's yours. I looked at Vanessa. You called her Mom just now. Not at the house. You called her Patricia. I don't have a mother anymore, Vanessa said. But maybe I have a sister? I couldn't answer. Not yet. Too much pain. I don't know yet, I said finally. But maybe. We drove home in silence. Ben held my hand the whole way. The next morning, my phone exploded. Texts, calls, messages. Uncle James. Whatever you need, I'm here. Aunt Claire. I'll testify in court if you need me. What Patricia did is unforgivable. The Cousin Rachel posted on Instagram, sometimes family means cutting out toxic people who never should have had that title. I counted the responses. 22 people at that dinner. 12 reached out to support me. 5 sided with Mom. 10 went silent. A local news website had the story. Oregon family Christmas dinner ends in explosive DNA revelation. 33-year secret exposed. Someone had leaked it. The story was going viral on local social media. December 27th. I met with Judith Castellano at her downtown Portland office. She was 52, sharp gray suit, warm but no nonsense. Dorothy had sent her everything. "Here's the situation," Judith said. "Birth certificate fraud from 1992 would normally be outside statute of limitations, but your mother used that fraudulent document in 2025 to create a fake DNA test and attempt inheritance fraud. That makes it continuing fraud. The statute of limitations resets with each new fraudulent act." "Can you fix it?" I asked. "I can try. We file an emergency petition next week. Argue imminent financial harm due to the estate deadline. Push for expedited hearing." "What are the chances?" "With this evidence? Very good. But we need to move fast." She estimated legal fees at $18,000 to $28,000. Dorothy offered to pay. I refused. "This is my fight. I'll handle it." It was the first time I'd claimed full agency in a family matter. "Your mother will fight this," Judith warned. "She's facing potential criminal charges. People get desperate when they're cornered." December 28th. I met Vanessa for coffee. Just the two of us. Awkward at first. Then she pulled out a box from her car. Childhood photos Mom had let her keep that I'd never seen. Hospital bracelets from 1992. Both said, "Baby Girl Sullivan." Birth timestamps 5 minutes apart. 3:42 a.m. and 3:47 a.m. Photos of two identical newborns in one bassinet. "Look at the back," Vanessa said. Dorothy's handwriting. The Sullivan twins. God help them. We ordered coffee while we talked. When the barista brought our drinks, she smiled. "Twins." We looked at each other. We'd ordered the exact same thing. Almond milk latte, extra shot. Neither of us had told the other our order. "Yes," I said. "We're twins." Vanessa started crying. "I called Mom this morning, told her I'm testifying for you if this goes to court." She hung up on me. "I'm sorry," I said. "Don't be. I just lost my mother. But I found my sister." The media attention grew. Local news picked up the story. Twins reunited after 33-year secret. Mother accused of birth certificate fraud. TV stations wanted interviews. I declined them all. Dorothy gave one statement. "Sometimes truth takes decades to surface. We're grateful it finally has." Mom's lawyer released a statement. "This is a private family matter being exploited for attention." Mrs. Sullivan denies all allegations of fraud. But Judith told me something interesting. Patricia's lawyer called. "Wants to settle quietly. You withdraw the petition. They recommend 50% estate distribution." "She's scared," Judith said. "That's good. Means the evidence is strong." January 3rd, 2026. We filed at Multnomah County Circuit Court. Emergency petition for correction of birth record. Fraudulent filing with imminent financial harm. Case number 2026-CV-00187. Evidence bundle, 1992 hospital tape, St. Vincent Medical Center twin birth records, blood typing records, both AB negative, rare. Dorothy's testimony, genetic twin markers, Mom's falsified April 1992 filing. The clerk stamped it. Judge Thornton will review for emergency status. Filing fee, $350. I paid it myself. Leaving the courthouse, I saw Mom's lawyer entering. He nodded professionally. Didn't speak. The war had officially begun. January 6th. Judge Angela Thornton granted emergency status. Given documented imminent financial harm and prima facie evidence of fraud, this matter is granted emergency expedited status. Hearing set January 22, 2026, 10 a.m. 16 days. Lightning fast for family court. Mom was served January 7th. Her response filed January 9th. Denied fraudulent intent. Claimed administrative error during difficult postpartum period. Judith's counterbrief. This is not a 1992 isolated incident. This is continuing fraud. Defendant actively used the falsified birth certificate in November to December 2025 to manufacture fake DNA evidence and destroy petitioner's marriage for financial gain. Under Oregon law, fraud affecting inheritance has extended statute of limitations. When fraud is continuing, the limitations period restarts with each fraudulent act. Depositions began. Mine was 4 hours. Straightforward. I showed medical records proving PCOS. Showed bank records for $43,600 in fertility treatments. Mom's lawyer asked, "Isn't it true you've always felt less favored and are using this to extract money?" "I'm using this to correct a 33-year-old lie my mother told to control inheritance," I said. "The money isn't the point. The truth is." Vanessa's deposition was 3 hours. Emotional but strong. She testified she didn't know she was a twin until Christmas. Dorothy's deposition was devastating. 2 hours. Calm, precise, unshakable. Mom's deposition was 5 hours. Combative. When asked directly if she filed a false birth certificate, her lawyer said, "Don't answer." The judge could compel an answer at the hearing. Mom's strategy became clear in the court filings. Postpartum defense. Claims she was mentally ill in 1992, made irrational decisions under psychological crisis. Her psychiatrist expert witness. Postpartum psychosis can cause irrational thinking, inability to bond with infant. Mrs. Sullivan exhibited classic signs. I learned for the first time that Mom had been prescribed antidepressants for 3 months after we were born. It complicated things. She wasn't just evil, she'd been sick. But Judith's cross-examination was brutal. "Dr. Reynolds, does postpartum depression from 1992 explain Mrs. Sullivan forging a DNA test in November 2025? No, that would require separate evaluation." January 22nd, 2026. The hearing. Mom took the stand, cried during testimony, framed herself as a reluctant hero who kept both babies despite overwhelming circumstances. "I didn't love them differently," she said. "I parented them differently because they were different children with different needs." Judge Thornton listened, then asked directly, "Mrs. Sullivan, did you intentionally file Emma's birth certificate 1 month after her actual birth date in April 1992? Mom looked at her lawyer. "Your Honor," he objected. "I'll allow it," Judge Thornton said. "Answer the question, Mrs. Sullivan." Long silence. "Yes," Mom finally said. The courtroom went quiet. "But I did it because I was terrified," she continued. "I was 26, alone, overwhelmed. I thought if I kept some legal flexibility, I could protect myself if things got worse." "But you did use it against her," Judge Thornton said. "In November and December 2025, correct?" Circumstances changed. The estate was closing. I needed to protect Vanessa's future. By destroying Emma's present? I did what I thought was right for my family. Emma is your family, Mrs. Sullivan. Mom's voice went quiet. "I know, I never saw her that way." That admission, the most honest thing she'd said, hung in the air. Judge Thornton closed her notebook. "I'll issue my ruling within 48 hours. Court adjourned. February 10th, 8 days before the estate closed. Emergency meeting with Estate Attorney Bernard Coleman. Everyone present. Me, Vanessa, Mom, Dad. They were separated now, living apart. Dorothy, Connor, both lawyers." Coleman explained the problem. "Walter's will says legitimate grandchildren. Until the court corrects Emma's birth certificate, her status is technically in question. Mom's lawyer jumped on this. My client maintains that Emma Sullivan Caldwell's legal status remains uncertain. The fraud that created that uncertainty was perpetrated by your client, Judith countered. She doesn't get to benefit from her own misconduct. Coleman looked tired. If Judge Thornton rules in Emma's favor by February 12th, problem solved. If not, I'm freezing the distribution until legal certainty is established. All eyes turned to Vanessa. She had the most to gain financially if I was excluded. $1.6 million versus $800,000. Mom leaned forward. Vanessa, honey, think about Connor's college fund. Stop, Vanessa cut her off. Just stop talking. She stood, faced Coleman. Emma is my twin sister. We were born 5 minutes apart on March 15th, 1992. I have hospital records. I have our matching bracelets. I have photos. I have Grandma's testimony. And I have 33 years of lies I'm done perpetuating. Mom's lawyer tried to interrupt. Vanessa ignored him. I don't care about the money. I care about doing what's right. Emma gets her half. Period. If that means I wait 6 more months, fine. If it means I get less, fine. She's my twin. She gets her share. Vanessa, Mom said desperately, you're making an $800,000 mistake. No, Mom. You made a 33-year mistake. I'm correcting it. Connor looked up from his iPad. Mom's right. Aunt Emma twin should get her money. Grandpa wanted her to have it. Wisdom from an 8-year-old. Mom grabbed her purse. Stood. Fine. Throw away your inheritance. See where that gets you. She walked out. Door slammed. No one followed. February 12th, 2026. We waited at Judith's office. 2:47 p.m. Her computer dinged. Email from the court. Judith read aloud. The court finds that while Mrs. Patricia Sullivan experienced documented postpartum depression in 1992, this mental health crisis does not excuse or explain her deliberate actions over the subsequent 33 years. She continued. More critically, Mrs. Sullivan's November-December 2025 actions, fabricating a DNA test, publicly humiliating the petitioner, attempting to destroy her marriage, demonstrate this was not a decades-old mistake, but continuing fraud with active, malicious intent. Court orders. Emma's birth certificate corrected to March 15, 1992. Certificate amended to note. Twin birth. Co-registered with Vanessa Kate Sullivan. Patricia fined $5,000. All legal costs, $18,600, awarded to Emma. Emma recognized as legitimate grandchild for all legal purposes. Court recommends District Attorney Review, November 2025, document forgery for potential criminal prosecution. I cried when Judith read the words, twin birth. It was real now. Official. Legal. I was a twin. February 18th, 2026. Estate Distribution Day. Bernard Coleman called. Funds transferred to your account ending in 4891. Stock certificates arriving by certified mail. I checked my phone. $800,000 pending deposit. It didn't feel like victory. It felt like payment for 33 years of pain. Vanessa texted, "We're business partners now. Sullivan Sisters. Want coffee?" We formed Sullivan Sisters Holdings, LLC, to manage our joint 40% voting power in Sullivan Auto Group. Dorothy moved in with Vanessa and Connor permanently. Mom and Dad filed separation papers. Uncle James and 11 other relatives stayed in contact with me. 3 relatives remained loyal to Mom. 8 stayed neutral. My father started reaching out. Weekly coffee meetings. Tentative. Apologetic. I didn't know about the twins, he said at our first meeting. She told me from day one you were born a month apart. I never questioned it. You saw how she treated me, I said. You did nothing. I know. I'm sorry. I was a coward. He tried to give me Grandpa's watch. I refused. Fix this first. Then we'll talk. He did leave Mom, though. Filed for divorce in March. That was something. Mom sent one email after the distribution. Ben read it first. You've destroyed this family. I hope you're satisfied. Don't expect me at your funeral. I blocked her email address. Didn't reply. No engagement. Complete closure. March 15th, 2026. Our birthday. Mine and Vanessa's. Our first as known, acknowledged, legally recognized twins. We turned 34. Emma and Ben's loft. Decorated by Connor. Hand-drawn banner. Happy birthday, twins. 14 people came. Carefully chosen. Uncle James and his family. Aunt Claire. Cousin Rachel. Dorothy. Not Mom. Not invited. Dad sent a text. Not ready yet, but I'm working on it. Happy birthday to both my daughters. I love you. The cake had 2 tiers. Connor's design. Happy 34th birthday, twins, in purple frosting, his favorite color. Dorothy gave us matching photo albums. Your first year, together. She'd been assembling them secretly for 2 months, 80 pages each. Hospital photos, matching outfits, moments Mom never showed me. Then Dorothy made an announcement. I'm funding the startup of something called the Twin Rights Legal Defense Fund, she said. $100,000 seed money. Emma and Vanessa are each contributing $50,000 from their inheritance. She explained. A foundation to help adoptees and twins separated by fraud find truth and legal recourse. Partnered with Judith's firm for pro bono support. Logo designed by my studio, 2 interlocking circles. This is my legacy, Dorothy said. Better than tapes in a closet, this is how we turn your pain into someone else's hope. Vanessa gave me a framed photograph. The newborn bassinet photo, Dorothy's handwriting on back, the Sullivan twins, March 15th, 1992. God help them. I booked us appointments at St. Vincent Medical Center for March 20th, Vanessa said. They're releasing our full twin birth records. I want us to see it together. Ben made his own announcement, voice shaking. Emma and I got a call last week. Adoption agency. There's a baby girl, 6 months old, available in April. We said yes. Connor jumped up. I'm going to have a cousin. Can I teach her about being a Sullivan? Vanessa hugged him. The best parts, buddy. Late evening, party winding down. Vanessa and I stepped onto the balcony. Portland city lights below. Cool March evening. We stood side by side, shoulders touching. We lost 33 years, Vanessa said. We have the rest, I said. What if it's not enough? Then we make what we have count. Starting now. Comfortable silence. I looked at baby photos today, Vanessa said. The ones Grandma gave us. We were so tiny, so identical, and she just decided one of us mattered less. She was wrong. I know, but I participated. For years. I believed her. You didn't know. You were manipulated too. Do you forgive me? I paused. Honest. I'm working on it. Ask me again in a year. She nodded. Fair. Connor appeared in the doorway. Mom! Aunt Emma twin. Grandma Dorothy wants to cut the cake. Inside, we gathered around. Connor held the knife with help from both of us. 3, 2, 1. He cut. Cake distributed. Laughter. Connor smeared frosting on my nose. I retaliated. Vanessa joined in. Full frosting war. Dorothy was filming, of course. She never stopped. Her voice, quiet, narrating to the camera. This is what I waited 33 years to see. 2 sisters, 2 twins. Finally together. Finally free. It was worth every day of waiting. Every tape I kept. Every secret I held. Because this moment, this love, this joy, this family they're building, this makes it all worth it. The frame froze on us laughing, covered in frosting. I think about that moment now. The split screen in my mind. Left side, black and white photo from March 15th, 1992. 2 newborn babies in one hospital bassinet. Identical tiny faces. Dorothy's handwriting, the Sullivan twins. God help them. Right side, color photo from March 15th, 2026. Vanessa and me at our birthday party. Same faces, 34 years older. Connor between us. All 3 laughing, covered in frosting. Ben and Dorothy in the background, smiling. Family isn't just the one you're born into. It's the one you choose. The one you fight for. The one you build from truth, not lies. Vanessa and I were always twins. We were always sisters. We just had to survive 33 years of someone trying to erase that. But truth doesn't stay buried forever. Love doesn't either. My name is Emma Caldwell. I'm 34 years old, and I finally know who I am. Don't make a scene, Marion. You were never really one of us anyway. She said it across the good china the night before we buried my grandmother. And she was smiling. The whole table heard her. My grandmother wasn't even in the ground yet. And my mother announced out loud that the estate would go to my sister, the real daughter. I would get nothing, because I had never truly been one of them. My aunt stared at her plate. My father refilled his wine, and my sister reached over, squeezed my mother's hand, and looked at me like I was the one who'd done something wrong by sitting at that table. I didn't argue. I didn't cry. I'd had 30 years of practice at not flinching. What none of them knew was that there was a sealed envelope in my coat pocket. My grandmother had ordered it before she died and paid for it in secret, and left instructions that I was the only one allowed to open it. 6 weeks later, my mother would be the one begging the lawyer to start the meeting over, but that night, she still thought she'd won. The quietest person at that table had already started counting the days. For 34 years, I'd been the wrong daughter in the right family, and I had finally stopped trying to fix it. My grandmother's name was Ruth Donovan, and she died on a Tuesday in late April. The call came while I was at work, sorting probate files for a man I'd never met, which is the kind of joke my life has always told without laughing. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me back up to the dinner, because the dinner is where everything that was already broken finally showed its seams. We were at my parents' house in the suburbs outside Columbus, Patricia and Glenn Ellsworth, married 38 years, the kind of couple who hung a wooden sign in the kitchen that said, "Family is everything," and meant a very specific version of it. The funeral was the next morning. Tradition in our family was a dinner the night before, and tradition in our family was also that I sat at the end of the table near the kitchen door, close enough to be useful, far enough to be forgotten. My sister Brooke sat at the center, where she always sat. Brooke is 2 years older than me, blonde where I'm dark, easy where I'm careful. Growing up, she was the one whose drawings went on the fridge and whose report cards got framed. She was the one my mother called my girl. I was the one my mother called by my full name when she was disappointed, which was most of the time. That night, the talk turned, the way it always did within an hour, to the estate. My grandmother had owned a lake house up north. The Donovan place, 3 generations of summers, a dock my grandfather built by hand. There was also a trust. Nobody said numbers out loud because in my family saying numbers out loud was vulgar, but everybody at that table knew the lake house was worth more than my parents' house, and everybody knew who they assumed would get it. Brooke's the eldest, my mother said, to no one, to everyone. Mother would want it kept in good hands. Good hands. I looked at my own hands around my water glass and said nothing. It was then that I made the mistake of mentioning I'd spoken to my grandmother's attorney. I hadn't meant anything by it. He'd called me, not the other way around. But the table went quiet, and my mother's smile tightened. And that's when she said the thing about how I was never really one of them anyway. So here is what you should know about me before this goes any further. My name is Marian Ellsworth. I'm 34. I work as a paralegal at an estate law firm, which means I spend my days reading other families' wills and watching how money turns people into strangers. I live alone in a one-bedroom on the east side with a cat named Biscuit and a grandmother I loved more than anyone who shared my last name. If you grew up the kid who was tolerated instead of wanted, if you ever sat at a family table and felt like a guest in your own bloodline, then you already know the rest of this story in your body, even if you don't know the details yet. Stay with me, because the details are where it turns. And if any of this is landing too close to home, do me a favor and tell me in the comments which town you're listening from, because I want to know I'm not the only one who learned to set a table she was never welcome at. Now let me tell you what it took 30 years to learn. I don't have one big memory of being unwanted. That's not how it works. It's 1,000 small ones, stacked. I have the memory of being 8 and bringing home a spelling trophy, and my mother saying, "That's nice," and then turning to ask Brooke about her dance recital. I have the memory of family photos where Brooke is held, and I am standing slightly to the side, like a kid who wandered into the frame. I have the memory of my father teaching Brooke to drive in the church parking lot, and when it was my turn 2 years later, paying for lessons instead so he wouldn't have to sit in the car with me. The phrase changed shape over the years, but never the meaning. Marian marches to her own drum. Marian was always the independent one. You know how Marian is. She doesn't need much. They built a whole personality for me out of the things they withheld, and then praised me for not needing them. The cruelest part is that I believed it. I thought I was just difficult to love. I thought there was something wrong in me that my own mother could feel and I couldn't see. I spent my 20s in therapy I paid for myself, trying to find the defect, the thing that made me the daughter you tolerate instead of the daughter you choose. The only person who ever made me feel chosen was Ruth. My grandmother had a way of looking at me like I was the answer to a question she'd been asking for years. When I was 12, she taught me to play gin rummy on the screened porch of the lake house, and she let me win exactly often enough that I knew when she let me. She told me I had her mother's hands. She told me I had her own stubbornness, the good kind, the kind that survives things. She never once made me feel like I was standing slightly to the side, but Ruth lived 3 hours away, and my mother controlled the calendar. And somewhere around the time I was 14, the lake house visits got rarer, and then they stopped including me at all. By the time I was 19, I'd left. I didn't leave with a fight. There was no slammed door, no speech. That's not our family's style. We end things politely, by attrition. I went to community college, then transferred, then took a job 2 hours away, and simply stopped coming back for the small holidays. I came for Christmas and the big things. I sent cards. I called my grandmother every Sunday. The distance was easier than the table. At the table, I was a guest who'd overstayed. At a distance, I could be a daughter in theory, which was the only way they seemed able to love me. In theory, from far away, where I couldn't disappoint anyone by actually needing something. For about a decade, that was the arrangement. I built a small, quiet life. I was good at my job. I had 2 friends I'd trust with my life, and a cat who tolerated me. I stopped auditioning for my mother's approval mostly. I told myself I'd made peace with being the daughter who didn't quite belong. I almost believed it. And then my grandmother got sick, and the careful little piece I'd built started coming apart at the first seam. Ruth was diagnosed in the fall. I found out the way I found out most things about my own family, late and by accident. Brooke posted a photo online of the whole clan at the lake house, captioned, "Precious time with Grandma." I hadn't been told there was precious time to be had. I hadn't been invited. I called Ruth that Sunday like always, and I asked her, careful whether she was okay. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Marion, come up next weekend, just you. Don't tell your mother." Don't tell your mother. I should have known then that something was already in motion. I drove up the next Saturday. The lake house smelled like wood smoke and the lavender soap she'd used my whole life. She was thinner, slower, but her eyes were the same, sharp, amused, seeing me. We played gin rummy. She let me win, and then she stopped pretending to let me win and beat me 3 hands straight, laughing. And then, somewhere in the long blue afternoon, she put her cards down and looked at me the way she did, like I was the answer to a question. "Marion," she said, "I have to ask you something, and I need you to not lie to me to be kind." I said, "Okay." "How did they make you feel?" she said. "All those years, your mother and your father. Tell me the true thing, not the polite thing." And for some reason, maybe because she was dying, maybe because no one had ever asked, I told her the true thing. I told her I'd grown up feeling like a coat someone forgot to take home. I told her about the photos where I stood to the side. I told her I'd spent 15 years and a lot of money trying to find what was wrong with me. She listened to all of it without moving. When I finished, there were tears on her face, but her voice was steady, and what she said next is the sentence that started everything. "There was never anything wrong with you," she said, "and I think I know why they did it. I've thought I've known for a long time. I just didn't have the proof, and I wasn't going to break this family open on a feeling." I asked her what she meant. She took my hand. She had a paper-soft grip and a wedding ring she'd never taken off. "I've taken care of it," she said. "When I'm gone, Howard Hale will call you. Not your mother. You. He has something for you. Open it alone, and Marion, whatever it says, it does not change that you are always mine." I asked her, "Please, just tell me now." She shook her head. "If I tell you," she said, "you'll spend my last months looking at your mother instead of me. Let me have you a little longer." So I let her. I drove up 4 more times that winter. We played gin rummy until she got too tired for cards, and then we just sat. She never explained. And in late April, on a Tuesday, she died in her sleep with my Sunday card on her nightstand. The funeral was the morning after the dinner where my mother told me I was never one of them. Howard Hale found me at the reception afterward, in the church basement, while my mother accepted condolences like a queen, and Brooke stood beside her in tasteful black. He was an old man with kind, tired eyes, and he'd been my grandmother's attorney for over 30 years. "Miss Ellsworth," he said quietly, "Marion, your grandmother left specific instructions. Can you come to my office on Thursday? Alone, before the family reading." Across the room, my mother watched us talk. I felt her eyes like a hand on the back of my neck. I told him yes. "There's an envelope," he said, lower still. "She was very particular that it goes to you and only you. She also asked me to give you this now." He pressed a folded note into my palm. She wrote it the week before she passed. I waited until I was in my car to open it. 3 lines in her shaking hand. "My Marion, the truth is heavy, but it sets you down somewhere solid. You'll know what to do, because you're the one of them who was never cruel. Love, always, Ruth." I sat in the church parking lot and read it 11 times. Then I drove home, and I did not sleep. And on Thursday, I went to find out what my grandmother had spent her last good months arranging. Howard Hale's office smelled like old paper and coffee. He sat me down, folded his hands, and told me the first piece. "Your grandmother changed her will last October," he said, quietly. "She did it here, with 2 witnesses fully competent. I had her evaluated because I suspected the family might contest. The Lake House and the Donovan Trust do not pass the way your parents have assumed." I asked him how they pass. "To her direct blood descendants," he said. "Specifically, she was very precise about the wording, and she attached a condition." He slid a thick envelope across the desk. It was sealed, with a lab's return address in the corner. She ordered this last September. She asked me to hold it and give it to you, unopened, after her death. She said you should be the first person on Earth to read it. I asked what it was. I don't know the result, he said. I only know what she ordered. It's a grandparentage DNA analysis, an accredited lab. She provided her own sample, and she provided 2 others. My hands had gone cold. I asked whose. Yours, he said, and your sister's. I want to be honest about what I felt in that moment, because it wasn't triumph, and it wasn't even fear. It was a kind of vertigo. For 30 years, I'd believed the problem was me, and here was my grandmother, from beyond her own grave, telling me that maybe the problem had never been me at all. And she'd spent her last strength making sure I could prove it. I asked Howard how she got our samples. He almost smiled. Your sister sent her a hairbrush as a joke 2 Christmases ago, he said. Some ancestry kit fad. Ruth kept it. And you cut your hand at the lake house last fall on the dock. Do you remember? She kept the bandage. I remembered. I'd torn my palm on a nail and she'd fussed over me for an hour. She'd been collecting evidence while she dressed my wound. My stubborn, brilliant, dying grandmother. I opened the envelope in his office. He offered to leave. I asked him to stay. The report was 4 pages of dense technical language, but the lab had been kind enough to put a plain English summary on the first page, in a gray box, and I read it 3 times before the words held still. The maternal lineage analysis was conclusive. Marion Ellsworth and the deceased, Ruth Donovan, shared the expected mitochondrial profile and grandparentage markers, consistent with a direct biological grandmother-granddaughter relationship. The probability was greater than 99.9%. And then the second name, Brooke Ellsworth and the deceased, Ruth Donovan, were excluded. The markers were not consistent with a biological relationship through the maternal line. The report's careful language was that Brooke could not be the biological grandchild of Ruth Donovan through Patricia Ellsworth. I read it a 4th time. I made Howard read it out loud because I no longer trusted my own eyes. Brooke, the eldest, the chosen, the true heir, my mother's girl, was not my mother's biological daughter. And I, the one who was never really one of them, was the only blood my grandmother had left. I asked Howard the only question that mattered. Does my mother know what this says? No, he said. No one does. Only you. That was Ruth's instruction. She wanted you to decide what to do with it. I sat in that quiet office holding a piece of paper that rearranged 30 years of my life, and I understood, finally, that the dinner table had never been about who I was. It had been about who Brooke wasn't, and who knew. I didn't tell anyone for 2 weeks. I needed to be sure of the ground before I stepped on it, because I have spent my career watching people detonate their lives on documents they didn't fully understand. So I did what I'm trained to do. I investigated. The first thing I did was verify the lab. Howard gave me the chain of custody paperwork, and I called the lab directly, posing as exactly what I was, a paralegal confirming an accredited result for an estate matter. The lab was real, AABB accredited, the kind whose results stand up in court. My grandmother hadn't ordered some drugstore novelty. She'd ordered the real thing, the thing that gets entered into evidence. The second thing I did was build a timeline, because a result tells you what, but never why, and I needed the why before I sat across from my mother. I started with Brooke's birth. I'd never had a reason to look closely before. Brooke was born in the spring of 1990. I was born in the late spring of 1992. We'd always been told the same story. Mom and Dad, married young, 2 girls 2 years apart. The all-American set. But when I actually thought about it, the story had holes I'd never noticed, because no one points a flashlight at a story that flatters them. My parents married in 1988. My mother had always said, with a little drama, that she nearly died having Brooke, and that it took her years to recover, which was the family's tidy explanation for the gap before me. I'd accepted it my whole life. Now I held it up to the light. I called the one person who might talk. My mother's younger sister, my Aunt Diane. Aunt Diane had always been kinder to me than the rest, in the offhand way of someone who notices a thing but isn't going to start a war over it. I told her I was helping settle Grandma's estate and had some questions about old family dates for the paperwork. A lie with a true skeleton. She was happy to reminisce, and reminiscing, without meaning to, she handed me the first real thread. "Oh, those were such strange years," she said. "Your mom and Glenn wanted a baby so badly and just couldn't. Years of it. Pat was a wreck. And then, all of a sudden, Brooke. Like a miracle, your grandmother used to say. Pat went away that whole spring to rest and came back with the baby. And nobody asked questions because you didn't, back then." I kept my voice level. I asked where she went to rest. "Out west somewhere. Glenn's people had family in Arizona." A pause. "Why, sweetheart?" I said it was nothing, just dates. We talked about the lake house. I thanked her and hung up and sat with my heart going like a fist on a door. Went away that whole spring. Came back with the baby. Years of trying, and then, all of a sudden. I'm not a detective, but I read estate files for a living, and I know what it looks like when a family rearranges its own history. A woman who can't conceive disappears for a season and returns with an infant, and everyone agrees to call it a miracle, so no one has to call it anything else. I almost stopped there. I want you to know that. I had a feeling and a letter from a dead woman and an aunt's loose memory, and a smaller, more frightened version of me wanted to fold it all back into the shoebox and go home and keep being the daughter who didn't make trouble. That version of me had survived 30 years by not knowing things. She was very good at it. But I kept hearing my grandmother's voice. The truth is heavy, but it sets you down somewhere solid. So I kept pulling threads. I went back to Aunt Diane once more with a more dangerous question. I asked her, plainly this time, if she remembered the name of the place out west. The agency. She got quiet on the phone for a long moment, long enough that I thought she'd hang up. "You already know, don't you?" she said. "You're not asking, you're confirming." I told her I was. I told her about the test, just the shape of it, not the result. And my aunt, who had spent 30 years being kind to me in the small ways that don't cost anything, finally spent something that did. "There was a lawyer in Phoenix," she said. "A private placement. Pat and Glenn drove out in March and came back in June with the baby and a story. Mama, your grandmother, she signed something to help them. Money, I think. And she made them promise to tell that child the truth someday. They never did." A breath. She brought it up every Christmas for years, quietly, just to Pat. "When are you going to tell her?" And Pat would say, "There's nothing to tell." And your grandmother would look at you, Marion, sitting down at the end of the table, and her face would just break. I asked her why no one ever said anything to me, why I'd spent my whole childhood believing I was the problem. "Because you were the proof, sweetheart," Aunt Diane said, and her voice cracked. 2 years after they swore up and down Pat couldn't carry a baby, there you were. You were the living evidence that the official story was a lie. Every time your mother looked at you, she saw the thing she'd decided to bury. It was never about you. You were just the only one in that house who couldn't be explained away. I had to sit on the floor of my apartment after that call. Not because it was new, I'd worked most of it out from the documents, but because hearing another human being say it out loud made it real in a way the paper never could. A document tells you a fact. An aunt's broken voice tells you it cost people something to keep it from you. I want to be careful here, because I've watched too many families burn down over half a fact, so I did one more thing before I let myself believe it all the way. I tracked down the placement records I was entitled to request, and I found a court file from Maricopa County, sealed in part but with enough on the public docket. A finalization of adoption, spring of 1990, petitioners Patricia and Glenn Ellsworth. The names matched. The dates matched the letter. The letter matched my aunt. My aunt matched the DNA. And the DNA matched the only grandmother who ever made me feel like I was worth keeping. 4 independent things, and they all pointed the same direction. In my world, that's not a feeling anymore. That's a finding. I needed records. This is where being a paralegal stopped being a sad joke and started being the most useful thing about me. I knew how to request things. I knew which records were public and which weren't, and how to ask for the public ones without lying. I pulled what I could of Brooke's vital records, and the certified birth certificate on file, the one my mother had always kept in the fireproof box, listed Patricia and Glenn Ellsworth as parents and a hospital in Ohio. But a birth certificate is just a piece of paper that says what someone swore was true at the time, and the DNA said otherwise. Both things could not be facts. One of them was a story. I went back to my grandmother's papers. Howard, bless him, had boxed up her personal correspondence and let me go through it as a beneficiary. And in a shoebox of old letters, rubber banded by year, I found 1990. There was a letter from my mother to my grandmother, postmarked from Arizona, spring of 1990. I read it standing up in Howard's conference room and had to sit down halfway through. It was careful. It never said the word adoption, but it said things like, "The agency wants to finalize before the court date, and Glenn and I have decided she'll never need to know. And please, Mother, this stays between us. If it ever gets out, it will follow her forever. She'll never need to know. She, Brooke." My grandmother had kept that letter for 36 years. She'd known, or half known, the whole time. That was the feeling she told me she'd had and wouldn't break the family over. She'd carried it quietly until she was dying, and then she'd gone and gotten the proof. Because a feeling can't change a will, but a DNA report can. Here is what I understood, sitting in that conference room with 36 years of secret in my hands. Brooke was adopted. Privately, quietly, through an agency out west. In a season, my mother disappeared and reappeared transformed. And my parents had made a choice I still don't fully understand. They'd buried it so deep that they raised Brooke as the firstborn miracle and treated me, their actual biological child, as the afterthought. I'll be honest. For about a day, I hated Brooke. It's ugly, but it's true. All those years she got the held up to the light love I'd starved for. And she wasn't even... And then I stopped myself, because I'd done the math the cruel way, and there was a kinder, more terrible truth underneath it. Brooke didn't know either. If my mother wrote, "She'll never need to know," then Brooke had spent her whole life as the chosen one without ever knowing the choice was a cover story. She wasn't my enemy. She was the other half of the same lie. We were 2 daughters raised inside one secret. One of us loved to hide it. One of us pushed aside because I was the living, breathing evidence that my mother could, in fact, have a child of her own. That was the part that broke me, the night I finally understood it. I'd assumed my whole life that I was hard to love, but I think my mother looked at me and saw the proof that the story she'd built her life on was a lie. Every time she looked at her real daughter, she saw the thing she'd spent 30 years pretending wasn't true. So she pushed the evidence to the end of the table. I sat on my kitchen floor that night with my back against the cabinets and cried the way I hadn't let myself cry since I was a child. The ugly, gulping kind, with Biscuit pacing around me, confused. Then I washed my face and made tea and got out a legal pad, because I'd learned a long time ago that the only way I know how to survive a thing is to organize it. If you've made it this far with me, you already know I'm not going to do the small, satisfying thing here. I could have walked into a dinner and thrown the report on the table, but I want to ask you to do something first before I tell you what I actually did. Pause for 1 second and guess how you think this ends. Do you think my mother begged forgiveness? Do you think Brooke and I ended up enemies? Hold your guess. Write it down if you want. Because what happened at that table was not what I planned, and it was not what any of them expected. And I promise you the ending is going to land somewhere you don't see coming. Now let me show you how I got ready. I want to be clear that I wasn't building a weapon. I was building a floor. Something solid to stand on when the ground gave way, which I knew it would the moment I spoke. Over the next 2 weeks, while my mother sent passive-aggressive texts about the family meeting and getting grandma's affairs settled before Brooke's anniversary trip, I quietly assembled everything. I made 3 certified copies of the DNA report and kept the original in Howard's safe. I scanned my grandmother's 1990 letter and the entire shoebox of correspondence. I documented the chain of custody, the lab accreditation, the amended will. I wrote out a clean timeline, dated and sourced, the way I'd build a case file. I did not do this because I'm cold. I did it because I knew that the first thing my mother would do, the very first thing, was call it a lie. And while I built my floor, I watched them build their trap. My mother, it turned out, had been busy too. Through the family group chat I was barely in, and through things Brooke said without thinking, I pieced together what my parents were planning for the family meeting. They believed the lake house and trust were theirs to direct toward Brooke. They had already, my mother let slip, spoken to Howard about expediting things. They'd told the extended family, the aunts, the cousins, that the reading was a formality. My father had reportedly already promised Brooke and her husband they could use the lake house that very summer. They had no idea the will had been changed. They had no idea what was in that envelope. They were walking toward a door they thought they owned, and behind it was 36 years of their own secret. The cruelest thing my mother did in those 2 weeks, she did without knowing what she was doing. She called me, actually called, which she almost never did. And in the warmest voice she'd used with me in years, she asked me to be a team player at the meeting. She said, "I know you and I have had our friction, Marion, but family is everything, and Brooke's been through enough stress planning her trip. Let's keep this simple. Let Grandma's wishes be honored. Let Grandma's wishes be honored." I almost laughed. I said, "I want exactly that, Mom. I want Grandma's actual wishes honored." She heard agreement. I meant something she couldn't imagine. There was one moment in those 2 weeks that I keep coming back to. Aunt Diane called me, unprompted. She'd been thinking, she said, about my questions. She was quiet, and then she said, "Marion, honey, whatever you're looking into, be careful. Your mother has spent her whole life keeping a certain story straight. People like that, when the story cracks, they don't get sad. They get dangerous." A pause. "But for what it's worth, you were always the one who deserved that lake house. Mama knew it too." Mama, my grandmother. So Aunt Diane knew at least some of it. I asked her gently if she'd be at the meeting. She said she would. I told her I might need a witness who'd tell the truth no matter who got upset. There was a long silence on the line. "I've kept that woman's secrets for 30 years, she finally said. "I think I'm done." The weekend before the meeting, I drove up to the lake house alone. I told myself I went to check on the property, since it might soon be my responsibility. That was the lie I told myself. The truth is, I went because I needed to stand in the one place on earth where I'd always been wanted, before I walked into the place where I never had been. Howard had given me the key. The house was cold and still, sheets over the furniture, but it smelled the same. Wood smoke and lavender soap, 30 years deep in the walls. I walked through it slowly. The screened porch where she taught me gin rummy, the kitchen where she dressed my cut hand and, I now knew, quietly saved the bandage. The dock my grandfather built, gone soft and gray at the edges. On the porch I found the card table still set up, and in the drawer underneath it, her deck of cards, the corners worn round from decades of her hands. There was a photograph tucked in the box with them. I almost didn't look. I'm glad I did. It was me, maybe 11, on that dock, mid-laugh, holding up a fish I'd caught. And on the back, in her handwriting, Marion, the one who pays attention, the one who stays. Not difficult, not independent, not the one who doesn't need much, the one who pays attention, the one who stays. I sat down on the dock and I let myself break. Finally, all the way, with no one to perform restraint for. I cried for the kid in the photo who'd spent the next 20 years believing the opposite of every word on the back of it. I cried for my grandmother, who saw me clearly and was overruled by a daughter's secret for 3 decades. And I cried, a little, for my mother, because it must be an exhausting kind of hell to spend your whole life guarding a door and to push away your own flesh and blood because she keeps reminding you the door is there. When I was done, I washed my face in the cold lake and I drove home, and somewhere on the highway the fear left me and didn't come back. I wasn't walking into that meeting to win an argument. I was walking in to put a 36-year-old burden down on the floor where it belonged. My grandmother had carried it as long as she could. Now it was my turn, and then it would be no one's. I had my floor. I had a witness. I had the report, the letter, the will, and the truth. And I had one decision left, the hardest one, which was how to do this without becoming the kind of person my grandmother would not have recognized. Because here's the thing I kept circling back to, on my kitchen floor, on the long drives, in the gray hour before sleep. I could destroy my mother. The materials were right there. I could stand up at that table and break her open in front of everyone she'd ever performed for. And part of me, the 8-year-old with the spelling trophy, wanted that so badly my teeth ached. But my grandmother's note said I was the one of them who was never cruel. She'd handed me a weapon and called me kind in the same breath, and I understood it as a dare. Could I hold the truth and not become my mother holding it? I decided I would tell the truth, all of it, exactly as it was. I would not soften it to protect the people who'd never protected me, but I would not aim it at Brooke, who was innocent. I'd aim it where it belonged, at the 2 people who'd known and chosen for 36 years. The meeting was set for a Saturday in June at my parents' house, with Howard present to read the will. My mother had turned it into an event, a catered lunch, the good china again, the whole extended family. She wanted witnesses to her coronation. She was about to get witnesses to something else. I drove out that morning with a folder on my passenger seat and my grandmother's note in my pocket, and I was calmer than I'd been in years because for the first time in my life I knew exactly where I belonged. I belonged on the side of the truth. It had just taken 34 years and a dead woman's love to get me there. I got there early, on purpose. I wanted 10 minutes alone with my mother before the room filled, because whatever happened next, I didn't want her to be able to say I'd ambushed her in front of everyone without giving her a chance to do the decent thing first. She was in the kitchen, arranging deviled eggs on a platter, wearing the navy dress she wore to important things. She looked up and gave me the company smile. "Marion, you're early. Make yourself useful. The napkins are in the drawer." I didn't move toward the napkins. I said, "Mom, I need to talk to you for a minute, before everyone gets here." Something in my voice made her set the platter down. She crossed her arms. "If this is about the seating, I'm not redoing the... It's about Brooke," I said. "And the lake house. And what Grandma knew." For just a second, and I will remember this second for the rest of my life, something flickered behind my mother's eyes. Not confusion, recognition, the face of a person who has spent decades waiting for a knock at the door, hearing it at last. She recovered fast. She always did. "I don't know what you think you know," she said, cool now, "but this is a day to honor your grandmother, not to make yourself the center of attention for once." I almost let it go. The old reflex, the duck and cover. Instead, I took the envelope out of my folder. Not the report, just the envelope, the sealed lab return address showing. and I set it on the counter between us, next to the deviled eggs. "Grandma ordered this last September," I said quietly. "She gave me your hairbrush and my bandage. You know the kind of test it is. I'm asking you one time, as your daughter. Do you want to tell them, or do you want me to?" I watched the color leave my mother's face in real time. She looked at the envelope like it was something alive. Her mouth opened and closed. And then, because she is who she is, she chose the worst possible thing. She lowered her voice to a hiss and she said, "You ungrateful little... We gave you everything. Both of you. You will not bring some garbage you bought online into my house and ruin your sister's life over a grudge." So she knew. There was no other way to read it. I'd given her the door, and she'd slammed it. "It's not from online," I said. "It's from Howard. And it's not a grudge. It's Grandma's." She left it to me. The doorbell rang. The first guests. My mother straightened her dress, fixed her face into the company smile in the space of one breath, and walked past me to answer it, and as she passed, she said, "Lo, you wouldn't dare." I'd spent 30 years being the daughter who wouldn't dare. She'd built her whole comfort on it. The room filled. Aunt Diane caught my eye across it and gave me a small nod. Brooke arrived with her husband, glowing about her trip, and hugged me and said, "I'm so glad you came. You've been so distant." And I hugged her back and felt the floor of the lie under both our feet. My father shook hands and refilled glasses. Howard Hale sat quietly at the end of the table with his briefcase, an old man who'd kept a dying woman's last promise. Lunch was served. The performance began. My mother held court, telling stories about Grandma that put herself at the center of each one. And then, over coffee, my father tapped his glass and said it was time to talk about the estate. And he turned to Howard, and he said, with the easy confidence of a man who has never once been told no, "Whenever you're ready, Howard. I think we all know how Ruth wanted things handled." Howard opened his briefcase. He looked at me, one question in his eyes. I nodded. "Actually, Glenn," Howard said, "Ruth was quite specific, and it differs from what I think you're expecting. She amended her will last October. She was fully competent. I had her evaluated, and the documentation is here." He laid the papers on the table. The Lake House and the Donovan Trust passed to her direct biological descendants, and she attached a condition of proof. The table went still. My mother's smile didn't move, but her hand found the edge of the table. "What does that mean, biological descendants?" my father said. "We're all. Brooke and Marion are her granddaughters. That's the condition," Howard said gently. Ruth asked that descent be confirmed. She left the instrument of confirmation with Marion. Every face turned to me, and I understood that this was the moment my whole life had been quietly walking toward. I could feel the 8-year-old with the trophy, and the 19-year-old packing her car, and the woman on the kitchen floor, all of them standing behind me. I kept my grandmother's voice in my head, the one of them who was never cruel. I took out the report. My hands did not shake. "Grandma loved this family," I said. "She also knew it was built on something nobody would say out loud. Before she died, she ordered an accredited DNA test, her own sample, and both of ours." I looked at Brooke when I said the next part, because she deserved to hear it from someone who wasn't going to weaponize it against her. "Brooke, this isn't about you, and none of what I'm about to say is your fault. You didn't know. I didn't either until 2 weeks ago." "Marion," my mother's voice cracked like a whip. "Stop, this instant." I didn't stop. "The test confirms 2 things," I said. "First, that I am Ruth's biological granddaughter. The maternal line matches, over 99.9%. I slid the page to the center of the table, the gray summary box facing up. "And second," I said, and for the first time my voice almost went, and I let it, because my grandmother told me emotion held too tightly turns to stone, that Brooke is not Ruth's, not Mom's, The maternal line excludes her completely. The silence after that had a sound. It was the sound of 36 years of a story coming apart. My mother stood up. "This is a lie," she said, too loud. "This is a forgery. Marion has always been jealous. She's always wanted to tear this family apart. She's bought some fake document to humiliate us. And here is where it went the way it always goes when a lie tries to outrun the truth." Because Howard Hale cleared his throat and said mildly, "Patricia, I commissioned the lab on Ruth's behalf myself. The chain of custody is documented. The lab is court accredited. I'd be cautious about the word forgery." My mother snatched the page off the table. I let her. I'd brought 3 copies and the original was in Howard's safe. A person who has watched families fight over documents for a living does not bring the only copy to the fight. She scanned it, and I watched her eyes move and stop and move and stop. And I watched the exact instant she ran out of room to pretend. "This proves nothing," she said, but it came out thin. "DNA tests are wrong. There are stories all the time." "Then explain the letter," I said. I took it out then. The second receipt. The one I'd been holding. I'd had it enlarged and printed so the room could see it. I held it up. Her own handwriting, 36 years old. The agency wants to finalize before the court date. Glenn and I have decided she'll never need to know. "This is your handwriting, Mom," I said quietly. "From Arizona. Grandma kept it for 36 years. Should I read it out loud, or do you want to tell them what's in it?" A cousin near the end of the table, Brooke's cousin, my cousin, a kid in college named Tyler, said, into the silence, "Aunt Pat, is that real?" And my mother, who had spent her whole life managing every room she walked into, looked at a 19-year-old and had no performance left to give him. My mother turned on Howard and then on me, and her composure, the thing she'd worn my whole life like armor, finally cracked all the way down. "You don't understand what you've done," she said to me, shaking. "You don't understand what it took to give that girl a normal life." "What girl, Patricia?" Aunt Diane's voice, quiet, from down the table. She stood up too. "Say it. After 36 years, say it out loud, or I will." Brooke had gone white. She was looking between her mother and her aunt and the page on the table, and her voice when it came was very small. "Mom, what is she talking about? What does 'give me a normal life' mean?" My mother opened her mouth. Nothing came out. And in that silence, my father, who had refilled wine through 30 years of my life and never once defended me, put his face in his hands and said, muffled and broken, "We adopted you, Brooke, in Arizona, in 1990. We never told you. We never told anyone." I have replayed the next part 100 times. Brooke didn't scream. She didn't cry. Not at first. She just looked at the 2 people who'd raised her. And then she looked at me, and she said the thing that told me she was, underneath everything, a good person caught in a bad lie. "Then why?" she said to our parents, her voice rising for the first time. "Why did you spend my whole life telling Marion she didn't belong? She's the only one of us who actually, she's your real." Brooke couldn't finish it. She turned to me. This sister I'd resented for 30 years, and she said, "Marion, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I swear to God I didn't know." That was the moment the table stopped being theirs and started being ours. My mother tried one more time to reach for the steering wheel of the story. She always had to be driving. "Everyone needs to calm down," she said. "These results, these things are wrong all the time. We can get our own test. We can, I agreed. "Get your own. I'll pay for it. Use any lab you like." "I'm not afraid of the answer, Mom." "You are. You've been afraid of it for 36 years. That's the whole reason I grew up at the end of the table." She had no reply, because there wasn't one. The room had seen it now. The aunts, the cousins, my father broken open, Diane standing like a witness in a courtroom. There was no smile left to put on. The performance was over. and the only thing left on the stage was the truth, which had been there all along, waiting for someone brave enough or dying enough to turn the lights on. Howard, in his quiet lawyer's way, brought us back to earth. "The will stands as written," he said. "The lake house and the trust pass to Ruth's confirmed biological descendant. That is Marion." He looked at me, and there was something in his old face that I think was my grandmother's, borrowed. "Ruth also left you a letter to read after this. She thought you might need it about now." The lunch did not recover. There was no dessert, no coffee refilled, no graceful close. The catered platters sat there going cold while my mother stood at the head of her own table with nothing left to serve. One by one, the relatives made their excuses. An aunt with a long drive, a cousin who suddenly remembered somewhere to be. People do that when a family's private weather turns violent in public. They reach for their coats. My father never lifted his head from his hands. My mother kept saying variations of the same 3 sentences. "It's not what it looks like. We did what we had to." You've all turned on me, to a room that was emptying out from under her. Tyler, the college kid, hugged me on his way out and whispered, "For what it's worth, you were always the cool aunt's kid," which made me laugh for the first time in 2 weeks. Aunt Diane stayed until the end, washing dishes my mother had stopped pretending to care about. And on her way out, she held my face in both her hands and said, "Mama would be so proud of you. She's proud of you right now." I chose to believe her. Brooke and her husband left early, not angry at me, at them. She texted me from the car before they'd even reached the highway. "I don't have a single thing figured out right now except that you're my sister and I should have seen it. Can we get coffee this week?" I said yes before she finished typing. I was the last to go. I packed up my folder, the copies, the original of nothing. I'd kept the real document safe the whole time, which my mother only seemed to register at the very end. The realization that the daughter she'd dismissed as the difficult one had quietly outprepared her. As I reached the door, she said my name. Just Marion. I turned. I waited. I gave her the opening, one last time, the same way I had in the kitchen that morning. She couldn't take it. "You've ruined this family," is what she chose. I looked at her for a long moment. This woman whose approval I'd hunted for 34 years, and I felt the hunt finally end. Not with her giving me what I wanted, but with me stopping wanting it from her. "No, Mom," I said. "You hid a child for 36 years and made the other one feel like a stranger to cover it. I just turned the lights on. What you do in the light is up to you." And I left. I want to tell you that winning felt like winning. It didn't, exactly. Watching my mother's face fall apart was not the warm bath of revenge I'd imagined as an angry kid. It was just sad. It was a woman who'd spent her whole life protecting a secret that had cost her the one daughter who was actually hers. If you've ever waited years for an apology that never comes, if there's a person in your life who has finally been shown the truth and still can't say they're sorry, I want you to hear what I figured out at that table, because it took me 34 years and I'd give it to you for free. You will not get your healing from their confession. It isn't coming. You get your healing from somewhere else, and I'm about to tell you where I found mine. Here is what the lake house turned out to be worth, and it was not the money. In the weeks after that lunch, the family rearranged itself the way families do after an earthquake, along new fault lines, with some people on my side of the crack and some on theirs. My parents did get their own test. I knew they would, and I knew what it would say. It said exactly what Grandma said. They never told me the result. I heard it from Aunt Diane. They simply went quiet, the way they'd always gone quiet at me, except now the silence was theirs to sit in. My mother has not apologized. I don't think she knows how. The story she built was load-bearing, and pulling it out brought the whole house down, and I think she's still standing in the rubble insisting it's a house. My father called me once, late, and got as far as, "Marion, before his voice gave out, and we sat on the phone in silence for a minute, and then he said, "Good night, sweetheart," which is the most fathering thing he's ever done. I'm letting that be enough for now. I'm not holding my breath for more. The surprise of my life is Brooke. We had coffee 2 weeks after. Both of us wrung out. She told me she'd never questioned why our mother was warmer to her. She'd just assumed I was difficult, the way they'd taught her to. She cried about that, the assuming. And then she said something I think about all the time. She said, "We were both being used, Marianne. You to hide me to hide the lie. Neither of us got to just be a kid. She's not my enemy. She never was." We are two women who survived the same secret from opposite ends, and we're slowly, carefully, becoming the actual sisters our parents never let us be. She didn't want the lake house. She told me Grandma got it right. I told her she's welcome there any summer she likes. And I meant it, because a lake house full of one person isn't an inheritance. It's just a sad place with a good dock. I read my grandmother's last letter alone, on that dock, the first weekend I owned the place. I'll share the end of it, because it's the thing that actually healed the wound, not the will. "My Marion," she wrote. "I'm sorry it took my whole life to give you proof of what I always knew. You were never the one who didn't belong. You were the one who belonged so completely that your mother couldn't look at you. Don't waste another year auditioning for people who graded you on a test. You were always failing on purpose. You passed mine the day you were born. The house is yours. So is the lake, and the dock your grandfather built. And every summer, I'm not here for. Fill them with people who hold you up to the light. Love, always and already, Ruth." I sat on that dock until the sun went down. I didn't cry much. The wound that ran my whole life, the certainty that I was hard to love, that there was a defect in me my own mother could feel, it didn't vanish. Wounds don't. But it set down finally, somewhere solid, exactly like she promised. I was never unlovable. I was just inconvenient to a lie. There is a world of difference, and I'd spent 30 years on the wrong side of it. So here's where I'll leave you, because I think some of you needed to hear this more than you needed to hear the rest of my family's mess. The people who made you feel like you didn't belong were almost always protecting something in themselves, not telling you the truth about yourself. The defect you've been hunting for, paying therapists to help you find. It isn't there. It was never there. You were just standing in the light of someone else's secret and they couldn't stand to look at you. You don't need them to admit it. Mine never will. You just need one person, living or gone, who held you up to the light and saw you clearly. And if you can't find one, then you become that person, for yourself, and for whoever comes after you at the end of the table. I own the lake house now. I play gin rummy on the porch with whoever I choose. And the seat at the head of the table is mine, not because I fought for it, but because the one person who ever truly saw me made sure, with her dying breath, that I'd finally stop sitting near the door. I belonged all along. So do you. Go find your dock.